Yeah, we find her, the beautiful girl we've been missing. We wanna have her kissing. We find her, now we in love. Say go so, the remix.
EMDEE, Tuck Spice, remix.
Now if I had to lose you like a bad phone connection, I'd change my game to get a better reception. Sit back, let's start this interaction. Don't fight the feeling, it's just a chain reaction. Your heart won't give you the wrong instructions. Like my GPS, yes, I got the right direction. We gotta merge together like a road intersection. Last stop is gonna be my love and affection. I ain't like the mother dudes, they wanna call you shorty, but I'ma call you a beautiful girl. I took your picture home, my mama saw it, she's a very, very beautiful girl. I wanna put you in my video, cause you're so beautiful. You're a beautiful girl. So when you hear us in your radio, turn up your stereo. It's beautiful girl.
Gotta find a shorty, what's worth of a lady. It's nice but maybe doesn't look like 40. It's taking a little time. I wasn't seeing no signs, any traces of my baby. Who's gonna be my baby? But I thought I'm gonna take my time. Within it took a long fine eye. I saw a shorty passing by. She's got this very pretty smile. It was right at the bus station. I tried to make a conversation, holding her arms, feeling so tough. I felt this sensation. It's been a while that I've been trying to find a beautiful girl. Now I realize I found me a beauty, beautiful girl. She's a model, she's so fine. I just wanna take a bite. Beautiful girl, sparkling eyes, a killing eye. I found me a beautiful girl.
My wish came true when I saw you, girl. God must have blessed me with your beauty, girl. Looking so right from your head to your toe. Shaped like a Coke bottle with a smile of a queen. My queen to be, you my destiny. Got a body of a goddess, such a beauty, I'm impressed. And I'm never in distress. Come on over and be mine. Been searching for a man and now all the cats keep looking to mine. With a sexy walk and a sexy talk, she must be from a planet called the sexy world. I know I ain't tripping, better yet I'm thinking put a ring on the finger, we look good together. Take your place in my heart with your beauty, I'ma say that I'll never turn away. Who would think I'm in love?
Such the way she smiles at me just really makes me weak. The way she speaks to me just really make me go so weak. Keep staring in her eyebrows. All I kept on saying is wow. Your beauty shines and breeze at night. All I really want in my life. Oh yeah. It's been a while that I've been trying to find a beautiful girl. Fine brown eyes. I found me a beauty, beautiful girl. She's my model, she's so fine. I just wanna take it. Beautiful girl. Sparkling eyes, killing tight. I found me a beautiful girl. Yeah, beautiful girl. What beautiful girl, yeah. Beautiful girl.
Damn. Money. You seen her? Hot Ice. Have you seen her? LP. Have you seen her? I'ma go over to Tux Bites. I know you've probably seen her. He has a lot of beautiful girls with him. Tux, it's DMV, baby. Look.
Beautiful.
I look for a while, but I can't seem to find a beautiful girl so I can make her mine. Time after time, I've been searching for a while, but every girl I meet never seems worthwhile. What can I do? I pray to God for an answer. I feel pains in my heart like cancer, and when I find her, I'm gonna romance her. Lace of her presents and gifts, call me Santa Claus. I make a heartbeat pause. That's my girl, homeboy, not yours. The girl of my dreams, she's more than I ever thought. Show me Aston Kutcher, I think I'm getting punked. She's what I really want, so I'ma go get her. Since I'm a go getter, you know I'm gon' get her. And I will give her the world, anything for my beautiful girl.
Psych. Ooh, it's been a while that I've been trying to find a beautiful girl. Fine, brown eyes. I found me a beautiful girl. She's my model, she's so fine. I just wanna take it, beautiful girl. Sparkling eyes, killing time. I found a beautiful girl.
Girl, it's your love that I've been missing. I miss all your hugs, your touching and kissing. Make love on the floor, the couch in the kitchen. One love enough, we done enough.
Yo, what's going on? Welcome back. Yeah, my voice is clear. Okay, a lot more better at least. Okay, and we're back. What's going on? Not too far now. How you there? What's going on, everybody? Do me a favor as you're coming in, hit that like button, share, subscribe. Every time I take a few days off, you know, the algorithms goes dead. It doesn't want to remind our people again because obviously and it's fair game, you know, people have been consuming other content, so it's a difficult thing whenever we take time off, you know, but I'm back, you know. Shout out to all one or two of you listening to me. We're gonna do some justice today. Welcome. My name is Ola. I'm coming to you live from my Empire Pro Studios. We do have some content to cover today. Yep. What's going on? I do see Vanessa is here, right? Hey, Vanessa, good to see you. All right. So, again, this is Ola coming to you live from my Empire Pro Studios. Today, we're gonna be doing the same thing. Okay, we're gonna be covering some trendy topics. Okay, over here at Man of Prestige, we'll basically talk about relationships. We talk about self-power, social and emotional intelligence, and then we talk about seduction and attraction. I basically highlight your power. You know, I don't. You know, I'm sure there's many other platforms out there that will show you where you might have been victimized by this terrible, vicious world that we live in, and people. You know, but my own ministry here is to point out where you might have some power left, so you can leverage that to get the kind of results you're looking for. So you might see me pay less and less attention to all those different areas where you might have been legitimately being a victim, you know. So, but welcome. I do see Felicia says this is his or her first time here. Welcome. I appreciate you. This is for you and everybody that will be brand new here for the first time today. Welcome. All right, welcome. So you can download my wife my book, a book that my wife and I authored called Get My Marriage Back. If you're on a path towards marriage, or you're somehow your life is engaged in marriage, one shape or form or the other, you might want to download this book. It's absolutely free. That's the book you're looking at over here. This book right here. Okay. And you can download it absolutely for free, okay, at loveandprestige.com. And if you want to be notified by me personally when we do come live, you know, Felicia says I'm a guy. Shout out to you. Thank you. If you want to be notified by me personally when I do come live, like I just did a few minutes before we came on, you just use that link over there to access the WhatsApp group. That way I can notify you. If that doesn't work, you can send a WhatsApp text to this number, and +1 732 305 8577. All right, and then we'll take it from there. But again, like I said, shout out to all 8 of you that just joined. Hit that like button as you're coming in. Hit that like button. I beg all of you now. Hit that like button. But yes, today we're gonna be let me bring to the stage what we're gonna be covering today. Okay, we've got a few things that I want to cover today. I'm not really in a rush today, which is why I kind of take my time before I come back. Okay, so let's just have a good time talking about this Jackpot stuff. It's Jackpot, right? Let's talk about this Jackpot stuff, right? Everybody's talking about the Jackpot stuff. They've been talking about it for a few days, but when I touch this topic, it's not about catching. I try to catch the trend when it's going live because it helps our numbers here. Absolutely, I'm not going to front about that. However, really the angle that I bring into these conversations are they're timeless. Okay, we could decide to catch it 50 days later, 50 years later. The lessons are timeless. We'll tell the story and we'll talk about the things we can learn from it. Okay, so just keep that in the back of your mind that whenever I cover a topic here, it's not, we don't have to catch it immediately if time doesn't permit, we don't have to, okay, but we'll catch it when we catch it. Okay, so over there you can see here we're going to talk about TIAMIYU today. Definitely we're talking about TIAMIYU. We're reacting to his Daddy Freeze interview. We're going to be responding to that today. We might talk about Nancy Isime. We might talk, there's a gentleman who is always featured on Daddy Freeze. He has some comments about the TIAMIYU stuff. And today, we have to talk about Deria Jackson, ex-wife to be, or ex-wife, I'm not sure, of Deria Jackson, who basically was casted over the last 1 to 2 years for preaching something else but practicing something else. But anyway, she granted an interview to Dear Future Wives podcast. Shout out to that brother. He's doing a good job with some of the interviews he's doing up there. So we're going to be covering that as well today, and a couple of other things, if we have time, that we're going to cover. But again, like I said, I'm not really in a rush today. Okay? I'm not in a rush today. Wait, let me see here. 1 second. Let me see what we got going on in the chat. I'm coming to the chat right away. Pardon my manners. Hold on 1 second. Let me see here. There you go. Let me come to the chat. Let's see what we have going on. Oh, a couple of other things too. Okay, all right. Let me see. All right. So shout out to, of course, Natu's here. Timmy T is here. Timmy T says, "Hola, 2 hours, please." Okay, I will keep it to 2 hours. I'll try to. But let me see what's going on here with my. Am I struggle streaming? I don't know what's going on here. Hopefully, I'm not struggle streaming. Let me see. All right. But yeah, welcome. Life with Nati says, "I was at my therapist's place today and I told her about your book and she took the name down to share with others." That's awesome. Thank you. I appreciate that. Felicia says, "I'm a guy." All right, good. But yeah, we're gonna be let's get into this. All right, let's get into this. Let's talk about it. All right. So the first thing first that I want to get into is you know what? Before I talk about that, I'll be right back. All right, like I said, please do me a favor. I don't know what's going on with my internet. Let me make sure I'm connected to the right place. Okay, I am. It's weird. All right, it looks like we're streaming good. I'm monitoring on another screen here as well. Let's see. Gracious Greatness says, "Big up yourself. What going on with you? What's going on with you? Welcome." All right. So the first thing I want to cover will be this news about. Let me see. There's this. Well, shout out to Chude. Let's cover this news with Chude. Chude has a podcast where he brings up a lot of people and they talk about these different things. But let's do like a quick warm up. As we're warming up, just again, do me a favor. As you're coming in, I'm missing about 8 likes already. Do me a favor, hit that like button. Okay, hit that like button. But let's play this video. I don't know if there's anything in it, but somebody sent it to me. But let's see, and then we'll talk about it. Today talking about Nancy Isime. Some lady was on there, Sandra. You know,
her own. You go under it and you comment. So what's going on?
Okay, so with that Nancy Isime situation happened during when I was married to Steve and during my wedding with Steve,
right.
When I was getting married to him and all that stuff. So Steve talks a lot. He says a lot of things. So he was the one that opened up and he was, showing me his DM between him and Nancy.
Right. Before you were married to him?
Yes, before I was married to him.
Okay.
So, and I didn't understand it why she was at the wedding. You understand?
So he showed you DMs, essentially
Yes.
that she was propositioning him.
No, that they had sexual intercourse or
Right.
whatever together. Yeah.
Then she still attended your wedding.
Yes, I didn't understand it.
Wow.
Yes, I didn't understand it. So I was like, "What is this lady doing here?" And there's a time that I think when my ex-husband during our honeymoon, he brought like a breakfast and he was giving me breakfast in bed. She made a slick comment under that, and I didn't find it funny, you know. And I told him that, look at what she's saying. Like, I don't understand this. You know, I think he made her delete the comment. So since then, I can't. I don't know how to pretend. I'm sorry.
Damn. Another one bites the dust, right? Another one bites dust. But first of all, before we continue, again, they're allegedly talking about Nancy Isime. She saw a comment under a post made by Nancy Isime. She had seen in the past that there was some kind of conversation between her husband. I don't know who her husband is. And Nancy Isime, she showed up to the wedding. Is this normal? If you were messing with somebody in the past, you just show up to the wedding? Is that accepted these days? Like, even if it wasn't really a public thing, right? There's no guarantees, but again, let me just first of all say thank you to my brother, Gracious Greatness. He just sent in a Cashapp of $43, and you know what time it is. Thank you so much, bro. All right, he said to collect is not your mate.
Nigeria don't report so at you cause our call.
Yeah, someone's gonna collect today, but it's none of us that were here, of course. But yeah, somebody's gonna be collecting today. I guarantee you. Yeah, we have to go in. I mean, we're starting off on the Jesus Christ. The way we're starting today is heavy. But yes, let me get back to the video.
Tell people the way it is. I I'm not the kind of person that if you're my friend, or if I see someone doing something doesn't sit well with me, of course I have to say something. I'm not going to keep quiet.
I'm going to come to that. So just to understand what you mean. So after you got married, but there was no evidence that she was still sleeping with your husband. There was
Still, so they were sleeping together.
The time
Allegedly.
they were together. They were still sleeping together.
But after you got married, they were
Yes,
still
after I got married. Yeah.
So your husband was also cheating on you. I
Yes.
mean, so when you were
He cheated on me with
After they
different
got
people.
married.
right, and she was one of them.
Yeah, she was one of them. Yeah.
Right.
Ouch.
And so, right. So then she put this comment. So you knew this, but then this was part of the issues that made you leave the marriage.
Yeah, this was one of the issues. Yeah.
Right. Okay. So I understand that, but being that you are conscious, like you said, of how Nigerians see women as troublesome.
Yeah.
Why did you have? So you said I had to speak out. Why not send her a DM? Why not send her a text message? Why not call her? Why?
I can't call her. There's nothing to discuss with her.
Were
she
they
knew
friends?
I was married to this man.
Oh,
She came for my wedding.
sounds like they kind of know each other.
So her
To some
her sense
extent.
is supposed to tell her.
I know. I agree with
Yeah.
that. And I'm not even. And again, none of this is a judgment. I'm just trying to understand.
Yes.
Because
she goes around, acting like a saint. I don't like that. She goes
What?
around acting like a saint, like, I think she called somebody out for doing the same exact thing she was doing.
Right.
All right, so Nancy Isime did call out Apostle Johnson, right? When there was the dragging, whatever is going on, right? Let me see. I don't know. Let me see what's happened here. I have no idea what's going on. I have no idea. But let me see. I think she called out Apostle Johnson, right? She did, right? But again, I keep telling you, you might call people out now, today, tomorrow, you might find yourself in a different mess. You might be disconnected from your past transgressions. Sometimes you just kind of forget that, I was once upon a time weak too. I live in a glass house. Maybe I shouldn't throw stones, right? But people tend to forget, especially if they don't count it. Women don't count all of their body count. Are you aware of that, right? Am I lying? Women, they don't all count, right? They don't say they don't count it. They just say not all the bodies count. Anyway, let's continue here.
So that didn't really sit well with me. So I had to say something, and she I had to set a trap for her, and she fell for it.
What was the trap you said for her?
When I said, "Do you also sleep with someone's husband?" She fell for it.
Right.
All right, so Chuda was trying to give some kind of pass to her there. I'm not sure why, but maybe not a pass. Maybe he was just trying to, try to understand. Like you said, no judgment. I try to do the same thing here, since we don't know the truth of some of these issues, right? All we know is what we can see. Grace is going to say £35, 40 equals to 43 something dollar, and I wonder how much in naira. I have no idea. What's 30? What's 30? What's 35 pound? What country is that? Is that a country? Not sure what that is. Anyway, Evelyn Doe, shout out to you. Said, I'd like to think she's referring to Nancy Iheme. That's what they're talking about. These are two. Is it Nancy Iheme? Thank you for that. Let me see. That's very important. That's very important. Let's see. Nancy Iheme. Are they two different people? All right, so let's adjust that right now. Let's adjust that accordingly. I have no idea who Nancy Iheme was. Okay, so now that we're talking about Nancy Iheme, let's adjust that right away. Thank you so much for that, Evelyn Dove, right? This is Nancy Iheme right here. I've never seen this person before. Who did she call out before? Is this an actress or something? She is an actress. Nancy Iheme. Okay, this person is absolutely different. Yes, she is talking about Nancy Iheme. Thank you for that. Who did she call out before? Now, the other lady that was talking to, I have no idea who she is. Was she an actress as well? Right? But again, let me just report this. This was just a warm up. Chude here says, okay, so that Nancy may happened when I was married with Steve. Steve talks a lot. He says a lot of things. He was the one that opened up and was showing. Anyway, what I really found interesting, sorry about that with this Nancy Isime stuff. My question is that these days, people just show up to people's wedding even though they know they've messed with people before. You know, people have been telling me like, listen, it's different. These people they're vicious, they're different, they don't care. All they care about is what's in it for them, right? I kind of say the same thing here, but people are trying to tell me that it's really different. I keep telling them it's really the same thing, but they're telling me it's different, you know. But I like to highlight it and connect and say, hey, is it really that different, or we live in a vicious world, right? Somebody, Sharon says, I remember went for that wedding. In fact, Anita Joseph was there, and me and her took pictures, and this Nancy girl took us pictures after I took. She and Anita begged her to take her pictures. She didn't want to because I was using an Android phone. She did it. Oh my God, look at the way they type. I'm not gonna deal with that. Anyway, let me come back to the chat. Thank you for that, Heavenly Dove. I appreciate you. She's an actress, supposedly. Never seen her in any movie. Listen, all these people, man, they're making news for the wrong reasons, right? Scorned woman, Obiri. Is that what Obiri means? Scorned woman. I be just hiding that one. But I think it means that. Obiri. Partly. Okay, Obiri means a woman. Okay. She is calling out Nancy Iheme. Okay, I'll check a little bit more about that. You know, since Sandra was married to this Calabar guy or so, I'm confused. They came to size the wife. Anyway, that was some quick warm up. So we're going to apologize to tender immediate public apology to Nancy Isime, because this clearly wasn't about her. It wasn't about her. But anyway, today we're talking about TIAMIYU. We're reacting to some videos. Also, we'll be talking about this lady here, Deria Jackson. Yep, that's who we're going to be talking about today. There's a lot of content there that we need to. I'll be right back. All right, I want to play a video for you and then we'll take it from there. I want to play a video for you. Hold on 1 second. Let me go here. Welcome back, welcome back to Men of Prestige. We're talking about Men of Prestige. Let me see, let me find this video. Another one, bite the dust. Masculine energy, masculine men. Masculine men or masculine energy. I'm finding out that they're completely different things. You know, we're finding out that these things are different. But you know, we'll be unpacking it as we get to it. Unpacking. Let me see if I can find this video. So I was watching a video over the weekend, and basically this man, you know, there's a video I used to play here back in the days when I first started, right? And that video demonstrates how these things play out. Let me see. All right, hold on 1 second. There you go. All right, so this video, there's this podcast called the Sourcecast, Valuetainment Money, and they tend to talk a lot about, you know, women. They claim that they're teaching men how to, you know, put their eyes on the bag, you know, keep their eyes on the bag, get to the bag, you know, but also learn how to do relationships. So I'm gonna play a short video really quickly from there, and then we'll talk really quickly. But before I get to that, right, there's a video I used to play here. I still have it here somewhere. Okay, yeah, this video right here. Check it out.
Hey! Wait! Hey! Wait! Hey! Wait! Yo! Help me, nigga! Help me! What's wrong with you, nigga? Come on! Where my glasses? Get off of me before I drop your goofy ass again. Now beat that, bitch ass nigga. Pay for this shit. Hurry up. No, pay for that shit and hurry up before I drop your ass again. Touch me, then I'm gonna drop
stop video for they help me. You got my key.
All right, that video right there. So there's this dynamics. I don't like bringing the masculine, feminine energy into conversations because these days everybody's definition of what that is just all over the place. You know, it's quite messy, and you know, I don't know what's going on. So I'm really starting to stay away from it. I have my understanding of what the masculine energy and the feminine energy is, but we'll see. You know, as I see people talk about it, I'll bring it in. But I don't think we can really talk about masculine energy without talking about feminine energy. You can't just look at a situation. There's no sexual polarity involved in the conversation, and you just start calling people masculine or feminine. Like, for example, a lot of men will see a certain woman's behavior, they call it masculine energy. Like, what do you mean with respect to what? What is there any kind of sexual polarity goal here? Wow, we're talking about that, right? As opposed to addressing the issue at hand, they just bring it. Sometimes they call men feminine, you know. I think we're all wrong. Okay, if there's no goals of sexual polarity, is useless, you know. They come to size the wife. Do you mean like the wedding? When they come to the wedding, that's what they come there to do. Wow. But anyway, let me go back to this video really quickly. Let's talk about it. Hold on 1 second. Scroll it back a little bit.
You can find me down in Miami. I am a tattoo artist. I'm one of the best in Miami, so you can come see me. Tattooed by Tessa.
There you go, right here.
Well said. MLD. Last take.
I don't want a traumatized woman in my life.
What's the first thing he said? I don't want to traumatize women in my life. Did you hear what he said? Let me know if the audio is working fine. Can you hear that? He doesn't want to traumatize women in his life, right? But let's see what happens after this.
I don't want any history or trauma. I've dealt with those kind of fucking nutbags, and I don't ever want to deal with it ever again. I want to deal with a normal, mentally stable, healthy woman. So
And you think you're normal? Exactly.
Uh-oh. What did I say about feminine men, right? If you find yourself in a situation where sexual polarity is playing a role, you might just create a masculine woman. Now, here's the thing. I know the way I just said that sound like it's your fault. No, it's not your fault. It's just the way things work, right? If you get caught up in your feminine energy, the women around you may just become masculine. It's not a deliberate thing, right? Maybe it's not a deliberate thing that you're caught up in your feminine energy either. What I'm saying is that some kind of equilibrium must be achieved, right? It's always some kind of ecosystem going on, a balance. Well, if you don't, it's like somebody kicking against change. It's either there will be change or you will change, or you will change. It's something. Something will create the balance, right? No, a balance is undefeated. The balance is like the truth, the actual truth, not the one you say. And it's undefeated. It's like the results you're creating, right? The results you're creating right now, hey, either you admit it or not, they are basically your responsibility, right? With respect to engaging your power, right? So what happened before this was that he was giving some honest opinion, something they might consider the truth, right? Let's see what happens.
Exactly.
In what sense?
What do you think you have help?
Deal with it ever again. I want to deal with a normal.
So before this, they were talking about when a woman brings trauma to the table, it's not necessarily always a bad thing. The conversation is not about that being a bad thing. It's about understanding that every human being will come to the table with some kind of what you might consider trauma. Maybe trauma is the wrong word. The point is that they have stories, right? They might have some hurt. some pain, right? It's not about the semantics. It's about they come to the table with certain things that when you rub it off of your own, it might not create the exact result you're looking for, or it might create challenges. Challenges is not always a bad thing, right? It might create challenges that you have to navigate. And if you don't know how to navigate, you find yourself inside what? You find yourself inside you know what time it is. Inside the poro poro. Listen, it's not necessarily your fault. It's just the way the world moves, right? So that's what they were talking about. They were talking about, hey, when somebody brings whatever you consider trauma to the table, don't be so quick to judge. It might not be a bad thing. It's not even about that. It's about understanding that everybody brings something to the table. Oftentimes, it's the way you respond to it that will turn it to either a good or a bad thing. It's basically the outcome. The outcome you create from how you respond is the only thing that you can authentically call bad or good. But he's basically pushing against that. He's saying, you know what? No. I need a normal. Thank you, Mary. We're talking about baggages. I need a normal human being. Basically, what he's saying is looking for a perfect human being who brings no baggages to the table. And this is why you have a lot of men having unrealistic expectations today, women alike. Okay, that's what's going on. Okay, but let's keep going.
Mentally stable, healthy woman. So
you think you're normal? Exactly.
In what sense?
That's a sign language right there. Essentially, she's attempting to insult him. Okay, maybe not insult, shame him into admitting. Well, here's the thing with a lot of these people, either men or women. Once they've made up their mind, it's probably you're probably not going to be able to change their mind. Okay, the best you can do with them is create awesome content out of the conversation. Okay, the next best thing you can do is other people will listen to the conversation and learn one or two things, right? But the idea that you're going to change their mind is highly unlikely, very unlikely. Let's keep going.
Well, do you think you have healthy habits?
Yeah.
You do?
Yeah.
Weren't you the same one who like fat shamed me like last week or so?
I don't know.
Do you think that's normal from a man, from a stranger to fat shame somebody?
He was fat shaming last week. He's already forgotten. He's forgotten. She could have asked him what he meant by normal woman. She could have heard his own idea first. Well, let's be honest, okay? They're going somewhere here right now, okay? This video, to be fair, I scrolled in all the way to 1 hour and 51 minutes in. I watched the whole thing, but you know, I'm picking out the part that we can learn something from. So they had like a backstory even beyond this live stream, right? And she's talking about it right now, and she was coming from a place of, you know, she was already offended by this guy, right? So she wasn't trying to have a conversation, she's trying to call him out. Precisely. You're about to watch that happen right now.
I don't remember. Did I call you fat?
Oh, okay. Don't do that. You know where you were in the chat. You knew you were in the chat. Don't do that on camera.
Well, I don't know. First lesson, women don't forget anything, especially if you're in a romantic relationship with them, okay? But regardless, okay? It's very hard. They don't forget. If they are hurt, not just women. Let me tell you something. People don't forget how you make them feel, even if they don't remember the detail, right? They don't forget how you make them feel. They might not be able to express it in words. You might find yourself saying, tell me exactly what I did. Tell me what I did. And they might not be able to express it. You might say, well, that's their business. Well, you will collect what exactly like what's about to happen right now. Listen. I keep telling you, people don't forget how you make them feel. They might not be able to put it into exact words, but that doesn't mean you're not going to collect. All right, let's continue. Sorry.
Oh.
Don't do that.
Don't do
that,
you have a
MLD, because
strange
you
way,
were in the
like-
chat with your checkmark name doing that.
What was I saying?
Listen, it's okay if you want to do those things, but own up to what you do.
What was I saying?
I mean, women are apparently like CEO of not taking accountability, but I mean, I guess you should change your pronouns because I'd say you're kind of in the same bracket when it comes to that.
What?
All right, I'll get right on that.
She said, change your pronoun. What is that? An insult. That means, hey, You're acting like a woman. She's not only insulting him, she's insulting all women slightly, right? Okay, let's not worry about that, right? But she's trying to insult him, but she was trying to land it softly, like soft landing, right? But is he catching it? I think he already knows where this is going. He has a look on his face right now, right? But let's keep going. Not to say it's because of Ola's show, I always ask what you mean, because I come to understand people have different ideas of stuff like trauma, masculine woman, feminine. Exactly.
And that's not masculine energy.
Just
masculine energy.
High value man. Remember, I told you that.
She said that's not a masculine energy. Why are these women looking for masculine energy? This is not your husband. Why are you looking for masculine energy, right? Why? I'll tell you why. Because men have been calling women masculine, right? Okay. Let's be fair to men. It's not always men's fault, okay? Women will tell you you're supposed to be they've always done that. You tell you you're supposed to be a man, okay? If you act out of place, out of order, aka misplaced feminine energy, they might not say these exact words. They might not call you feminine. They might say, hey, you're supposed to be a man. And you might find yourself arguing with a woman that, what do you mean a man? Well, how is a woman going to teach me how to be a man? Well, oh God, it's too late. You're already collecting woto. It's yeah. It's already too late. It's actually gonna. The more you argue with that situation, with your destiny, the worse it's gonna get. Let's watch it in real time.
People horse either.
I'm just saying. I mean, women can't handle criticism. I took that like a champ. That's fine.
He was in the chat during the previous live stream calling this woman fat. Okay, the lady in black, to your left. She was calling her fat, 40 pounds overweight or something, and he's here denying it with a verified account. You could see in the chat that he's a big YouTuber too. Well, fairly big, like larger than my platform here, right? So they know who he was, right? But he's here to say, yeah, I said that. He said, like, people can at least respect if you own it with your full chest, right? But why wouldn't he say, oh, why is he trying to deny it, right? Maybe because it wasn't real. Maybe because people are, again, fake masculinity all over the place. If your masculinity is just your mouth, you will collect like this. It's going to, if it's just your mouth, if this is not real, people can detect. They can smell it. People can smell BS. Okay? We are spirits. We have incredible radar for bullshit. We can smell it no matter how loud you think you are. Trying to emphasize. Okay? Trying to emphasize this masculine thing. If it's not real, the person that's telling you it's not real may not be able to tell you in words. But the way they respond to you will pretty much tell you everything you need to know. Maybe they're actually wrong about the masculine, feminine thing. Bottom line is that the outcome you're creating, the result you're creating, they're all yours. All yours. Let's continue.
I'll take that, but I think you yourself as a man should probably work on that instead of saying that I don't want to traumatize women, because it definitely shows that
I don't want to traumatize women.
We don't want to traumatize men either. That's the thing. So
Okay.
that's why it's easier to go to Japan and find the konnichiwa type of girl, because they're not going to debate with you. That's the problem.
That's right. They're just robotic female slaves in Japan. They have no personalities. They just say konnichiwa.
Yeah, sumisane, all that shit that you like. It's evident that you're used to women.
So his response is condescending in nature, right? Now she's with her full chest ready to insult this man right now, but his response is a little condescending here and there, and joking around. But the body language says everything. I mean, what does this body language tell you?
Who don't check
Watch.
you when you're being irrational
Thanks.
and way out of place.
Thanks for the whole synopsis on the.
Yeah, why is he doing like that? Right? This body language to me spell nervousness. Okay, it smells. Oops. I got caught, right? Let me just support myself. Like, he's actually literally supporting himself internally because it looks like I'm about to get roasted by women on a stage. This is not my show. I can't just I can't just say anything anyhow, right? I'm about to get roasted. That's what the body language is telling me. But let's see if that's what happens.
37 years of my life.
It shows.
You've
well, age really doesn't mean to a lot of people.
Yeah,
it shows.
I do
Like you could be. My grandma's 80 years old and still drives like shit. It doesn't matter how old you are. So I would have to say, you sound like somebody who really looks down on women with the way that. I mean, you even made a whole hit piece on that. I think that's weird.
I didn't make a hit piece on her.
This guy, you should really change your pronouns because I.
So he made a hit piece on her. I believe her. I haven't seen it, but they're trying to say something here. Maybe they're wrong, right? Again, if somebody comes to me and say I made a hit piece on them, I'm like, what do you mean? Not to. I was like, what do you mean? A hit piece? That's weird. I don't know what you're talking about. Let's keep going.
I could see that's not your best trait to actually own up to what you do, and I think that's really disgusting.
Why don't you sit in your masculine energy and maybe just apologize for what you said?
See, this is why I said this is men's fault. Everybody's just throwing the word masculine, feminine all over the place. Sitting your masculine, it's just confusing because a lot of people using these terminologies, they don't know what it means. Maybe they do, but we're all confused.
I think that's very masculine. I think that's a great way because I feel like, number one, in a war...
If you have to teach people how to be feminine or masculine, it won't work. It's already too late. It's too late. It's too late.
Everyone thinks they're right?
Yes.
So I think that right now is a great opportunity for you to show that men can be masculine.
It's too late.
And have feelings and can also regress and think...
Whatever she means by masculine is too late. It's not going to happen. Right? I'm not even saying she's right. Okay? Whatever she means or she meant by masculine, it's not about to happen right now. It's actually going to get worse. Okay? It's going to go in the direct opposite direction of whatever she's asking for. It's the same thing when you're asking a woman to be feminine. If you have to ask her to be feminine, it's too late. The more you keep yanning and misplaining and mansplaining and shalaye about that, the worse it gets. The worse it gets. It's energy. It flows. It always flows in the appropriate direction. No matter how much you try to force it.
About what they said. Maybe in the moment you said it because you got excited or whatever and you were just in this phase of yours, but I think sitting here in front of her, you're talking about that you want this wife and this submissive person and all of this, but where's your respect towards women?
Yes.
And don't you run like an entire male empowerment thing? Like I think that's important that people look up to you. And you know what's funny? I actually subscribed to you prior to you doing that. And I thought that was so out of pocket. And I was like, wow, like people like you, respectfully to anyone that's listening. This is why I stepped out of the red pill space because you guys are so quick to demonize women in the West. But mind you, all of these girls have been working since we were old enough to work. A lot of us have to retire our families. But instead of people seeing that, you guys demonize women for masculine traits when we're also working just like you. And I don't expect respect, but like there was no beef and it was so unnecessary. And I think that's accountability that some people should take, but to each their own.
Yes.
It's not going to happen today.
What are you upset that I called you fat?
This is upset? This is upset?
Clearly.
It said, what are you upset that I called you fat? No. It's not. It's because you called her thin and slender.
This is addressing.
Well, why don't you want to own up to what you said, though? Why are you denying?
What was it that was said?
And if anything, we're kind of built the same, which is funny, dude.
She said we're built the same.
You can't be sitting there acting like we're like, oh, and I'm like, dude, honestly, that's so out of pocket in so many ways.
Well, how about this? Yeah. This came out of left field, but I don't know. I'm like tuned in right now. Like, I didn't know this was happening on my show, but here we go.
Own up to what was said and let him clear the.
Who looks more upset, him or her? I'm curious. You know, who looks more upset, him or her?
If we misinterpreted,
ladies, hold on.
If we didn't understand, let him clear the air.
Guys, let me just host a show for a second. You're upset because why?
All right. Interesting so far. Again, we're talking about the masculine, feminine energy thing. Is that something that we really need to be bringing into this conversation? There's conflict. Conflict is real. It's any kind of collaborative effort in life will bring conflict. Is this really unrealistic expectations at best? Let's get back to it.
Listen, criticism, sure, but be real and own up to whatever mistake you make. Because again, you are leading whatever.
What did I say? What is so upsetting? I don't know. I don't get it. Why didn't you talk to me?
Is this chick supposed to be attractive?
You do all this content and you comment all these things, but you don't remember what you do. But you
would think like once he gets the clarity, like, hey, I called you fat. I apologize. I didn't know you personally. I was just making another point entirely. It wasn't personal, right? This would be ideal, right? Once we get to that point where he gets the clarity. Let's see if that happens.
Of all the comments to be made.
No, it's okay. I'll just endure this like I should in an abusive relationship.
What she just said. There was another video of this gentleman a few days ago that was going viral, where he literally was suggesting that people in abusive relationships should stay and endure if it's a marriage. She just brought it up. They don't forget. They will bring it up. Okay? And that's okay. As long as you can own it with your full chest and you can back up whatever you said. But when you can't back up what you said, when you're put in certain positions, you're just as good or bad or worse or whatever as the rest of us. You probably run your mouth too much. You probably just talk too much. Okay? Let's keep going.
Okay, so MLD, what do you recall of this?
I'm still waiting for that. Like,
No, dude, you were on a video that went viral last week saying that people in an abusive relationship, something to that effect, should stay because they're committed to the marriage. You said that. There's not. Just say you said that. Like, Jesus Christ. Remember, it's not about masculine or feminine. Just say you said what you said, right?
I don't get it. What was said that made you so upset?
This is the problem. So if we reverse the roles, if a woman addressed this, you're being emotional.
Not going to answer the question.
There is nothing.
Why don't you answer the question?
I'm asking the question. Well, why are you so mad?
She's
already said it.
Because
twice. She said you called her fat. She said you were also on another video. All right. He didn't do anything. Again, people are always trying to blame men. He didn't do anything wrong so far. They need to be clear. He needs them to be clear. Let's go.
You're saying that he called you fat and you're addressing
it. So just take accountability for it. Like, oh my bad, I was probably just slurring on Hennessy.
Women that they have
They're kind of all over the place.
And all this what they have to do, and you shouldn't, treat women badly because they have to submit to you. And in Tokyo or whatever, they're so feminine and this and that. But it's here, you come here.
So they are more feminine in Tokyo, but I don't know what he's in the United States trying to sell. But somehow we always hear on the YouTube. Everywhere else outside of the West, United States, Canada, UK, Australia, everywhere else, women are just feminine, whatever the F that means. But let's keep going.
And when there's women are making valid points and there are respectable women, you come in the chat and you fat shame, or you go and make pieces about people, or whatever it is that you want to do. At the end of the day, all that's being said is that
what would have been best here is for them to play the clip of where he made some kind of hit piece on them. I'm sure he did. Like, this is what they do. But it would have been perfect because, again, when people are quote unquote in their feminine energy, it's chaotic. It's all over the place. If you don't pinpoint, right, it's probably not going to work. By the way, after you pinpoint, they're still going to deny, because they can't really own anything with their full chest. Let's keep going.
Listen, if you're gonna do those things, own up to it and then make your point about it. If you're gonna do these things and you're not gonna own up to it, and then what's the point? You're just what, bullying people?
There's no integrity
content
in what
creation,
you stand on.
that's all.
Nowadays, you're running a space where men stand on principles and honor, but you see someone's face and you completely dismiss the fact that was disgusting. We're not in a Call of Duty lobby. I don't know you. It wasn't like I've said something to you. I said anything to you. I've stepped out of the combative space of the red pill stuff because of guys like you. And you prove my point to it. It's like, I don't know you. You don't have to do that, and that's fine. Mm-hmm. It's fine if I said that you're not my preference. I've never attacked you before.
Right. But I'm still waiting for what made you upset.
It's okay. Right now, we're gonna call you the delusional girl.
All right. How about I just?
And we can just stick
you want
to
to
that.
just leave because this is retarded.
No, I will.
Why would you leave?
You're upset.
Dismissive, right? Now it's easy to blame these girls for just yarning all kind of dust and never really getting to the point. That's the easy part, right? He's acting like he's listening. He's not listening. He's butthurt. Okay, and he can't really engage a conversation, right? And go find it. Shout out to Valuetainment Money. Go find it and watch everything from beginning to the end. A lot of the conversation is basically, as usual, throwing women under the bus with no real substance to the conversation. Okay, women are not perfect. Okay, they need to be held accountable in many respects on the general scales. Okay, but if all you want to do is just say if fat is 40 pounds overweight and you want to compare them, kind of like how you compare your wives to other type of women, and you expect to create good results out of that, even men, we don't like to be compared like that. Nothing good comes out of comparing people. Okay, nothing. Comparing people to another people, you're going to provoke their insecurities. Nothing good is going to come out of it. But that's too much. That's too. But for those of you that get it, you know what I'm talking about. There are better methods to hold people accountable, to get people to behave a little bit better. You know, outside of comparing them to other groups of people. It just doesn't work. I mean, look around you. It just doesn't work, okay? Unless they've engaged the value system that you're talking about. The value system, they've subscribed to it. They've said, you know what? I agree with that. We agree as a society, we're going to go by these standards, this moral standard. But when you are preaching moral standards to people that haven't really agreed to the moral standard, you're better off talking to a wall, basically.
Why would you leave? You literally are. You're an example.
Can
for
somebody
men.
tell me what I said that everybody's so upset about?
Hey,
that
buddy,
you're waiting on?
What was the example that, just to be clear?
I'll do the three. Was it three? Nah, I'm pretty sure it was. Is this chick supposed to be attractive? 1, 2.
This is what he sent into a chat. People do look at the chat, okay? If you're offensive in the chat, they look at the chat, okay? If whatever you say in the chat, feel free to say it, but you have to own it with your full chest. Especially if you're going to end up on the same stage in the same arena with people. If you're a troll, knock yourself out. You can do whatever you want. That's why you're called a troll. But if you know that you have to face these people, it just doesn't look good to not be able to own what you said.
She's 40 pounds too heavy. Yep. XYZ, something about weight.
Wait, is that a compliment? She's 40 pounds too heavy, right? Let's break that down. Is that a compliment? Does that sound like a compliment to you? Right? No, but it's the truth. Why can't we just tell them the truth? We're still going to have more conversation around that true stuff today, right? Right? It's the truth. Why can't we just tell them the truth? Right? Is that a compliment? Right? Now, is 40 pounds too heavy? In the society we live in, is that a compliment? Right?
I wouldn't listen to her. Like, you just went on a rant.
Let me go back.
Like, how do you? Sure, it was. Is this chick supposed to be
attractive? First of all, to me, she looks attractive. But again, that's just my cup of tea, right? If she doesn't look attractive, maybe I should shut up. Right? Second of all, 40 pounds too heavy. Let's keep going.
1, 2, she's 40 pounds too heavy.
Yep.
XYZ, something about weight. I wouldn't listen to her. Like, you just went on a rant. It was like.
How do you know that was him, though?
Because it was his name with the check mark in the chat.
Do you recall doing that?
I guess so.
I guess so. Come on, man. You can own that now. Alpha. You can own that. Chia, we're just getting started. All right. Hey, babe. What's up? I'm live, okay? Yeah. You can own it with your full chest. Shout out to Mary, Truly, Madly Kids from Facebook. Please do me a favor, hit that like button and share it. I know you already hit the like button, but please share it. We're trying to blow up on Facebook, okay? And we need you to help us over there. Thank you so much. He has exposed what he will bring to the table. Wahala. Let's keep going.
Oh, you're mad. You're mad because I said you're 40 pounds overweight. I'm on every chat. I'm in Fresh and Fit. You know how it is when you're a streamer. You're in all these chats. I did like 6 shows in the last 6 days.
So
now he's doing shalaye.
No. So I'm not. So first of all, I'm not a piece of shit.
You don't
so
think
don't
that's piece of shit behavior?
Okay.
All right. So when a woman have to call you a piece of shit, there are some disrespectful women out there, but usually you probably earned it. I'm sorry, gentlemen. You earned it. Okay? If you got called a piece of shit, especially if they repeat it, right? Let's just give them the benefit of the doubt. They haven't repeated it yet. Let's keep going.
No. So I'm not. So first of all, I'm not chat. I'm in Fresh and Fit. You know how it is when you're a streamer. You're in all these chats. I did like 6 shows in the last 6 days.
So just say sorry.
So
just own up to being a piece of shit.
No. So I'm not. So first of all, I'm not a piece of shit.
You don't
so
think
don't
that's piece of shit behavior?
Okay. Don't talk to me like that. All right.
Secondly,
all right.
She said, "I see you're upset." I see you're upset.
Hey, I said what I said. I do think maybe you were 40 pounds overweight.
Sure.
So what's wrong with that?
We can match each other's energy. All I had to say was you need to like own up to your shit because it's
Why
weird
did
that
it take
you
you so long?
Yeah, after like pulling teeth. Are you good?
No, after you talking over me and freaking
This
trauma
was all-
dump.
Now he's like on Ronju, like he's like what's the English of Ronju? Like it's nervous, it's red. That's not masculine. Okay. That's my stance. They were right. Okay. They were absolutely right.
Jumping
Did I say that? I don't know what I said. See what I
You-
said?
you
I
pick
don't know
these
what I
words
said. And like you throw them on people. But if
At best,
I
he's
acted
nervous.
the way you act, you would demonize me. If I literally attacked you the way you attacked me, if I said the things that's disrespectful. If another man said the shit that you said to me, oh, that's fighting words. But yet a woman says it to you, oh, she's being dramatic, she's masculine, she's emotional. But
I didn't call you any of those
where's
things.
the vein coming out?
Well, here's the thing. Being masculine or feminine is not a crime. I keep telling you that. Either as a man or a woman. Being masculine is not synonymous to being a male person. Okay? Being feminine is not synonymous to being a female person. Our social construct obviously attributes a lot of masculine energy, masculine behavior to the male, and vice the other way around. Female, feminine behavior, feminine energy towards the female. But it's more so a social construct than anything else. I mean, we're so far gone in that direction that you can feel free to call it nature, okay? But with regards to how we show up in a conflict, right? With regards to the energy, where the feminine energy flows, the masculine energy flows, it's not a crime, whichever way you find yourself, okay? It's not really a crime. It's just understanding that certain masculine energy in certain spaces will destroy sexual polarity, right? Will basically make you unattractive to each other, right? So, yes, a woman who is coming off as masculine is not attractive to a typical man. A man who is coming off as feminine, misplaced feminine energy, is not attracted to a typical woman. She can't feel safe. She can't feel secure because that energy is supposed to bring security, supposed safety, order, right? Feminine energy is beautiful. In fact, if you try the idea of structure, safety, security around it, with respect to that, is a chaos. It's chaos, okay? But it's beautiful. We are attracted to it, and it creates. The two together create sexual polarity. But again, I think most people should stop talking about it altogether. I spell it out because I just want you to have an idea of where it's coming from. Where somebody, if you're a man and somebody calls you feminine, there's a good chance that you're acting out of place and you lost control of your emotions, right? And does that mean women are accepted to lose their control of their emotions? That's not what it means. It's just that the society we live in is almost more like more closer to a realistic expectation, right? Like, oh, if a woman is upset, she's upset. It's, you're gonna have to bring some kind of safety, security, order into that situation to create sexual polarity. You can't just throw the term masculine, feminine energy around without at least please reference what's the sexual polarity you're trying to create here, or at least what polarity are you trying to create here, right? If everybody's all over the place, I think it's all fair games. If you attract a feminine man, it's fair games. If you attract a masculine woman, it's fair games. It's not a crime. It's not a crime. It is what it is, But let's keep going.
Out of my neck that I'm so triggered right now that, oh, she's mad. I think it's disgusting that you act the way. It's so like unattractive and not manly, but yet you sit here and shame women. Oh, I can't wait to go back to Japan. I just think there again, you're leading a bunch of cows to follow you, and you're like, yeah, this is how men should act. That's not how men in my family and in my life act, and it's so unattractive. You think that's normal. So you are part of
what's up, Ekene? Good to see you, man.
Okay. So let's try to put a silver lining in this thing. This came out.
Christ.
How should he be acted? In your
how should
In the
fantasies?
green room, all you had to do was say, hey, no hard feelings. I was just on the little juice a little bit. I was tripping. My bad. I would have been like, all right, bro. Like, all fair is word. That's
He won't
fine.
do that.
I would have dropped it. But
He
the
won't
fact
do
that
that.
you walk in the room, you don't address it. You sit here. It's like awkward. And I'm like, this is how, again, people like you want women to submit.
Well, he probably didn't expect that I was going to be in the same room on the same show with you. again, it's all fair games. Because again, if you get on the show on a panel as a woman and you are expecting 100% masculine man, he's not trying to sleep with you. That's probably unrealistic expectations. You know, whatever behavior is attracted from you, he earned it. There's no question about it. Okay, but however, it's unrealistic expectations to be on a panel and expecting to just admit, you know. Remember, I keep telling you, it's pride and unrealistic expectations everywhere. That's really the main causes of all of this conflict. Not particularly the conflict. Conflict is natural when you have collaborative effort between human beings. But not being able to address, not being able to resolve this conflict is, yeah, it's unrealistic expectations and pride. You can't resolve conflict if you have pride. Let's go
to this garbage nonsense, and then you're, well, women are not submissive. Why would I submit to that type of activity? But again, this is showbiz. That's fine.
You're totally
exactly.
That. I'll give you
the showbiz. You know,
I didn't even know who she is when I was in the waiting room.
Stop the cap.
Oh my God.
Yeah, stop the cap. Oh Lord, he can't help himself.
Stop the cap.
He can't help himself. This is, you earned it.
Why the fuck you lying?
You earned it. You earned whatever you find yourself in. The question now is that, can you respond appropriately? Can you get yourself out of it? Let's see if he's able to get himself out of it.
You are meant for the camera, my friend. You are something else. You don't know who she was when you were in the chat?
No.
No.
In the camera, in the back room?
Maybe she didn't, but they clearly don't believe him, right? They don't believe him, right? Maybe they don't believe him, right? What do you do with they don't believe me, right? It's not about their line. Their line, listen, it doesn't matter if they're lying or not. They don't believe you. What can you do with that situation? It's a very tough one. It's easy to listen. I know what you're about to do when you find somebody lying. They're lying. But what would you do with that situation if you still find yourself in that situation and you have to be there, kind of like you can't escape? It's like you're stuck there because he's stuck right now. He would like to fly away from that situation right now, but it's not happening.
No, it's okay.
All right, well, how about this?
Oh my God.
Was there anything you would like to take back or apologize? Whatever you want.
No, not
of course
after
not.
being treated like that.
Pride now, your mates. Apologize for waiting.
Absolutely not. I'm not going to be talked down to by like some child that has no decency to communicate with me in a respectful manner.
It starts with you. What?
Okay.
People mimic the level of self-respect you have for yourself. They do. It's true. Look around you, okay? They mimic the level of self-respect you have for yourself. In the short term, I could be wrong. There are some disrespectful people out there, right? But over time, on a consistent basis, that's you, bro. Okay.
And leads a relationship like that. You don't even have to lead
All right,
a general space.
you guys.
Oh no, but it's not really a relationship. It's a panel. Remember what I said a few minutes ago? No. Stop the cap. Okay. Stop the cap.
Stop the cap.
This is what you would do in a relationship. Yeah, we're not that good, okay? We have patterns, okay? For the most part, we have patterns. How you behave in certain areas is how you behave in other areas of life. No, but it's public. You don't really know this, but no. Stop the cap.
Stop the cap. No. You guys are better than me. You win. Cool. Next question.
Amazing.
Please.
Dismissive. You guys are better than me. Yeah, cool. You know, dismissive. That's easy to do when you're caught up in your emotions. But the worst part about that is that you're not willing to admit that you were caught up in your emotions. He's red in the face.
Anyway,
she's not talking down to you. She's
you guys good?
She's confronting.
You guys good? All right. I had like 3 more topics to get to.
Somebody is smiling. The other person is not smiling. Maybe they're all faking it. Who knows, right? But what you just saw is real.
I'm sitting in the middle of this like, holy shit. Anyway, I hope you guys at least after the show can hug it out. I don't know if that's possible.
This one needs to get slapped.
Okay, we got to get you on. Anyway, guys, I hope you enjoyed this last segment. This came out of nowhere. This is live TV, ladies and gentlemen. I didn't expect that happening. But I hope you guys genuinely can figure this out after the show. No hard feelings. Understand where you're at. Natalia.
Shut up.
Final super chats. Let's get some winners, and we'll go to the happy ending, and we got to wrap up for today.
Okay, so I will
hit the like button, I beg. Hit the like button.
Let's see where to start. I'll start with the one on my screen right here. Being Cheeks, I never subbed to Angela or MLD, but Angela got my vote for the rose. Typical red pill guys never take accountability for the same way OnlyFans girls in their future. Then we have this
one. Well, anyone that's caught up in their emotions, they can't hold themselves accountable. Okay, they can't. They just can't. Okay, because they're caught up in their emotions. They're actively trying to be right. They're obsessed with being right, and they can't save themselves until that they have to finish that. They have to finish that course. Okay, and they have to hit that rock bottom, whoever that is, right? Before they can wait. It's not working. It's not working, right? That's true for all of us, you know. As soon as you can, the more you engage with this kind of conversations, the more you can catch yourself. Once you find yourself in a situation that it doesn't seem like it's going anywhere good, you just stop. You stop all type of shalaye, mansplaining. You stop it, because I promise you, if you stop, heaven is not going to fall out of the skies. I promise you. But your emotions are not able to tell you that. The emotions will basically tell you that, if you don't save yourself, you're ending up in hellfire right now if you're not right. It's the same reason why people end up in toxic arguments. You can't win. Nobody wins in an argument. If you haven't read the book How to Influence Friends and Win, How to Win and Influence Friends by Dale Carnegie, go read that book. It's a very good book to teach you this. Nobody wins in an argument. Promise you, okay? Nobody wins, okay? You might win the argument in the moment, short term, but you have another person resenting you, you didn't win, okay? Now, if it's a situation you don't care, like you absolutely don't care, sure, but you're probably short-sighted if you think you don't care, okay? You're probably short-sighted. Let's keep going.
One, Being Cheeks, have more enthusiasm reading the chat. I will. Then we have Full Weed Todd. Divorce is actually worse than average men. They end up lying in their cars and sitting on earth for men at 40. Self-destruction. Sorry, it was a little blurry when I took a picture. Then we have Redo.
Hold on,
Destiny.
guys. As we're doing this, production team, real quick. I know we're wrapping up. MLD literally has to go. He's not walking off. No. He said at 6 o'clock he needed to hard out at 6 o'clock.
He's walking off.
MLD, final words before you run off. I don't want to go out like this.
He's walking off.
Anything you would like to say before you do?
I got nothing to say.
Oh, come on, man.
My point.
Oh, butt hurts. Oh, my God.
Joey,
oh, Lord.
Let's make sure he gets out safely.
Damn, man.
Wow.
Oh,
anyway.
man.
And we're the ones that get our period.
Guys, I'm just listen, for the record, just so everyone's on the same page here, me and MLD are...
This one need to collect another slap. Listen, when your butt hurts like that, the last thing you want to be doing is doing like, just everybody know, just like, shut up! Okay? Shut up. Jesus Christ.
Cool. We've got zero issues. He's always been super respectful.
No,
but at the same time, you and I are also very cool. We've also been very respectful together. This is on you guys to address publicly.
This is the part where I say he's just making a point. It's just an argument on a panel. It wasn't disrespectful. Yeah, it wasn't disrespectful. Was it exactly? If it's not disrespectful, it's a compliment. Which one is it, right? It's, you call a woman, she's 40% overweight than she needs to be, too heavy, quote unquote, too heavy, right? Pick one, and so people can respect you for what you are, right? If they're not attracted to you, they at least can leave you alone. If they're not attracted to you, right? But you can't take the heat, huh? The kitchen was too hot. No, he wanted to leave before a year, right?
Privately, whatever. This is on you guys. For the record, I had no clue that any of this was gonna happen. It's great for TV, but not exactly what I wanted to happen with my show. But such is life. Anyway, guys, sorry about that.
Man.
If you're offended or enjoyed it, and you're an S&M type of person, fucking play out player. But me and MLD are cool, just so we're clear on that. Nat, go ahead, finish some super chats.
All right, we're done with that. Again, this is how it is in real life, right? The lesson I wanted to extract from that is that stop trying to use masculine, feminine energy to shame anybody. I guess it's working because people don't really know what it means. Everybody's busy trying. Oh, you're feminine. They take it as an insult. What do you mean I'm feminine? That's it, right? What do you mean I'm feminine, right? Why? Because I laugh too much? Why? Because I'm on the fence. I'm not holding my feet on a topic. I'm not picking a side. Is that feminine? Okay, knock yourself out. If that's what do you mean, right? Oh, you're too masculine. What do you mean I'm masculine? Right? Ask him, what do you mean? He probably would choke at that point in time. If you are able to maintain your cool, if you're a woman in our contest, if you're not triggered by somebody calling you masculine, there's a good chance it's not landing. Could land. It's not landing, right? But if you overreact to that, maybe they are right. Okay? Remember, it's not a crime. Okay? Maybe they're right. There's something that's triggering, is connecting. You can relate somehow, some way, right? But it's not really the dictionary meanings of masculine or feminine, but something connected. Somehow you agree with their definition of masculine, right? Whatever it means, but that's not what masculine. But you're triggered, right? There's a connect. It connects, right? Maybe it's just the meaning. You took it in as an insult. They meant to insult you, but you took it in as an insult. You need to address why you took that as an insult, why you're able to relate at that level. But if you're not able to relate and it kind of throws you off, it's kind of weird. You could be like, what do you mean, right? Let them explain themselves a little bit, All right. It's so funny that I was expecting him to walk off and he met my expectation. Realistic expectation. When a man is in that space and all he can do is insult women, there's a good chance he can't handle the heat in the kitchen when it comes down to it, okay? Or you might just block him at some point. You might kick him off yourself, But let me say, Ekene says, debating with a woman can't earn you nothing. Go debate with your fellow men. Women will always result in insult, shame, and the need to be right. I agree, but not the women part. Anybody that's caught up in their feminine energy, if you argue with them, it could be a man. They operate the same way. Okay, because feminine energy is chaotic, it's beautiful chaos, right? It's supposed to be beautiful, right? But if it's in a man, in our social construct, it's misplaced. Could it work? It can't work, right? Usually, it can't work, I'm not talking about alpha beta. I'm talking about the feminine energy. If he has a need to be right, if he's obsessed with the need to be right, that's anti-seductive. It deserves every energy that comes to him because he attracted it, literally. Okay, so it's misplaced feminine energy, not particularly feminine energy, but misplaced feminine energy. Okay, we all have feminine, masculine energy. That's a fact. He collected with the rep hill. Have the obsession to be right. The obsession to be right. It's anti-seducers in general. Could be a man or a woman. They are obsessed with being right. Okay, if they're not right, they can't sleep. They can't sleep. But yeah, let's do this, right? Let's get into, because we're about 1 hour 18 minutes in. We've covered 2 topics. We yet to get onto the main topics, right? So why don't we go ahead and get closer to the main topic? How about that, right? I'll be right back. All right, welcome back. Let's talk about really quickly, maybe in about a few minutes, 5 minutes or so. Let's talk about Judy and Yul Edochie. These people, the gift that keeps giving. But there was some story that came up over the last few weekends. You probably might have seen it. But I wanted to bring you guys up to speed. There was a story that came out about how she was able to attract him back. I don't believe anything about this story, but I just thought I'll bring some quick updates since we kind of covered that news here. Okay. Just in case you don't know who we're talking about Yul Edochie is one of the actors actors in Nigeria, and a little while back, about a year ago, he came out, decided to tell us how he was fantasizing about being a polygamist. And at the time, I said this guy is fantasizing. He can't really be a polygamist, Shortly after that, he just kept making the news. And we basically watched everything went down the drains. Unfortunately, that included one of his sons passed away in the spirit of that. Let me see here. That's Yul right there on the left hand side. Okay, and to the right hand side, he's a side chick who he's forcefully trying to turn to a wife, but she's had 2 kids for him now. So basically, he lost her son, the son that he had with his first wife, the lady in the picture with him, and then he went to Instagram and deleted everything, all of the pictures and stuff like that. Deleted everything, and then less than 2 weeks later or so, there's a video started to come on his pages on YouTube, on Facebook, of the side chick. What's her name? The lady in black, right to your right. A video started to come, and basically her celebrating that she's a winner. I'm a winner, right? She sang songs celebrating, thanking God, and all of that, right? And another video came out of them singing, "Oh, break my heart, tell me you love me again." Right? They were singing together in the car riding, and people were like, these ones are weirdos. You just lost a son. Are you mad? Your first son. Are you whining Jesus? Right? People started to ask, like, what is wrong with this guy? Are you whining Jesus? Right? People were like, this is crazy. A few weeks later. So now, one of the bloggers, Gist Lovers, came out with a story saying that basically, allegedly, reportedly, she called the side chick, Judy. She called Yul because it was morning, and he had reportedly reached out to her that, like, let's just stop everything for now. We're mourning and all this kind of stuff, right? And she said, well, my prophet would like to talk to you. This is Yul. This is Judy, the side chick, saying this. My prophet would like to talk to you. And it was like, well, it's not the time for that, blah, blah, blah. We're mourning. Let's just leave everything to lie be right now. This is the reports, right? But somehow they were able to get to him. They brought the prophet over to the house, and the prophet now said, well, your first wife is trying to delete you. Not only is she trying to delete you, she tried to delete your new son, because when he announced, remember I said he's a fake polygamist, he announced, basically said, well, he impregnated a side chick, she had a baby, and she's trying to force it into polygamy. That's what I see happening. That happens a lot. Majority of what we've called polygamy over the past few decades are basically side chick turned into wives. They never really come home, they live outside. Okay, that's usually the case. Okay, so there's a bunch of, in my opinion, our generation is cowards when it comes to polygamy. That's not how to practice polygamy. Polygamy means you, with your full chest, you say, hey, I'm marrying multiple wives, and everybody kind of know that's the lifestyle I want. But trying to flip a side chick to polygamy, a lot of people are pulling it off, let's be honest, but that's not what polygamy is. Okay, but anyway, the prophet came home and said, hey, this is what's happening, and when she tried to delete you and your new son with your side chick, it flipped back on her, and that's why she lost her son. And the story is saying that's how they were able to get him. So now he's actively trying to shame his first wife, and basically he's very angry. Remember, if you remember one of the times I covered here, I said, was it here on Auntie B Show? I said, this is anger. This is a man who has lost himself. There's nothing normal about a person losing their child just a few weeks ago, and now they're roaming around town, cruising with the side chick, celebrating, posting videos on YouTube, on Facebook. There's nothing normal. You remember I said that, like, this is there's something wrong here, right? Now the lesson I wanted to pull out of this is some of you that are very quick to believe everything spiritual. These are the kind of things it causes. Okay, I have close family members that are basically victim of this mindset. Okay, very close family members. Once a prophet tells you that this, that somebody is trying to buy, somebody's trying to delete you, you can't hold yourself together anymore, right? Because our belief system is so, like, we believe that, or at the very minimum it sows seeds of fear all over our heart, and we can't operate properly anymore, right? You start to have doubt. You're afraid because you believe so much. You're so disconnected from the agency that you have as a human being, the powers that you have as a human being. And the moment somebody says the prophet says somebody tried to delete you, even if you try to control, you can't control yourself anymore. You're just so afraid. You're afraid. You think that it's over. And if you don't believe it, the fear is just as powerful, right? That fear will eat you up, right? The extreme of it is what we're seeing right now with Yul Edochie, if the story is actually true, right? But the truth is that this is happening a lot in the Nigerian community, right? Once your pastor tells you something, you can't use your brain anymore, because the fear will get a grip of your heart and you just can't see through anymore. You know, what kind of life is that? Let's even say they're correct. Let's even say what they saw is the truth. Now you're living in fear for the rest of your life. Is that really a quality? Is that really a good quality of life to live? Just think about it, right? Just think, is that really a good quality of life? What's the point if you're going to live in this world and you have to look over your shoulder every second for the rest of your life? I can't trust. I have trust issues. Like, what kind of quality of life do you have with that? Weigh the two. Yes, I can't trust. Something tampered with because of some type of betrayal, with my ability to trust, right? But then living the life where I'm not able to trust. Think about it. We've got a serious problem in that society, right? You have to pick one. Like, even if they're correct, why would you want to live a life where you're just operating out of fear? A lot of the rhetorics that we have around relationships they're fear-based. That's why, regardless, they won't work. But let me get back to some of your comments. Let's look at your comments. That's basically the updates, really, right there. Again, once you subject yourself to some of this mindset, there's no coming back from it. It's very tough to come back from it. So I don't even know. I don't know if you can come back safely out of this. The damages are way too much. Okay, I doubt it. If it doesn't hit rock bottom, whatever that means for him, there's no coming back from it. Okay. Kenneth says, if Anambra or Igbo man tells you he's a polygamist, believe him. What about the result is creating? I believe him. The results are saying otherwise. The result is disconnected from the face. The result is creating is disconnected from the whatever he's fantasizing about is disconnected from the reality, you know. So I agree with you. I should believe him, but the result is saying otherwise. Yeah, she's not a side chick. She's his second wife. She's a side chick. Second chick. It's okay. It's not a crime Side chicks can have children, okay? But Yoruba people said, any be more funny, and that means if somebody had a child for you, they're no longer a concubine. But it's a proverb, okay? It's not necessarily the reality of things. That's why it's a proverb. That's why we call it a proverb, right? Yoruba sọ pé tí ọ̀rọ̀ bá sọnù òwe la fi ń wá. We use proverb to find meanings. We used to find meanings, right? That's what that's supposed to do. But the reality is still the reality. The result you are creating is still your result. If you're married a second wife and your first wife said, I don't want to be a part of it, that's your definition of polygamy. Yeah. They are not polygamous. They can manage 2 women at once. They are just cheats. Yeah, precisely. Let's just, you remember we like to call a spade what it is, right? So no. If you remarried, you're a divorcee, you remarried another person, we can't call that polygamist now. You know what I'm saying? Nah, go hard up. It's not hard enough. Or rather, they can't handle 2 wives at once. They sneak around like rats. Yeah, even I'll give it to him. He has a better, boldness. Like, let me just come to the public and flip this to a wife. It didn't work out. It's a struggle from everything we can see so far, A man told you he's a polygamist, you calling him a cheater. I don't know how that makes any sense. Yeah, I can't convince you it make any sense today. Not today. I'm waiting for that DM, by the way. Polygamy has ruined the African continent as a whole. Nothing good comes out of it. Polygamy, it depends. See, I won't say polygamy has ruined. I won't say polygamy has ruined anything. It's when you get into a type of relationship and there's disagreement. If we don't agree, there are people that practice polygamy successfully. There are, right? But we know that in our society, because we're trying to embrace westernization at the same time as traditionalism, there's a disconnect again. There's a disagreement. Could it work? It's not the fault of polygamy. It's that 2 human beings did not subscribe to the same thing and they're trying to force it to work. When there's division, a house divided against itself cannot stand. That's the issue, not necessarily the practice of polygamy. When you look at it at its core, that's what's going on. He paid a bride price, so that's his wife. Yeah, in that respect, we get that. But this is a man who is westernized, so nah. You can't. Again, the results are saying other things. Okay, think about it. Ekene, would you, God forbid, do you think a man who lost a son a few weeks ago and is now driving around town, is that normal? There's something off there now. Again, look at the results. Never mind the semantics. In that respect, you're right. How about that? You're right. Okay? The results is disagreeing that you're right. Okay? He said, Ojukokoro, long throat. Polygamy hasn't done Africa any bad. Monogamy has destroyed the West. Nope. You can't blame any of it. It's divided. The house divided against the division, right? Divide and conquer is what destroys stuff. There's no one type of practice. There's no one religion that's destroying anything. But when people disagree or when people are lukewarm in how they believe in a certain, when there's division, it won't work. No matter how perfect the practice is or the religion is, if there's disconnect, it's people that's destroying everything because they subscribe to one thing but they try to flip it to something else, right? It can't work, And if he comes and say, my wife doesn't want to participate in polygamy, but henceforth I'm going to have 3rd, 4th, 5th wife, then maybe I can take that in. But it's not that guy. He was cheating and he tried to flip it. When you were cheating and you go and pay bride price, you might just create this kind of results, okay? So it makes all the sense in the world. He was sneaking around with multiple women for a while. Then he was cheating with Judy for about 6 years. She's a glorified side chick, not a wife. Wahala. Ekene, let's do it like this. She's half a wife. Chinye, let's do it like this. She's half a side chick. Are we happy now? Let's see. A polygamist lets the first wife know what the deal is of the bae, not sneaking around. Impregnate a woman and paid bride price to have access to his son. I beg. Hey D, good to see you D. These are hello MOP and the Prestige fam. I hope I didn't come in too late. No, we didn't even touch the topics yet. We're about to get into the topic now. Here with my Jameson, Sprite and ice once again. Take it easy on the soda, eh? No sugar for you. Ekene says, you want to reject what our ancestors have set in place. I think we have rejected a lot of what our ancestors set in place by embracing technology at all. You know, by embracing technology at all. There's so many ways we've rejected it, you know. But it's the natural course order of things. I don't blame us for that. It's just how things work. Evolution, right? Or devolution, as you might like to call it. But change is the only constant in life. Polygamy is a man's need to continue his legacy. If you have a problem with it, go to God and our ancestors. Okay, if you say so. Yul has been cheating on his wife for years. What has May had to put up with because of marriage? Yul is a cheater. He has no concept of what being a real polygamist is. He can't undo one. Hey, Ola. Hey, Yvette. To be fair, a lot of our forefathers, they weren't exactly cheating because it was accepted largely by the society, but they weren't exactly planning to take on a second wife when they took one on. They were messing with another chick. A lot of times our mothers were aware because it's just accepted, right? There was no westernization. But then once, you get pregnant, it's like, it's time. Let's introduce you to everybody. After all, our society welcomes it. But once we start to get westernized, right? Men are now, a lot of men, majority of men, the last thing they want is a second wife. Okay, that's the last thing they want. I'm not talking about men in the red pill space or manosphere fantasizing online about polygamy. I'm talking about majority of men. Okay, the last thing they want is to be a polygamy. They might be more prone to cheating or messing with multiple women. That's a different conversation altogether. But the idea of bringing two women under the same roof, it's just not. It's not 1963. Like, what do you want me to tell you? Okay, that's just not. Wasn't the plan. Okay, and even when they impregnate people these days, maybe in the 90s, they will bring the side chick home and say, the sisters, the family say, let's just beg her, let's just apologize and say, Oriomo, maybe the person was looking for children, say, embrace each other, build together. Even back in the 90s, they still did that. As soon as we enter the 2000s, you have more men saying, I'm trying to deal with one woman, and you're asking me to deal with the second one. If I want to have side chick, I have side chick. What's with this multiple polygamy? That's the conversation. If there's any conversation, a lot of this is silent rules. Okay? If there's any conversation at all, right? But I think in the spirit of trying to force what is not into what it is, like forcing a what do you call it? A hole into a cycle into a square or vice versa. I don't know which one. But like, well, since they're still cheating and having multiple girls anyways, it's just in their nature. Let's flip it. There's division. It can't work. Okay? It can't work. On a general scale, it won't work. Okay? The best thing is that say, hey, I'm a polygamist. And you can say it at any point in time. You don't have to have said it in the beginning, contrary to what you said earlier. At any point that you've said, I decide I want to do this. It could be 6 years into your first marriage. You say, hey, I've decided I want to be a polygamist, And then your wife will say, well, I don't want to be a part of that. You're in Oyo. And then you can freely say, that's fine if you want to move on, but I'm going to marry another wife. And then I'm not going to stop at one at that point in time. And then at that point, maybe we can with full chest say we're back to what naturally we are, right? If that's what you claim. But it's just different times. I'm sorry. I know you're fantasizing about this. It's too far disconnected from the reality. Okay, I will agree with you on that. The way he went about it was childish, but he's a polygamist. I might concede a little bit too, but until he marries the third wife, which will now be officially the second. For now, no. We're going to leave it at that. My dear, it's been on for 1 hour, 28 minutes. I was late too. I will catch up. We're here. We're yet to cover the real story. You're just making excuses. There are many men who do not believe in that. Men for the largest part, they don't want polygamy. Okay, they don't. Not today's men. Okay. The process of becoming the second wife was through being a side chick. That is how you take a second wife. Yeah. On paper, I may even agree. Yes, it's a second wife. Until she actually files for divorce. On paper. But again, the paper stuff, it's just paper. I beg, leave a Kene alone now. Take it easy. Chie, me too. I joined late. Okay, we're here. Let's see. That don't believe in it. Those men that don't believe in it have their choice. That's separate from the tradition. But our tradition accepts polygamy, and there's nothing you and I can say about it. I have a question. Isn't tradition a moving target? I want you to answer that. Isn't tradition a moving target? As in, like, it's literally evolving right before our eyes, and it's changed quite a lot since the beginning of mankind. What you consider tradition today would people 2,000 years ago consider it tradition? Just a question for you. What your ancestors created years ago is wreaking havoc to our continent. We should be progressive and not retrogressive. Just like they used to fight twins in Igbo land, it has to be. It's not my opinion, it's a fact. Yeah, so for a fact, is tradition a moving target? Abi is being the same since the beginning of mankind. Just a question. Ola, how successful is successful? Good question. Let's be very frank with ourselves. Even with those who seem to be successful, there's still polygamous wahala. It's all a moving target. I guess you're talking about my question about polygamy has been destroying. Again, we have monogamy, 50% divorce rate. So what are we talking about? How do we define success exactly on a general scales, in a societal scale, right? It's all a moving target. It brings us back to individual by individual, right? The fact's not showing me that he's a polygamist. Ola, is it selfish of him not to take a year to mourn a son? Yeah. I'm saddened that he's not taking this time to mourn his first child. That's what I'm saying. A lot of what we know is lining up to be that there's something wrong. This has its results. These are its results, and we have to kind of look at that, right? Yeah. His family has completely fallen apart. That's not how polygamy works. Yeah, it's not polygamy or monogamy for it. It's how a man is moving, period. Like how he's moving. If he moved this way inside of monogamy, he will create the same result. If he moved this way in polygamy, he will create the same result. A man has to know how to precisely a man brings order into his own house, right? Order, structure, security. That's what I call masculine energy. It's his responsibility to do that. Everything else may be chaotic, but he's that one that everyone counts on to bring order and not perpetuating it, right? Polygamy is an avenue for a man to sustain his legacy. Nah. Polygamy and just recreation is not, or procreation is not the same thing. You're trying to make polygamy and procreation synonymous, and they're not. You know, a man, I see you guys are here battling with the kene. No, we're about to give me another 2 minutes. I just want to make sure I cover everybody's thoughts. A man can sustain his legacy by just marrying a wife. Marrying multiple wives and causing chaos in his family leaves a nyama legacy. Precisely. Especially in the world we live in today, is a man who has misplaced priorities, and usually, okay, because again there are societies and religion that still practice this, and they have a structure around how they go about this, right? So, yep, I believe what you have explained. Thank you, Jare Yvette. I appreciate that. Let's see. You do not need more than a wife. Everybody's a kid can handle all of you, I'm sure. We need link. Not yet. I might do a session. If we don't do links today, we'll do links tomorrow, I promise. Okay. So if the man is impotent, can the woman go get another? Hey, sign language. Let's see. Tradition is a movie target. This is not 1860. Wait till. Our tradition and all religions are moving targets. Thank you, Ekene. I knew it. I know you will agree with that. So again, what we're talking about here, right? But let's get into the real story of the day. Let's get into the real story of the day. See, me too, I was relaxing. I was enjoying it. Right? But good stuff. Shout out to all 40 of you listening to me. We're missing about 17 likes. If you can go ahead and hit the like button, and I'll be right back. All right, let's talk about Deria Jackson. Who is Deria Jackson? Deria Jackson is the wife of Deria Jackson. I'll give you a quick backstory, and then we'll get into responding to some of the stuff he had to say on the Dear Future Wife podcast. That will be the first episode of Dear Future Wife podcast that I listened to. By the way, that'll be the first that I listened to. I think I've seen some clips of him around the internet, but I haven't really had a chance to dive in. But I'm going to start paying attention to some of his interviews, but I think from what I've seen so far, he's doing a good job. And I think it's worth continue to look at that podcast and see some other part of the conversations that we can pay attention to. Okay. All right. So yes. I'm glad we're able to talk about. Let me see here. But welcome. Let's get into it. So before I get into this, I want to give you a quick backstory to how I got to know about Deria Jackson, and probably how many of you got to know her. She's the wife or ex-wife. I'm not sure if they finalized their divorce yet. She's the wife of Deria Jackson. Yep. Deria Jackson is a YouTuber. Who was popular for pandering to women. Okay. And I hate using the word pandering because I get accused of that sometimes. I too, like if you keep calling me something, I'm like, yo, what's with this pandering nonsense you're saying? Do you not like the truth? Can I hold you accountable as a fellow man? I be wearing any right? So, but it's usually men that don't like to be held accountable that use that term, But I'll be very, very honest with you. The first time I encountered this man, it was one of those short clips that was going around the internet. I didn't know his name. I didn't know who he was. This was gotta be about 3-4 years ago or so. Maybe up to 5 years ago, actually, Seth, But a side of what he would say will basically be, okay, it makes sense, right? Because it's using terminologies like boundaries, narcissism, intentionality, being intentional. He's using all these different terms, right? So a lot of people, when they hear those terms, and myself from back then too, when they hear those terms, they naturally gravitate towards he must be saying the correct thing, right? Like he's using big psychological terms. But you know me now. I critique all the way. I need to hear it doesn't matter how big your English is. I'm trying to hear your art. Like, what are you trying to say exactly, right? And the first thing for me was like there was a disconnect. I felt like, hey, he hears one side. He's talking about just one side of the story oftentimes, and it's usually just the woman's side of the story. And there's an active tendency to throw the man under the bus on a consistent basis, right? And that's a red flag for me, But we move, right? We just move. Like maybe he knows all the side of the story, because I'm usually watching maybe a few less than 1 minute of a video, but on a consistent basis there's probably something to it, right? But I don't know, less than 2 years ago or so, another blogger, YouTuber, Tasha K, basically came out with this expose exposing him as a cheater. Well, first of all, exposing that he's a married man, and then exposing that he's a cheater, right? Yeah, he was cheating with some random chicks and stuff like that. And then less than 48 hours later, this guy came out with the picture you're looking at right now, this video, and basically put his wife on the screen, and they were basically trying to speak to the public, try to control the narrative, and it didn't work, because if you look at the body language, she looks like somebody that didn't really want to be there. Does she look like somebody that wants to be on that screen? She looked like somebody that didn't want to be on that screen, right? Not only that, what is going on in this area? Like, what's the bonnet, the sweater, right? Excuse me for the struggle streaming right now. I don't know what's going on with the struggle streaming, right? But you could tell that she didn't want to be there. Okay, she didn't want to be there. Basically say, yeah, I cheated. We've been working on it. I was like, oh nah, this is looking worse than we thought, right? It's not exactly the words he was using. It was the vibe of the video. Everything about the video says, this guy is a liar.
Stop the cap.
He's a liar.
Why the fuck you lying? Why you always lying?
Right? But again, hey, he was holding himself accountable. But if you look at the woman's body language, I'm like, oh my god, this guy go collect in their private life, in the privacy of their home. Yeah, it's not going to work out like that. People are not just gonna wake up and say. Now, if you remember, a few days ago we were talking about. I asked you ladies that are in the chat. I said, which one do you think is worse, the cheating or the embarrassment? A lot of you were capping big time and saying it's the cheating. It's the cheating. Eventually, we got to
Stop the cap.
Eventually, we got to a consensus. The worst thing you can put a woman through, in addition to cheating on them, right? Cheating is just as bad. The worst thing you can do is create additional embarrassment for them. Even though I'm sure he didn't put a gun to her head to come and sit down, but you might as well do that. If you are a manipulative person, if you have controlling behavior and you say, all this will go away, let's just sit down and talk about it, let's just tell the whole world, and you and I can go to therapy right now. We could go to therapy, right? Well, people like him and myself, it's very hard to get us to go to therapy because we know too much. I'm being honest with you. If my wife comes to me for we need therapy right now, I will literally put on my intentionality hat and say, thank you, Jesus. This is an opportunity. She's going to tell me something that is completely in my blind spot. That takes a lot of humility on my part. Because honestly, I probably will get there. She'll be saying a lot. I will be trying to pull myself out of psychoanalyzing the counselor. And it's a very bad place to be when you know a lot. It's better to not know so much, because at least you're willing to receive. So I have to be extremely intentional and say, no, this person's trying to tell me something about myself that I can't see. It's a very difficult thing to get people like this guy to go to therapy. Extremely difficult. Pride is nobody's mate. Yeah. Pride is a bastard. Pride is a bastard. I'm telling you, pride is a good thing in certain respect, right? Being proud of who you are. But when it's misplaced, yeah, he put his wife on the spot, basically, So that's the backstory. But for the first time, the wife is coming out to speak, okay? Since that time, she would show up on Instagram doing all kind of madness, craziness. She looked like she was completely out of her mind and things like that, you know. And you know, I saw this yesterday. I was like, oh, we got to. Oh, shout out to Natu. She shared it with me as well. That we have to talk about this. She looked dowdy. Meanwhile, he was cheating, liar. After women who were nicely attired. Kenneth says she was one of the many women he had for rotation in college. Yes, we're getting to that part of the story. On that last episode that we had, where we were talking about the other stuff, the cheats and all that stuff. What is accepted by society is not just men that did it. It takes both men and women to call something a society and accepted in general scale. There's a lot of enabling behavior, right? And I know that, you know, there's a fine line. You don't want to victim shame, but you don't want to call it out for what it is. On all sides, it takes a lot of enabling to make certain behaviors stand the test of time. Either you're calling it cheating, behavior, controlling behavior, or insecurity. It takes a lot of enabling energy on all sides to make it happen. Okay, and you're gonna find that a lot in this story. That's what Ekene is speaking to, you know. And but yeah, let's get to it. Let's get to some of that video, and then we'll take it from there. I'm gonna start from there. You go, right there.
19. When I knew I wanted to form an LLC.
Pay some bills. Pay some bills. All right, let's get to it.
And so I still kind of include that in childhood trauma. So
it's been an interesting thing with this season of the podcast. It's like almost every woman that has sat down on this couch during this season have dealt with sexual trauma, sexual assault, rape.
Yes.
It was a statistic that I read that was 1 in 5 women have dealt with sexual assault, and then now they said there's probably 1 in 3 or something. Like
all right, so I don't want them to talk too much about the word that rhymes with the fruit grape, so I'm going to fast forward from there. But the gist of that is that she was she went through sexual assault at the age of 19. Okay, while she was in college. She was an FICO. She was a straight A student, and they actually met in the same class, you know. So I wanted to push through that really quickly, and then we'll move forward, and then let's get to
have to experience that.
Yeah.
Because I don't know how I would have reacted and responded.
You know, it's hard. It's hard when you have girls, and a lot of times it happens with people that you know and that you trust, right? So my abuser is somebody that I know or knew. And so your guard is automatically let down. It's not something that you can anticipate. So it's like, okay, you're doing the right thing, asking the questions where you're at, what you're doing. But sometimes you have to be like, I don't care who it is, uncle, brother, cousin, grandpa. If you feel uncomfortable at all, I need you to let me know so then we can address it, you know. So
again, thank you for sharing that. Yeah. So you met your husband at what age, and how'd y'all meet?
At 19, we met in business calc class at Tuskegee University.
Hold on.
Tuskegee.
So you met him shortly after your rape experience?
I did.
3 weeks after.
3 weeks.
3 weeks after
I met him.
They met. Okay, I'm just moving forward. If you want to watch the full video,
so
it's called the Dear Future Wife Podcast, something like that.
How did it transition from you being his tutor to him tutoring you in some things?
She was his tutor. Did you get that part?
That is good. That's good. I did get I got schooled, okay, for years. No, we after the tutoring, we were having conversations nearly daily. Like the first 3 days, it felt like I know him for my whole life.
Yeah.
And literally, we were on the phone, sleeping on the phone, like those first 3 days, having all kinds of conversations. And it was like, oh my gosh, I've known you all my life. This is a fairy tale.
This is how it starts.
I love you. You know, like when are we getting married and having kids? Like it was all
were you
of that.
Thinking this, or were you saying this?
all of the
y'all were talking about marriage and stuff.
Not necessarily marriage, but it was definitely.
You might as well talk about marriage.
I like you. Like I've known you my whole life. Like, this is so easy.
Yeah.
Like, where have you been?
Yeah.
Like,
So
this is right here in this
19
moment.
years old.
Yes.
So tell me, right? If you're having this, you just met somebody for the first time and you're having these vibes, butterflies in your stomach, yes, including men, right? Are you able to see red flags in this zone? Are you able to? Well, some people are, but usually those people have gone through some things, right? So they have their guards up. But when somebody's able to make you let your guards down, right? Are you capable of seeing red flags? Let's be honest. I know you want to be intentional. You should just check everything. People should check before they go into marriage and all this. Majority of people are going to say I do, and they don't know what they're doing. All of them. Okay, all of them. But probably more like most. Okay, most people that say I do, they don't know what they're doing, and that's okay. That's not a crime. The point of me saying that to you is that understand that when you do get married, that's when the work starts. Okay? And the work is a good thing. The work is not negative. Everybody else try to make it sound like it's a negative thing. Okay? When I say that's where the work starts, that's when the real growth starts. Okay? It doesn't start before. You're not capable of doing the work before. You can't. You're a human being. You're in love. Where have you been all my life? Everything feels so right. We didn't have to talk about marriage. I just feel like I belong here for the rest of my life. That's the point. It feels like that in that moment. You're in love.
Where have you been all my life? Exactly. All the 19 years of my existence.
Exactly. All 19 years of my life. I miss you. I love you. This is what, and so it was great. It's pure ecstasy and
pure ecstasy.
So from there, we spent pretty much every day together.
Let me see. Yvette says he's a master manipulator. We know that today. But when they were 19, was he a manipulator? Who was manipulating who? I wonder who is manipulating who. You said he. You must mean he was manipulating. Maybe it was, right? But most people that will end up with a person that actually grew, they grew together, they became better. They might have gone through moments where somebody came off as manipulator, right? Or they were actually a manipulator, right? But what she's saying so far right now sounds pretty normal to me. Most people that will end up marrying a person in their 20s, they will go through this. It's just what it is. They don't know anything about life, right? Let's keep going.
And about 1 month after just
in a relationship,
we got to tone it all the way down.
Okay, we're going to.
All right, let's go back. This is very important.
I got married. So you're 28 years old, and
so they were together for 9 years, 9 whole years before they actually got married. 19 to what, like 27, 28. All right, that's what they're talking about right now.
Y'all were in a committed relationship. Were there any infidelity or cheating during that 9 years?
I can't really say commitment is a big word, so let's tone
in
that
hindsight
down a little bit. Commitment is a big
word.
word.
We got to tone the word commitment down.
We do.
Y'all's in a relationship.
We got to tone it all the way down.
Okay, we're going to tone it down to Danae. What we're going to call it?
So we're going to call it a situation.
Situationship.
We was in a situationship for a long time.
So y'all never. So when y'all after 3 days in love, y'all didn't say let's make it official.
We were technically official.
They were 19.
There was a lot of on and offs again. Right?
They were 19. Okay. He was 19. She was 19. He's a few months older than her. Or actually, was she older? I think she might have been older than him. 19 months. 19. So. At 19, be honest, you and I, when we were 19, we really thought we had arrived. We know everything about this world, right? You can't tell us nothing, right? We knew what is there to not know at 19. We literally have 19-year-old teaching grown men how to do relationships online right now today. What? We have, I'm telling you, 19. We don't know anything at 19, but yet you felt like you knew a lot. He's 5 months older. Thank you. No, he wasn't. But she let her guard down, and he took advantage of it. I would say, I think you're speaking from what we know today. Okay. I think they were just being 19 years old. Okay. They were just being 19 years old, because many people will have this experience, right? And every time you fell for another 19-year-old in college that you were tutoring, it's like I can look at your statement and be like, oh, don't let them take advantage of you. I don't know. I'm just trying to go with the timeline, Sha. You know, based on what we know today, he's definitely a manipulator, right? But I'm not sure if he started at that time. In fact, if you listen to this podcast very well, she was a hell of a manipulator. She was just as bad, if not worse. If you listen properly to this podcast, okay? And she was owning it too. That's what I appreciated the most about this podcast. Let's continue.
Right. In that, so that's why I say when we talk about commitment, we got to tone it all the way down. We got to go back to the elementary.
She's basically admitting like we were not committed, we were on and off, a lot of on and off, right? You know what a lot of women would do nowadays? They'll say, no, based on how I feel today, I'm going to translate all the way back to he wanted to manipulate me from the beginning. He told me they will only remember the moment where he was also saying, oh, I love you, you're gonna be here, we're gonna be here together. She's not saying that. She's saying, listen, tone all that commitment stuff all the way down. Like, nah, listen, I brought a lot of issues into that situationship. It's more so. Not only that, it's a 9-year period. People as a lot they were held hostage for 9 years. She could have easily said, well, he held me hostage for 9 years and I was there for a long time. She said, listen, it was a lot of in and outs. It was a situationship. Not only that, many people were involved in the situation. Let's continue. Well, not on our part, but she's owning it, right? That has to be refreshing. Let's continue.
Level of the word, and I'm here for it.
And then what happened?
Well, years later, I was still dealing with the effects of it, because I never really like confessed to setting him up until like way later. Like,
so you and Fabian never did nothing?
No.
So while they were doing the on and off relationship thing, she set him up with another dude that she tried to basically, we said that here, when women cheat, oftentimes they're just being vindictive. When a woman is being vindictive, may God help you, because she can't win that game. So, and she tried to do that, but she actually did not sleep with the person, and she mentioned the fact that the person has actually passed away, and but she didn't own up to it. So she was, wouldn't you consider that manipulation? I'm asking, is that manipulation when you're not really cheating, but you're acting like you're dealing with somebody else in order to make him jealous so he can act right? Manipulation doesn't work. Do you consider that manipulation? Ladies, I'm asking. At 19, we thought we knew it all, but we didn't know jack shit, right? Why is it always a man's fault? You say things like women are not manipulative, they are this innocent. Not to an Ekene in the chat. I will agree with Ola. She was, and she owned it. Can they come down? Every human is capable of being manipulated. Wahala. Anyway, let's keep going here. But that's not what you were saying. You put all the blame on men. Listen, I tell you, on this platform, we'll bring the blame down to the individual. It could be a man, it could be a woman, right? I appreciate that she's holding herself accountable. Yes, that's what I am getting a lot from this video. Like, when we went into that video, let's be honest. Let's all be honest. Both men and women, because men don't appreciate Deria Jackson because they think he panders to women. The men are celebrating the downfall of Deria Jackson, which I think is weird. I do think that's weird, right? I think celebrating the downfall of men is, that's weird, But they're celebrating because they thought it was pandering too much, and they're like, yeah, we told you that nigga's a simp. right? But what we went there to see is like we wanted to see a woman that would completely say, yes, he was manipulative. I did nothing wrong. Men have been victimizing me all my life. Because number one, I was, a victim of, sexual assault. Number two, this man came into my life, saw my weak points, and took advantage of it. Let's be honest, that's what you went there to go and see. Isn't it refreshing to see a woman say, yeah, I was a victim, but here's the role I play. She didn't really throw herself under the bus, but you could see that she wasn't there to throw him under the bus exactly. He was the one who asked for divorce, by the way. Okay, but I know what the extremes sound like when I hear it, right? And the truth is never in the extreme, ever, never in the extreme. Humans just don't work like that, Let's keep going.
No,
y'all ain't kiss, y'all ain't do nothing.
No.
And so you just kept that lingering for years as if y'all really did something.
Yes, I wanted Derek to feel all of it.
And so what did he catch you doing? Just walking out of his apartment one day?
I honestly, I don't know what he really caught me doing. He never really told me what he caught me doing, but I know that he's at least seen us doing some racing. I know he's seen us maybe like going to like a meetup point and all of that. So
he never confronted you about that and was like, I know you cheating on me with Fabian.
Not in college. No, that wasn't.
That was in college
when we were dealing with unpacking that. And then he was like, you were cheating on your husband. And I was like, okay. Maybe I was emotionally cheating. Okay, I'll give you that. In college, 9 years before we ever got married. So I didn't cheat on my husband, but it was like.
Wait. All right, emotional cheating, right? I didn't cheat on my husband, but I cheated her. Well, she's right about that. But when a man finds himself in a space where he has to, ask, are you cheating on me? Did you cheat on me? Oh boy, it's too late. At that point in time, even if she tells you she's not cheating, will you believe there's something? You saw something. That's you're feeling something. Like maybe you didn't see something. You're feeling something that's making you feel like she's cheating. Yeah, in that space already if you ever find yourself in that space, it's bad. You need to engage wise counsel at that point. Okay, it's bad. The damages are great at that point in time. Even worse, because the last thing a man will fathom is a woman cheating on him. He just really never sees that coming. The way men, I know ladies you're not going to understand this, right? The way men, it's like the world is about to end, okay? All right? It's the worst thing that can, to women too, but I'm just letting you know, okay, it's not tit for tat. Let's leave it alone, okay?
Cheated on your husband while we're in marriage. I'm like, no. You can't use that because we weren't married at the time, so. Did
you have an emotional affair with old Fabian? Did you like him?
No, I did not. I was dealing with some severe heartbreak, like the things that I seen Derek doing with other women at the time, and I was really attached to him. And then you have to think I was
attachment
rape trauma.
Yep.
And so I never dealt with, that I never talked to anybody about, and so there was a lot of turmoil that
you're not that late,
just
a little bit. We're just getting started.
Fabian is this guy that I'm trying to be with. I'm thinking, how am I going to get this guy back? But then at the same time, I don't want him to
lose him. Yep.
But
you want him to feel the pain, but don't lose him.
Right. And it's like, what?
But then you're not even speaking up about what you saw.
Exactly, right? So these are all the issues that I brought into the relationship. Lack of communication.
And the fact of not speaking up was the same thing that you practiced when you were sexually assaulted.
Exactly. So it carried over, and I didn't realize the power of not speaking about the rape trauma.
All right, she's talking about that. Now, here's the thing. This, I told you, even my own wife, it's an issue, okay? That we've had to learn how to manage, not speaking up, right? You're going through something, you're not speaking up. Essentially, she went through his phone multiple times and found him having sex with a bunch of women, Okay, the worst thing, the worst situation you ever want to find yourself is in that kind of situation. Yeah, you will just think about writing something on a paper that you're never able to erase ever again for the rest of your human experience. You will never be able to erase those pictures, that motion picture, out of your head. Right now, had that together with a personality who, for whatever reason, it could be trauma-based reasons, it could be personality-based reasons, you don't speak up. You just deal with everything because you don't want to come off as weak. You don't want to come off like you're attacking him. You don't want to offend him again, or you don't want to mess up opportunity to find out more information. Yeah, it's not gonna be good, right? Especially if you're a person, the husband is a person who is basically practicing what he doesn't preach. He was actively preaching to women. Women were eating it up like Indomie. Actively, telling women what they want to hear, right? Telling women what 700,000 subscribers he built off of this, right? Just telling them what they want to hear, right? Never assessing the situation from the standpoint of like, auntie, you think all men are wicked. You might just be the wicked one. Let's do proper assessment. I don't think it's wickedness for the most part. I think a lot of people are operating from a place of weakness. But you don't want to hear nothing. You just think they're wicked. Let's make sure you're not the wicked one. There's never a moment, right? So of course, what do we know about these online platforms? If you're an echo chamber where everybody is repeating the same talking points, you grow faster because you will attract more people that just want to, misery loves company. It is what it is, right? And that's fair. It's a fair game as far as I'm concerned. I take my time here. We're at 2,600, almost 2,600 subscribers. We're taking our time. We'll get to 200,000 subscribers when the time comes. Okay? But what we're not going to do here is build an echo chamber, individual by individual level. What did you do first? Let's start with you're a human being. You're not perfect. You're too far from it. That's an understatement. I'm looking for other ways to say you're not perfect. Right? But what was he doing? It was just, right? So he's a husband to this kind of person. So there's a ton of resentment. They're like, oh, you do this, you tell them this. I'm not sure if we'll get to that point later. You tell them this. Do you believe in all the stuff you're saying online, right? You will basically, I've been through that situation before. Let me be honest with you. My wife has asked me before, like, oh, so you know how to advise people, right? Yes, I went through that. I can tell you, listen, soon you'll start to see a bunch of testimonials. I'll tell you how many people I've helped in terms of relationship and stuff like that. Yet, it's so near me, like I said, like the poop was smelling on myself, my own self. And my wife is looking at this one. This one is mad. Like, you know how to advise people, right? It's a bad situation to find yourself, because guess what? She's going to be questioning herself. She's going to be questioning herself and say, is this something wrong with me? Everybody thinks it's perfect. Everybody thinks it's a man who knows all this stuff, and they don't really know him like that. And she's pissed off. Oftentimes she's pissed off. Often in one side of things, she's pissed off at you. In the other side of things, she's questioning herself. Low self-esteem, low self-worth, right? Nothing good is going to come out of the combination of what I just described. Nothing good, right? And it's a very difficult situation. These are just human beings trying to get through life. Yeah.
All fake. All fake names.
All fake names.
Okay. So
you will watch him have sex with Sue.
Yeah. And
Ekene says he's a simp. I think you should put that in all caps so I can, so you can let me know that, tell me how you really feel, Ekene. Let's see here. I beg, who is this lady? Is this Deria Jackson's wife? Yes, D-Love, that's her. Yep. I see you all about that woman code. What's women code? What is women code? What is that? We have code as human beings, if that's what you're talking about. There's a way I speak to the gentleman to get them to receive the message, right? Yes, there is code, and it's a real part of life, and you better be speaking in code to a large extent, because if you don't, your message won't land. How useless is that to just be talking and your message won't land? Just think about that for a second, right? D Love, yes. So Kasala Boss, you need to catch part 1 and part 2 of this interview. It was really deep. I haven't seen part 2 yet. We're going to take our time because we have to get to TIAMIYU today, right? No, I'm not, sir. You don't even know me. I am all about you're talking to Natu about the code stuff. All right, you're Natu. My boo, help me see Rodo. Wahala. Man, this is traumatic, man. It's a lot. Kinimosa, what did I say? What did I say? Let's continue.
And Sue and Jane and Jade and Sheila. That's a thing, right?
She's trying to avoid mentioning names. Let's jump forward a little bit.
Abortions before.
I'm going to let you in on the.
She said what she was actively saying just now is that she had multiple, the A word, baby deletions. Basically, she had multiple baby deletions. Okay. Before they decided to retain one about 9 years into when they were doing their on and off, right? Everybody kind of pictured the situation like, oh, he cheated, he manipulated. But the truth is that she said, listen, I was a part of that. Essentially, right? But she decided on that last one that she wasn't gonna have a baby deletion. Let's keep going.
Dealt with me, and I was like, Lord, if you save me from this, I'm not going to ever do this again. Got pregnant. I was like, I can't go back on my word, Lord. I don't want you to kill me. Yeah. But so I started, okay, I got to figure out what I'm doing with my life. And then I started getting a little bit more serious. Like, what are we doing? He was still doing, stuff with other girls. I knew about it, so I did still participate in some sexual activity and all that.
I knew about it. I still did participate, right?
Knowing that he was with other girls.
Knowing that he was still with other girls. That's not self-guilt. There's a difference between self-guilt and self-accountability, right? Self-guilt is destructive, right? Self-guilt, the way it shows up is it makes you resent the other person. Self-guilt actually has a tendency of still making you blame other people, okay? It's really self-guilt that's going on, but it's just easy to point fingers at the closest thing around. Usually that's the person that you are sleeping with, okay? Yoruba people say, anybody right? It's easier to just point fingers at everything else but self, right? All of us, So it takes a lot of humility to say, wait, I participated. That phrase is a powerful phrase. It's you literally re-engaging your power. Listen, some things happened, but I participated. That's a powerful position to be in. It's a very difficult thing to do. As a willing participant. But it did start to take a toll on me mentally and emotionally because I'm pregnant, right? So there was a lot of women involved in that time. And it was in that time that I had a conversation with his mom, and I was like, listen, I don't have another 7 years to give him. I'm trying to figure this out, and like, I want to be with him, I want to do this, but I don't have another 7 years to give him, so he has to figure out what he wants to do. And then shortly after that, I'm getting a call from my mom, and she's like, I just got a call from Derek asking me for your hand in marriage. I thought you were not in a relationship. I was like, we're not. We're doing this co-parenting thing, Do you see that small smile that came on her face, remembering that moment?
And she was like, okay, so what are you going to do? And so I actually knew about the engagement, which she didn't know about, but I actually knew about the engagement and all that because my mom told me about it. She was asking me these questions because she was like, I thought you weren't in a relationship. And I'm like, we're not. And so I had to figure out, okay, he's being serious. He called my mom.
Did that make you excited? How'd you feel?
I was so excited because I'm like, he called my mom. My mom and him, like, they don't
They don't mess with each other.
No. And so he humbled himself. He called my mom and asked for my hand in marriage.
She did a hand gesture. He called my mom.
It's meant to be. Absolutely. So excited. And so, yes, I was so excited about it.
To be.
Yes, he called my mom. He don't even know what that means, right? He called my mom. They don't even get along, first off, like that. So that meant a lot.
Why didn't they get along?
I left my phone in his car.
Listen, did you see the excitement on her face? Just basically reliving that moment of him. Now let me ask you a question. Do you think he meant it? Why do you think he proposed? He had many other chicks going on, okay, at the same time. That's not new, ladies. Let's not pretend at this point in time. Listen, that's not all the way through for everybody, okay? But let you know, men have when you get picked, you literally got picked, okay? Because there were options. Especially if you're dealing with a good-looking man, there were options either on the sidelines, either they were official, either it was just chatting them on the side. You got picked, right? Did you say, hey, since you have these other people going on, I don't want to be picked? Is that how that worked? I'll be that one that's abuse cap.
Stop the cap.
Did you enjoy being picked? When he finally decided, for whatever reasons, even you're pregnant, people get pregnant, they say, well, we're just going to have baby out of wedlock, right? Is that one of the reasons? Is the pregnancy is one of the reasons why he decided to propose, right? Well, he only proposed because of pregnancy. Well, you don't think pregnancy is a powerful thing? You don't think a man being able to procreate, continue his legacy is a big deal? You don't think that's a big deal? You don't think that's a big enough deal for someone to want to create a family with you? Abi, we're still doing the woke thing where, you should never stay because of the children. Children are powerful. Okay, it depends on how you look at it. Okay, one thing, man must buy because of one thing. However way you want, it's a terrible idea to stay because of the children. You're right. Okay, you're right.
You're right.
But if I agree, if that's the only reason, I think in this time and age, I think it's just going to backfire. I agree. But I think a lot of people saying that too are big cap. Children are powerful. If children are able to make you stay to the point where you're able to figure things out so you can actually have a beautiful relationship, which there are many people with tons of testimony, they were only staying a little bit longer because of the children. But eventually they figured something out. They were able to build a solid relationship. There is now empty nest. The children are gone, but they're still together. And there you are. You are being woke. You are saying it's always a terrible idea. Are you thinking this all the way through? I bet this is just another woke moment for you. I be telling you, take it easy on this talking point. Take it easy. Let's see. Ola, woman's code means when women don't criticize each other for their bad behavior. I see more than enough women women are very, very tough on each other. They're vicious. Have you ever heard have you ever heard that women are just, it depends on what you're talking about, Sha. You know, it depends. But I've seen enough circumstances where I'm like, that's your fellow woman now. Take it easy. That makes if you're trying to hold women accountable on a particular topic, and it turns like women side each other because they realize you're throwing women under the bus, it only makes sense for them to save each other, right? Because now you become the enemy. It's us against him, right? So I see where you can easily bring in women's code there. But typically when you look at the outside of this type of conversations, women are not that friendly to each other. Have you ever heard women say, I don't really have women friend like that. Most of my friends are men. Have you ever heard that before? Oh, if you are around enough women, you will hear it. Oh yes, it's a very common saying, you know. Therapy is helping her a lot, and I'm happy for her healing journey. It's awesome. She took the time before she did an interview with anybody. That is awesome. That's something you don't see. It's very, very rare to see that, you know. The I want out of them all syndrome. Yes, D. You know, she's glowing and you can tell she's healing well. Super happy for her after all that public humiliation. Yeah, I see that too. I like her honesty. I believe her. Most women will never be dishonest at all. Yeah, you're generalizing. But I think most people are not honest. Yes, and I'm not trying to balance. People are not honest. People are fucking liars. Did I tell you that before? That people are liars, right? They're not necessarily knowingly lie, but they just lie because it feels better.
Why the fuck you lie?
Okay? Ah, yeah. This is Man of Prestige. Don't forget that, Kenny. This is the Man of Prestige platform. Right? I agree with you on that. This is her healing process. Yep. I really love the fact that she wasn't playing the victim and straight threw him under the bus. I mean, think about it. We're literally 42 minutes into the conversation and she hasn't thrown him under the bus. In fact, some people might say, why are you throwing yourself under the bus? Hold him accountable. Let's hold him accountable. There is no power in that. That's weak. Because everyone else will do exactly that. They hold everything else accountable but self. That's the easiest thing to do in the world. You know, she basically opened her own nyash with all her flaws for us to see and learn lessons from. Yep, I agree. I definitely stayed longer because of the kids, but I eventually left because of the kids and the unhealthy environment. Yeah, kids are powerful. Sometimes it's at some points you have to back off from that situation. It's just not going to work, right? But sometimes they were just that little bit push that you needed for you to stay longer to say, hey, or for the other person to say, hey, let me treat the mother of my kids a little bit better, or let me see my own flaws. Let's make this work for these kids. It's not really the kids. At the end of the day, it's really for you because you don't really do nothing for your kids. There is a sense of ownership. There's a sense of significance that you get from doing anything for your kids. At the end of the day, it still comes down to you're doing it for you. Let's continue here.
When I first met him and he called her and that conversation didn't go well. So ever since then, it's just been like a battle between them, and I've kind of been in the middle of it, and it created a lot of anxiety in the relationship. So I actually isolated from my family a little bit and just kind of was doing my thing, being grown,
isolated from the family.
And so
that was a bad idea.
You get a tip that he's going to propose. How did he propose?
All of our family was there. All his family was there. My mom and my brother flew in, and we had like a little housewarming party because we had just moved into a
let
new
me give
house.
This brother his credit.
And,
so y'all got back together then. So after the tip off, how did he come back around and say, hey, can we be back together?
So my lease was up in my apartment, and so we were actually technically still off, but I didn't have anywhere. I'm like, if my lease is up, I'm not about to renew it, so I'm either going back to Denver or I'm coming to stay with you. I want you to be here for the baby's birth, and it was right around the time that she was going to be born, so we need to figure this out. So I ended up moving in basically with him in the house that he was in, and we never really officially said like we're back together. It was just like
so there's a lot of people doing the silent thing. They're back together, but it's silent, you know. And you were kind of back together, but you know, I don't want to mess it up. Let's not give it a name, right? People will say let's not label it, right? People are trying to do that with marriage these days. Don't do marriage with the state. You know, that's all of that is fear-based. Nothing good comes out of fear-based moves. In the grand scheme of the society, you're probably going to hurt yourself. Okay? You're probably just going to hurt yourself. Probably going to hurt yourself. You might protect yourself, successfully protect yourself on paper, financially. But in terms of being able to actually attract love and a quality life, And unfortunately, life is really feelings and emotions. Your feelings and your emotions, right? Especially when you're actively justifying it with logic, especially in that space. Life is the feelings, is the experience. That's just the reality. No matter how much you try to force to be this machine that's always thinking logically, you're not a machine. You're a human being like the rest of us, right? So if you're going to be intentional at all, you need to respect emotional intelligence. Okay? You need to respect emotions. I don't mean operate out of your emotions, but respect the presence of it at all times, 100% of the time, and engage emotional intelligence as a lifetime student. Outside of that, you could just collect, because the rest of the human beings you're dealing with, they're not machines. Even if you are successful with becoming a machine, the other people you're going to deal with, they're not machines. They will oftentimes be caught up in their emotions. There's something in it for them at an emotional level. If you're disengaged from that, if you're not able to connect with that, yeah, it's going to be bad. Okay? You will end up in McDonald's by yourself.
You will end up in McDonald's.
All by yourself. Okay? All right, let's continue.
You know, so there's never a conversation like, yes, we're doing
we
this.
go together, circle yes or no.
It was just like we
go together.
And
yes
so
or no.
That's how that happened. And then I got the call and I was like, okay, we're together, and we're rolling with that. And if
with photo
all
virus,
right,
you can
pay some bills there. Let me see. Ola, they don't in front of men. I agree with you on that. They do in front of men. If they feel like you're throwing women under the bus, once they can engage that, they will, precisely when they feel like you're throwing women under the bus, you collect. Okay? And that's what you mean by women code. I think it's fair. It's realistic. Let's get back to
give
this.
him a pass to cheat on you.
essentially, like so me bringing up
wait.
Accuse you of infidelity to give him a pass to cheat on you.
Essentially, like so me bringing up all these things and then him feeling or accusing me of having this relationship with the trainer, which I did not have, but allowed him basically like, okay, I'm being like in his mind.
But she was playing games.
I'm being unappreciative. But he's done all this changing and actually asked for me to marry him, and here I go, just bringing up all this stuff from the past. And
so she's saying just before they got married, they went to counseling and they basically brought up all the issues they've had over the last 9 years since they met, and basically was dragging him woto, and a lot, and then they still forcefully go into marriage, right? That is what it is.
Would you say he was on his best behavior during that time?
Define best behavior. Okay, so if we're talking about, so we have to define best behavior.
Okay, we're going to define it as not messing with other women at this point.
No.
Okay, we're going to have to define that too. Okay, so listen, I'll put it this way.
This is the content creation part.
Were there women that he had still had contact with in some way, that he's had a sexual relationship with or some sort? Those people were always there. He was always constantly having at least a minimum a dialogue with them.
Okay.
Like if they were friends.
And was it discussed that he would no longer have those?
And if you know anything about what we know about Deria Jackson, he probably wasn't just friends with people, man. That guy was doing it.
With people in whom he had sexual relationships with?
No, so that wasn't discussed until after I left the marriage for 8 months. That wasn't discussed until after that. So, but going into marriage, no, there was not really a dialogue about like, hey, all these
it's the silent thing
that you've had a relationship with.
Let's just pretend like life is perfect.
Like, all of them need to cut out. You ain't no friends. There was no dialogue about that. I didn't have any boundaries or barriers.
I didn't even know what that was.
I didn't even know what a boundary was.
Exactly.
Like, what is that? I didn't have any standard
Mm-hmm.
or like
Standards.
I didn't know that was a thing that you can actually request, or not even request, that you implement. You know, so yeah, I had there was none of that. So was there people that he had at least at minimums a conversation with that he has had sex with or has some type of dealings with? Those people had always been there at minimum in conversation form. As far as having a sexual encounter, to my knowledge, there wasn't a whole lot going on. But then again, not too long after our marriage counseling, premarital counseling failed, he met up with
Don't be saying no
a
names,
relative.
Danae.
I wasn't.
Okay.
I was bridling. I was thinking.
Met up with Shaniqua Thomas.
Right,
And,
a relative in well, it's supposed to, like a distant relative. It's like one, like, you know, their cousin married my dad, so that's my cousin type of thing situation. But like a relative, essentially claiming as a relative, they met up, but this is somebody that he had a conversation.
Anyway, they got married.
As I was pregnant and I was hungry, and you know the wedding timeline sometimes,
These
you
long.
know, you be hungry, and I'm like, I'm pregnant. I'm actually 6 months pregnant at this point.
You were 6 months?
6, and nobody could really tell. Like, people were like, "Are she pregnant or is she not pregnant?" Like, that's how
You
it
were
was.
6 months.
6 months. So I wasn't necessarily showing as much as I could have. After that, though, I was like, people were like, "What happened?"
You got your honeymoon, boy.
Right.
Y'all was lit.
Right.
I don't know what y'all did on y'all honeymoon.
Right, and so
So it's safe to say that from all looks of things, they were getting married because she was pregnant. You know, is this always a red flag? Should you get married if you? It just depends. You know, there's so many people that got married because they got pregnant, and they did it successfully. Okay. There are so many people that did all of the right things. They were virgin. I'm a virgin. And it didn't work out. There's just too many other variables that I would like to discuss. I'll tell you like this. It comes down to the underlying relationships. Okay? If the underlying relationship is not right and the person is pregnant, don't do it. Take your time. Make sure you engage wise counsel, because that pregnancy is not going to save that situation. Okay? If the person is a virgin, but the underlying relationship is not right, something in your spirit is telling you like, hey, is this how I would spend the rest of my life? Stop everything you're doing. Engage wise counsel. Okay? Just because he's a virgin is not a guarantee. No, I'm telling you right now, human beings are not your mate. I'm telling you right now. That's a quick warning for you. So a lot of the stuff we like to hold on to as values and stuff like this, all that stuff end up in the poto all the time. The only thing that stands the test of time is unity. We're on the same page. And by the way, that's a moving target, just so you know. Okay. Ekene says, women grant access to sex and men grant access to relationship. That's very true. That's just part of our social construct. She wanted the marriage, but he didn't. She basically used the child to trap him. No, not so easy. Not so easy. No. It's just hard for me to look at both of them and say anybody trap each other. Yeah, she rightfully said, hey, I don't know what he's trying to do, but I'm pregnant, right? But the man still remain the authority in terms of giving the relationship, just like you said, giving marriage, the relationship, regardless of what happened. He has to look at himself in the mirror and said, there was some kind of value I was getting from this, and I chose to go into this marriage. He has to remain in that space. That's where we need to remain with that. Just like he has to own our own too, and she's actively doing that right in front of us right now, you know? Let's see. So he never really stopped cheating. I don't think there was ever a time that he didn't cheat. It seems. Because they got married only 2018. That's like yesterday. 2018 is when? Like 5 years ago? 6 years ago? 5 years ago. Okay, so.
So that day though, it was great. Like it was like everything was coming in. Oh, I mean, there were so many.
Our dads.
All right, paying bills. Let's see here. Let's skip that. There you go.
I'm coming off of just having a baby, right, or having our second child. I had severe postpartum actually with both children. So just think of all the trauma.
They had two kids together
already that never really dealt with. Severe postpartum where I was on medication. For like 8-9 months on medication and going to the medical therapy that I had to go through just for being on postpartum depression. So all of this stuff is happening, and it was in that time where apparently more of the conversations and
honestly, even if you wanted to stop cheating, the environment is just that environment didn't seem like he could do that, you know. Postpartum, she has this trauma, she has issues anytime she's being touched. Every type of touch, she's interpreting it as something. It's just a lot going on there. It's just a lot going on there. In addition to the fact that, hey, all this time you've enabled, okay, you didn't enable. All this time you know what it was? You know what time it was, right? Yeah. It'll be tough for that kind of guy. And he was getting a lot of attention. I'd be 700,000 subscribers is your mate. That's a lot of attention. He was probably drunk off of that for a long time.
Transformed into more than conversations, and I didn't find out about it though until months later. But that is around the time where those conversations became more than conversations again, and started to be physical things.
So we're gonna stop right now, and we're gonna come back.
What do y'all think? So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna probably have another session where you can call in and we can talk about this even at a deeper level. But right about now, okay, I think it's time to get to TIAMIYU. We have to do TIAMIYU today. We have to. Okay, there's just way too many lessons with TIAMIYU, and I came ready today. So as you can see, my energy is still there. I don't have any water, but let's talk about it. I'll be right back. All right, welcome back. Let's find TIAMIYU. Let's talk about TIAMIYU. So, who is TIAMIYU? This gentleman right here. Let me bring you up to speed because honestly, I haven't had a chance to go through it. Okay, Okay, I'm gonna check that really quickly. Let's see. Natu, I see your message. Let me just see here real quickly. TIAMIYU is a guy who was invited. He was invited by BBC to come and throw Nigerians that are traveling overseas under the bus, and he did a successful job. He did quite a successful job. I must applaud him. Okay. And man, this guy right here. Hold on 1 second. Let's see. Let me see here. He did a successful job throwing all of Nigerians and immigrants under the bus. He basically decided to tell on. So in recent times, UK has been accepting a lot of students on student visa along with their family into UK. I don't know the full details of that program, but basically he went on international TV. BBC's international TV. He went on international TV and basically threw all of Nigerians under the bus that were using the program. Now, to be fair, They were already banning that program before this went viral, so they probably were deciding against it already. The authorities of the UK Home Office, whatever they call them, their immigration office, the immigration institution. But this didn't sit well with Nigerians, and they came for him. You can see already, D-Love is already saying, TIAMIYU Mwali. Wahala. Anyway, so let me go ahead and see what we're talking about. I have to switch accounts here because so basically threw all of Nigerians under the bus, but he did the worst after that, and then he started to go on a Shalaye tour. Okay, Shalaye, I keep telling you, Shalaye is a bastard. Shalaye is a bastard. He know they work. Okay, so he decided to go on a Shalaye tour, and then he went on Daddy Freeze, and we're going to react to. He said a lot, and there's so many lessons in what he said, you know. And and the about let me see. There's an update I'm seeing here from 1 day ago that Natu just sent to me. I'm not sure if that's the same thing. Let's see. Yeah. This update is from 1 day ago, so I'm not sure what's more recent. Okay. But he went on, it was confused at best. Okay. He wanted to apologize, but he didn't want to apologize. He was, I think it's safe to say that this guy was quite confused. And people like him, they often come off as confused, you know. Because in the first place they were yanning dust at best. Okay, whatever they were talking about is not well rooted in reality. Okay, at best it's probably fantasy. Okay, because the reality of this world is that it operates off of power. Okay, all of the relationships is all power based. Okay, there's always power dynamics at play. It's just a matter of, are you choosing your partner on the same team to fight against the forces of evil, or you decide to face your partner. Okay, but there's always power dynamics at play. That's the reality of the world we live in. It's a survival of the fittest, particularly emotionally, because oftentimes we're living soft life. No one is going into the farm to go and kill a lion for food anymore, right? So a lot of the battles is at emotional and spiritual levels. Right, so a lot of people struggle with that. So they say, hey, well, you know, you need a man, but you need a woman too. Okay, and now it's an active competition between two people that are supposed to be on the same team against the inevitable forces of evil that's going to fight them anyway. Because Togiri Obalanu, Alangba cannot enter. That's still the reality. But once there's an opening, there's more than enough forces of evil that will come inside and help you create your reality the way you designed it. And guess what you can blame for that? Self. Okay, so this thing that Natu just sent to me says, I meant every word I said on BBC interview. Okay, Nigerian YouTuber, this is on Vanguard News, right? All right, we're gonna get to that. This is the update. So he was apologizing, but he didn't really mean his apology. Is basically confusion at best. Okay, this is what Natu sent to me. Okay, this is on Vanguard. But what I want to do first is oh, you guys didn't see that. This is TIAMIYU right here. This is the young man. Okay, he looks quite young. I'm looking at his face right now. It's it looks quite sparky, but it looks like maybe he's in his, I don't know, mid-20s. He's less than 30. But he just jackpot himself. He just left Nigeria himself less than a year ago. So he literally didn't know much about what he's talking about, right? In many regards. Many regards. Just no experience, right? And but he probably knew a lot about what is written on paper. What is written on paper and the reality of things are always two different things. Okay, the life we live, this life that we're in right now. Let me make it clear to you. Okay, the world we live in, right? This experience we're having as humans, right? It's there is what is written on paper. You're right. To a large extent, what is written on paper is written for a reason, okay? But it's usually written in there literally to manipulate the masses, literally, okay? Now, you don't need to kick against it too far, because kicking against it outrightly and just saying it's just a matrix and all this, you will self-destruct too, because at the end of the day, the masses that you're trying to lead, that you're dealing with, they believe in those things that are written on paper. People like TIAMIYU, they believe wholeheartedly that it's all about what is written on paper. Let's just tell the truth, and it is what it is. The truth shall set you free. That's how they think, right? But there's always something else that you don't know. There is a blind spot everywhere, which is why, shout out to Auntie B, yesterday said, Ilenyo, Ramatele. It's a slippery slope everywhere you turn. Be careful. Before you run your mouth, make sure you are being strategic. Don't just run your mouth out of your feelings or out of emotions. Make sure you're paying attention to all the parties' emotions involved, the societal emotions involved. Pay attention to that. Don't go out and just be quick to throw people under the bus because on paper it looks to you that they're doing something wrong. You don't know what you don't know, you know. But hey, let me first of all do some quick shout out here. Shout out to you for the £20. Gracious greatness. Again, it says, I'll be considered an innate man. However, I don't like hearing this disdain that I'm hearing about this TIAMIYU character. Maybe a for rap grammar to the guy. Some of us disconnected from our roots have the deepest issues. I have to think deep about what you're saying. But anyway, you know what time it is. Wala. An innate man. Hey, wahalawa. Let me see. D-Law says, gives me a $5. Thank you so much for the £5. That's pounds, right? Yeah, pounds. Shout out to you for the £5. I appreciate that. You know what time it is, so wala. All right, so thank you so much for that. So I understand there's multiple angles to the story, right? There's multiple angles to it, and we should address the story. But there's a big old but. Idinla, right? When the masses are responding a certain type of way, right? At the very minimum, we have to pay attention to that, okay? Because there's let me see what I'm trying to say here. There's a reason, okay? The masses, when they face one direction, you probably should face the other direction. You're right about that, okay? But before you face the other direction, make sure you know what you're doing, okay? Because you know when they say the power belongs to the people, that one is true 100% of the time, but sometimes it takes time before it shows up, okay? If the people don't know their power, if they don't understand their power yet, it's only a matter of time. The key word is yet. You might be able to get away with certain things, right? But once they discover their power, the people at the end of the day, they are the market. The market is undefeated. The source of truth is market. You have to pay attention to not just how they are moving, but why they're moving the way they are moving. Okay? Very, very important to pay attention to that. Very, very important to pay attention to that. Maybe they are wrong. Maybe we should go this direction. But it's important to understand that a young man like that jumping on BBC, to basically throw all of people traveling overseas for whatever reasons under the bus, right? Yeah, it can't be positive. It can't be positive, right? The best you can get out of that is the attention it's getting right now, you know. But there's a lot more lessons inside of because again, I don't like to speak for people. I like to see what they're saying and then address things from that standpoint. Okay, that's how I like to do it, so it doesn't seem like I'm putting words in their mouth. Okay, I don't want it to be like I'm putting words in their mouth. If I misinterpret what they say, at least want to hear what they say, right? And then we'll take it from there. So let's go to the video. Shout out to Daddy Freeze for the content. Let's go to the video. All right. Shout out to Daddy Freeze for the content. Let me give him his proper credit, because Daddy Freeze content is nobody's consistency in content is nobody's mate. All right. So let's dissect it line by line, shall we?
Our brothers, they see you as Judas.
Correct. I
Judas.
see the Judas comments. You know, I just uninstalled a couple of my apps because they were interfering with me trying to join you. When we finish this live, I will go install them back.
Yep.
All right, so I want to apologize to fellow Nigerians who may feel disturbed.
What did he say? I want to apologize. Let's start with that, right? Let's be fair to him. He wanted to apologize. He had good intentions. Okay? When he jumped on this live, he had good intentions. He wanted to apologize, right? But what do we know about good intention oftentimes? What do we know? Anybody want to guess? What do we know about good intention oftentimes? Good intentions is not enough. I'm sorry. It's just not. I know it's supposed to be enough. It's supposed to be enough to just be a good person with good intentions. It's not. Okay? I don't know if that's the first time you're hearing that, but it's often not good enough. There's more to the story. I promise you. Let's continue.
And I don't know the other words. Would you say reported? Mr. Block said I reported to British authorities. That's not correct. Disturbed and feel disturbed and I don't know the other words. Would you say
wait
fellow Nigerians who may feel
fellow Nigerians, he wants to apologize to Nigerians who may feel disturbed. So already off the bat, he doesn't feel like they should be disturbed. But hey, I get it, you're disturbed. It's your fault, Sha. But hey, let me just apologize. Let me apologize for something that is your fault. Do you see the oxymoron there? Do you see that that's confusion at best? Do you listen? Most of us, okay, we do this, okay? You want to apologize for something that is really just their fault. You see the confusion? This is confusion, right? So if you're wondering why people don't accept your apology, let's start with that. Do you admit? Because if you're not admitting, if it sounds like you're not admitting that you're wrong, right? Because this is what Natu sent to me. This is a quote from him. I meant every word I said in BBC, right? Let me see if there's a full quote from him. Let me see. The student route is more like an answered prayer. It's a big bracket that's able to take a lot of people. The ordinary people, we're beginning to see that a lot of people just hide behind the student ship. Lenwe. So the student think it's not real. It's not like they need the degrees. Somebody said, but he's just telling the truth. I know. You're not wrong if you think he's telling the truth.
You're right.
You're not wrong. Okay? On paper, you're not wrong. But you're wrong in the grand scheme of things. Okay? In the grand scheme of things, you're wrong. Okay? They need the degrees. They do. On paper, you're right. They probably will get there, get distracted, blah, blah, blah. Right? Nigerians were discontent with the remarks and took to social media to criticize him, while they also accused him of sabotage and betrayal. See, they're not accusing him of telling lies. You know, that's where we're missing it. They're not accusing him of telling lies. They're accusing him that, hey, we feel betrayed. Judas Iscariot. Right? Hey, he's supposed to be part of us. Why are you throwing us under the bus, right? All right. So let's get back to the video, because the video is much more important. I don't want to misquote him. You know what I'm saying? Let's continue.
Disturbed, and I don't know the other words. Would you say reported? Mr. Block said I reported to British authorities. That's not correct. That's not correct. Media is powerful. Baba, you know this thing. You know how it works.
You find out.
And everybody is running with Instablock's caption, which is really funny and sad. So I gave an interview.
Is it sad?
You know, so interview the long.
Or that's just how life works.
Interview the long. You get question where you go, they go ask you, you go answer. You get follow-up question. It was an entire conversation, and everything you have been mentioning regarding how we stress ourselves, how the British system stresses us. I addressed that in my interview.
Yeah. So it sounds like you talked too much, right? Like you were just yanning, right? Yes, you address all sides. You know, people that want to be balanced. Let's be balanced with this conversation, right? Let's make sure we touch on everything, right? Let's make sure we cover all bases. There's nothing wrong with that. I try to do that here. But if you are talking too much, if you're not thinking about it properly, you might just end up in potter still. So why? Because there are people with agendas. You're right. The agenda must agenda. You're absolutely correct about that. But here's the issue. Why should you have to wait until you end up in the mud before you realize that this aspect of this thing that is not about right and wrong? There's a reason why people travel beyond just wanting to do the wrong things, because that's what it comes over. Like what? Anyway, let's continue. There's more to it. I don't want to waste too much time on this.
Right, the unnecessary stress that they put us through. But the problem now is they took 25 seconds from the 30 minutes interview.
Why is this boy laughing?
And this is the whole explanation.
He's apologizing. That's why he's laughing.
It's crazy.
Okay, now that you are before your brothers and sisters, what did you really say?
Dialpad's AI sales has completely transformed how we sell.
What did you say?
With life coaching.
Good. What did I really say? First is I'm just coming from Twitter. I did a 1 hour space, and Nigerians are online. Trust me, 7,500 people joined that space. Never seen those numbers before.
You got your 15 minutes of fame.
People joined the space because of the negativity that this story comes with. So what?
All right, so that's it right there. He said people joined the space because of the negativity it comes with, right? If lack of accountability was a person, right? If lack of accountability was a person, you're looking at one in front of you. It's not his fault. He's caught up in his feelings. He's trying to defend himself, right? He feels that when you feel attacked, you will be caught up in your feelings. I don't care who you are. Okay? When you feel attacked, okay, you're not attacked, it's just somebody's mouth at you, right? And you start to feel some type of way. You will get caught up in your feelings. You will defend yourself, or you will have a hard time holding yourself accountable. It's just the way it works. Okay, let's continue.
What did I really say? First is I was invited because I actually help people to japa. You see? This is the problem.
He needs candy.
I have been helping people. So the BBC's recognized that I do help. And in the beginning of the video,
and then he had that shock.
You see the mark.
You know that laugh that prophet gave, like, you know me. Did you know who I am? Me, as you dey see me, I help people. Hey, you don't know.
He shock you.
Right? Body language. Just pay attention to a lot going on there. There's a lot going on. He's nervous too, by the way, because he really doesn't know what just. He has no idea. All right? He has no idea what just hit him, right? So let's continue.
The news reporter mentioned that this is a guy who actually helps people come to Britain. This is what I want to do. This is what I am doing.
Okay.
Even though it's part.
Somebody, I better give him
the
candy.
goal is to.
So he has the freedom to throw all of everybody under the bus.
Don't decide what they want to decide. I am not the UK government. This decision was made weeks ago. It is so sad that that 25 seconds will fit into an agenda that I'm not aware of. Is what they
exactly, you dum-dum. There's always an agenda that's not written on paper that you're not aware of. They're always. And you can, let me tell you how bad it is, including all of us. We will never know all of the agenda. This is why we tell you, easy, there. You don't know what you don't know. Sometimes you have to speak up based off of limited information. That's what makes you especially a man, right? There's limited information, but you still have to speak up against what you believe in. But my prayer is you know what you're doing, that you're just not yanning dust. That's my prayer for you, But in this case, you knew everything on paper, but you have no idea what you're dealing with. You don't know even you just traveled, literally. D-Law says he jacked by a year ago. He doesn't understand how manipulative these people can be. He let himself be used as a pawn to a greater scheme. This hot seat is really bunny. It is. Yeah. Listen, there's so much there that we're going to. Let's see. The guy is just unrefined, unwise. They baited him well. Not only that, I would argue that Daddy Freeze baited him too. Daddy Freeze did a good job as addressing some of the things he was saying. But let's continue.
It's really disturbing, to be honest. Because yesterday, the entire crew was in my crib. The BBC crew were in my crib, and we spent 1 hour filming Daddy Freeze.
Just yesterday.
Over 1 hour with a film. So conversation of 30 minutes.
They squeeze it into 1 second.
25 seconds. Because if you look at the one that is
welcome
really
to the real world.
It's not the fact that they showed my channel. It's not the fact that they said I'm helping people to come to Britain.
Wait. Guess what he's going to say is making people angry. It's definitely not him betraying them. I guarantee you that. Let's continue.
Only worried because Mark said, MD said, MD thinks that, people. But let's leave reality.
He didn't say anything. He's so nervous, he didn't finish his sentence.
Sorry for whoever is feeling disturbed.
Is he reading the apology? Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sorry for whoever might have felt disturbed. That's a terrible apology. There's no need for you to apologize if you have to say that. It's better you keep it. Okay? People can at least respect that you are standing on your square. People can at least respect that. Okay?
I feel 10 times of the pain that you feel. Because there's nothing in this life that is more painful than being misunderstood.
Okay, so he's only concerned about the fact that he's misunderstood. He's not concerned about the fact that he's offended the mass of people who are hopefully going to jackpot one day. It's not what is misunderstood is the reason why. That's the only way he could relate with your pain. He still can't relate with your pain. Okay, but sorry, gone.
To be honest,
why is he laughing? This nigga, man. Why is he laughing?
I have a lot of testimonies of people that I have helped, and I'm not going to stop because of this negative energy.
Oh, Jabby.
Create simple, easy to follow guide because last, our brothers, the Mediterranean Sea, they die. People they Sahara Desert, they waka. I have people messaging me from Libya, even today. they are what's the word for it? They are evicting Nigerians. What's that right?
Evacuating Nigerians?
They are removing Nigerians from Libya, and it's unnecessary. So the information that I am privileged to know, I lost you on the video, but hopefully people can still hear me. The information that I'm privileged to know, I don't hoard it, right? The reason why I joined.
When I built this
Lord.
business, we didn't have payment solutions like Melia.
Let's continue.
Normally snapshots your life. So somebody called me and said, Daddy, please don't they discuss this thing. So I am here, and hopefully, because Yoruba will say but now normally I cannot share the full interview. I have behind the scenes, Baba. I can share with you behind the scenes, but I don't even have the right to share the raw footage. Here you get. This is the BBC. You know now. You know proprietary stuff. So I have reached out to the BBC team to say, unfortunately, this was not what I bargained for.
It sounds like a bunch of people that are on reality TV show and say, oh yeah, they painted me in a bad light. You said what you said. You said what you said, my dude.
I have messaged them. Tomorrow there's...
What do you think BBC did when they saw his message? What do you think they did? Let's be honest. What do you think they did when they saw his message? Like, hey, what I said is not what you painted me in a bad light to. This is not what we bargained for. We bargained that I would take over a whole 1 hour show on BBC, on almighty BBC. We bargained, but you only took 20 seconds of it. Oh. What do you think they saw? They probably laughed like it's been laughed like, oh, they're really weary. Like, I beg. Vamos. What do you think they said, right?
They're setting up a meeting, you know. However they would like to clean this up, I would demand that they do some cleaning up. All right? Because as of yesterday, I was doing just fine with my life.
I demand. Sounds like another person say, I demand that my wife respect me. Okay. Who will tell him now? Tell him myself from Bayi. Who's going to tell him Bayi that who's going to tell him? I demand that you clean it up. Have they clean? Those of you in it people, have they cleaned it up? I'm asking. Did they finally clean him up? Did they clean it up? Let me see. This laughter is vexing me. I guess he's nervous. Yeah, he's nervous, but I think he's disconnected from reality too. If they filmed in his house, how come he apologized from a hotel room? He's on the run now. Wow, yeah. TIAMIYU, Shango catch you as you speak Yoruba, so we no claim you. It's a Yoruba man, eh? TIAMIYU, MD. Good evening, everyone. I hope I have not missed a lot. Not so much, Divine. Good to see you, Divine. You're always on time. Anthony Prince, clearly a man who has an inflated sense of self. He said, sounds like a Kene. Why are you doing a Kene like this now? A Kene day here now. This guy is so stupid at demand. Dr. Babs, I know. Naija go say anything to Japa. One guy tell me say in village an entire state was attacked. Exactly, right? Oh Lord. Wahala. Anyway, let's get back to the video. There's so much in here.
Doing my YouTube thing, nobody's sharing my video, nobody's liking it. Now everybody wants to hear what I want to say.
I haven't seen one video since this news broke out. I guarantee this 15 minutes of fame go need 2 more. Okay, this 15 minutes of fame, it will last a couple of days. Some people will go and subscribe because they're curious. But let me tell you something. I've had moments here where I had 200 people watching live, because shout out to Auntie B. She helped us heavily promote one day. What do we have on an average? We have 20 people average, right? Equilibrium is nobody's mates. Things will always settle where they belong at the end of the day. That's how life works. That's just how life works. Okay, so whatever 15 minutes of fame is celebrating right now, look at the laugh on his face. Some of you didn't want to see the laugh on his face, but all right, let's continue.
Because of negative energy, Baba, what did I do? So I shared a lot of the challenges.
He has no idea what he did.
I've had to We have had to lie.
That's why his apology is stupid. He has no idea. It's cognitive dissonance. He can't connect with what he did. He can't. It's not adding up.
On people's CV, person we don't become Oga for Nigeria.
Wait.
We have had to lie on people's CV.
So now he's throwing even more people under the bus. People have to lie on their CV. People when they become CV for Nigeria. Be careful who you are gisting with. Some people are just lame like this. Okay, you'll be like, just put something else. Don't talk. Watch them. If they tend to be truth tellers, one day they will tell that truth in the wrong spot. Okay, it might just not be a situation like this. They might actually throw you under the bus. So in the spirit of an obsession to be right, the obsession to be holy, and they're the worst. But continue.
Person we don't become Oga for Nigeria. You reach here, British employer would discount all of your experience. It's as if you don't exist. So you have to start from.
He's helping us now. He's trying to help us.
I said this on the interview. That was not shared. All right. The fact that Oyo State is bigger than Wales. Wales, the whole of Wales. Wales is a country, right? Just like England. Wales is 21,000 square kilometers. Wales. In Wales, it's 21,000 square kilometers.
Okay.
Wales prints its own money. Wales has autonomy. Wales has a government. Wales country works. Oyo State is 28,000 square kilometers. Oyo State is bigger than Wales. Hello.
And what does that mean to you? The only thing anyone should be deducing from the fact that Oyo State is bigger than Wales is that how come these people are tiny island in the middle of nowhere and they're controlling literally multiple continents? How? These are the questions that the black men need to be asking themselves. Okay? These are the questions that the black people need to be asking themselves. How is a tiny island able to control the rest of the world? Okay? You should ask it quietly and start doing some work. Start observing. Start paying attention. I guarantee you it's probably not because they are loud. They jump on a media somewhere and start yarning dust. I guarantee you they probably sneaked in on you in the middle of the night and took over your old land. I guarantee you they probably divided you guys first. They probably came in, divide and conquer, get some people to fall on their side, throw the other side under the bus. I guarantee you there's some element of divide and conquer in that situation. Well, you can't divide and conquer with your mouth so loudly first before you actually pull it off. You can't. Okay? I guarantee you that they're not obsessed with right and wrong. Because if they were, they wouldn't invade another person's land. Okay? They would just be content with their own resources and stay inside of their own little whales. Right? Or whatever tiny island we're talking about. Black men, black people, African people, we're struggling. Okay? And this is a struggle I see. It's a big struggle, you know. We know everything as far as paper is concerned. We're very smart, intelligent, IQ, high levels. But the people that have lower IQ are controlling all of our resources. Are we paying attention? He is convinced he knows what he's talking about. He's absolutely convinced. I have no doubt that this young man is a very intelligent young man. That type of intelligence, of course. Book smart. He probably crammed all of the policies on, what do you guys call it? Homeland? What's the immigration institution in the UK? He probably has all of it memorized. Okay? But he doesn't know anything.
But our structure, the structure that the British gave us, is sickening, and we haven't woken up to fix it. I said it on this interview. They can't carry 25 seconds where they can't say I report kiniko. I really feel disgusted, you know, but maybe there's a lesson in it, you know, for me and for people. Because if you judge a 30-minute conversation by a 25-minute snip,
25.
It's the fact that he's still surprised that they are using 25 minutes to control his life for the past 48 hours is the issue. Okay, the fact that he thinks throwing Japa people under the bus is going to solve our problems is the main issue here. Okay, the powers that be understands to never throw anybody that Japa under the bus. The powers that be in Nigeria or anywhere in the world, they understand that. The powers that be here understand not to throw immigrants under the bus unless there's an active push to paint a narrative to win an election. Okay, win an office or something like that. But they understand deeper than that. Like, hey, it's just that's dump 25% I need to win to my side. But ultimately they knows that the power of a nation is the ability to also manage immigration, but not at the right and wrong standpoint. Okay, there is managing it. It's like expectations. It's managing it, and there is no. Don't allow anybody into our country. If a politician is saying that, it's because he's seen a bunch of dummies that will follow him, and he knows that they will believe him anyway. Okay, right? He doesn't get it, but maybe some of us that are here will finally get it. He now wants to speak Yoruba. Bastard boy. He's casting our CV format. Now your CV, is it your CV? I'll be your father. Yeah, talking about throwing CVs under the bus.
Your daddy.
Your papa. Who sent you? Such a clown. My namesake, the guy is just unrefined and unwise. Okay, we talked about that. The lack of exposure and refinement is heavily evident. Oh, there. Oh God, we're calling him names. There's so much more we can learn from it. Of course, the BCC laughed at him and probably made some racists like this nigga, right? Let's show with it. Please allow him. He just hasn't deeped what's really going on yet. He will soon get the memo. Hopefully within these last few days he paid attention, because right in the middle of this uproar there are massive lessons in it for him. Okay, it's called Home Office. Thank you, Home Office. Yes. Ola Ekene says, Ola, he made a very good point. Small countries, he didn't make that point. He was surprised. Instead of studying it, he was trying to use to shame Japa people. That wasn't the point he was making. He was making the point, but he was deducing the wrong lessons from it. Okay. Chineke, is he Yoruba? It doesn't sound Yoruba to me. What do you think he was? He's a Yoruba boy, Oshun boy now. I think he's an Oshun boy. This dude will be deported. All I remember to show is Olopa photo. Let's see. He better deep sticks really quick before he causes more havoc. They might give him. Somebody was suggested. The other guy that's the star of this stream. He was suggesting that he gets asylum, right? They might give it to him, but that's not where our power lies. You know, we need to learn how to talk. Our position. Everybody needs to know how to play their role. Everybody's not going to be a politician. Everybody is not going to be someone that understands power at political levels. No, I'm not expecting that. But everyone needs to kind of assume a certain level of wisdom. Every one of us needs to do that. You know, every one of us need to do that. You know. People have been talking for 62 plus years. We should start shaming our leaders in public. We started the conversation. Let's have this conversation in public. No. That's always a bad move too. You know, that's always a bad move when it comes to this part of the conversation. But also, I don't shame people that most people are generally going to gravitate towards shaming bad leaders. I'll let them be who they are. You know, I let them do what. That's why they are most people. Right? But if you and I were going to have power conversations, it's absolutely wrong move. How do you say that in Igbo? You have to edify what's yours. You have to edify everything about you about your identity, about your source. You have to edify it. You have to spend more time edifying it. You have to, whatever you focus on will expand, okay? If you want to focus on bad leaders, that will expand. And we've seen that until, the people decide that it's over, right? We're seeing that in the numbers of the past election, in this last election, that people are clearly saying, it's a different timing. And when people start doing that, yes. But until people start, the powers that be knows how to play to what the people think, not necessarily what is right or wrong, what they think. Yeah, your daddy. Let's continue.
I'm sorry, but by 25 seconds snip, I am wondering who you really are. I'm wondering if you really think, if you really come down to think. I mentioned all of this.
The question: are you British now, or what papers are you using?
He won't answer. People like him won't answer.
Let's go ahead and head on to the bathroom and see if simpler is really simpler, and see if simpler can get rid of all this white.
2,000 people are listening, so
you yourself.
This is private information. 2,000 people are listening, so it's not something.
I do think it's a smart move for him not to answer that. By the way, he shouldn't answer. But I think more so because it's just bad. He's running. He's in a hotel room. Think about it, right?
I'm going to.
Maybe he doesn't even have Pali. Maybe he doesn't have Pali like before these people, because I hear that in UK they can just park by your door, and the next thing they just park everybody. Maybe he doesn't have Pali. Maybe he's on the student visa. He's running his mouth so quick, so soon. Maybe he's not sure how this plays out in real life. Such a mess.
To share. Sorry about that. It's not something I'm going to share. But I consider myself a citizen of the world. I have lived on 4 continents. That is, we're in Dubai together, Kenya and Oman. You remember that night when we had dinner and you were helping us with Bible verses in Kenya at the reception downstairs?
Yeah.
That is free. Like, wait, what? Huh? Yeah. Huh? Where? In Kenya? Oh, in Dubai. Oh, in Kenya. Oh, I remember. Yeah, you used to have a goatee, right? Yeah.
Baba, you don't want. That's why you know if you remember. We did.
I remember. Yeah, remember. Go.
We did that Dubai safari together. You remember? It was sweet.
Yeah, send the picture.
Right? I have lived in the US. I'm not tied to any country. I'll be honest with you.
Send the picture right now.
I like to consider myself a global citizen. The UK is not the.
It's a global citizen.
Let's be honest. Right? I'm here.
Landware. Now the UK is not heaven. Remember they came into your living room yesterday. You were filming. You didn't think they were not heaven. Oh. Remember that small little island controlling the rest of the world? They're not heaven. Are you sure about that? Okay. Are you sure?
I could decide to live somewhere else tomorrow. Right?
No, you can't.
I've been to China, for example.
Stop the China.
China was one of the first countries that I really experienced. I love China like hell. Good country. Forget about negative media, everything, and the world that's going on. We versus them.
This guy is lying. Hey.
Why the fuck you lying? Why you always lying?
Lord, this guy is lying. Why? Why are you a liar? Oh Lord, let's continue. I can't.
Around for a while. And the last thing I want to do is to throw anybody under the bus.
Wait, you just did. Wait, that's exactly what you just. What is wrong? What's wrong with this guy? The last thing he wants to do. This is literally how you got your 15 minutes of fame.
If the BBC is happy to, news now is very fast, very short, and there was an agenda that I was not aware of. And this is why it pains me, Baba. It really pains me.
Oh, it pains you. Okay.
Because I shared lots of.
What point were you honestly trying to make? Honest to God now. What point were you trying to make?
It's not going to make the point.
Watching on YouTube because
now the freeze, voila. It's not going to make the point to, hey.
TikTok, I'm not seeing my gifts. Where are all my money guns? If you're watching on TikTok, send me money guns. And all of you, 2,195 of you watching on Instagram, is it easy for me to be awake at this time of
Yeah, it's a Muslim name. TIAMIYU is a Muslim name.
First-hand information. All of you go to Facebook right now. Search for
They are the freeze.
DADDYFREEZE. Go.
If my memory.
It's not. They said, what were you trying to say? It's not going to say what you were trying to say. TIAMIYU, listen, boss man, that UK designed things specifically so that we can continue to be dependent. Precisely, my guy. Exactly. Literally. The UK are not the land of great system that he thinks it is. But you know, it's probably tough for him. Let's go and build our nation. Let's go and build our nation. I do think we should build our nation. Absolutely. Okay, but I think it's completely relevant from this conversation. It's easy to say, hey, let's address all the angles and let's bring it the other side. We should build our nation too. It is our leaders, but that's a different conversation. The conversation here is a man who is running his mouth actively, right? Which is a representative of what we've done quite often, quite a lot, throwing ourselves under the bus, right? And expecting it not to expand. When you throw yourself under the bus, it's because you're focusing on the negative aspect of who we are as a people. It will continue to expand until enough of us, not all of us, it will never be all of us, until enough of us start to say, yes, in the same breath, you can jump out and still say, me, I'm a proud Nigerian, your father. What? If you are quick to throw your own people under the bus, black men are always like this. Black women do this. Nigeria people do this. If that's all you tend to focus on in your rhetorics, particularly not just rhetorics, your belief system, not even rhetorics, more like your belief system, you're just one of them. You're actually one of the people destroying us. Because our leaders, you want to throw the leaders under the bus. The leaders is the product of our people, of who we are. You're just shedding light on the negative aspect of who we are. That's all you're doing. That's all you're doing. Okay? Let's get back to it.
Maurice has been right. I think the conversation that led to that tiny snippet was the question of cost, right? Cost of education. Nobody.
It's not British, I beg.
No Nigerian.
It's not British, I beg.
Needs a £15,000 master's degree. Let's be honest.
Huh?
All right. So I started to explain how ridiculous the school fees was or is. You know, the school fees regime and how much the British government enjoys that.
Okay.
You know.
But you want to tell them how bad we are.
The problem
are you confused?
Like, so if people cannot afford that amount of money, what is the motivation?
Which US? You left. Benuson! Is that Benuson you're trying to say?
I wasn't trying to, and it's a long conversation because last, I've been on this space now. If I count the time, I've not been checking. I've been talking for probably 7 minutes or more. You know, so
he's reading the comments.
He asked me to say back everything I've said. I just know I'm answering your question and we're flowing. All right. So if you decide to snip one part that fits an agenda, it's totally out of my power, and I cannot tell the BBC.
Am I snipping one part of what he's saying right now? I'm not snipping one part of his saying, but it's still not making sense. It's been a minute, right? The only thing we're getting out of this is that this man should shut up. He should have shut up a long time ago. He should have just been helping people that japa jejely. One day, but he wanted fast growth. He jumped on BBC. Jumping on BBC does not help fast growth if your rhetoric is not consistent with what you do on your channel. You know, if it's not. So people just want to come over since they should stay over there. What do you mean they should stay over there? What do you mean? Well, you know, every one of us, we're always looking for the greener pastures. Everyone around the world, they're looking to garner more resources for themselves to help their families. It's just how the world works. So no, I can't. I'm sorry, I can't judge people that decide to go over to another side of the world to have a better chances of taking care of their family. Well, no, I don't know. No, that's not why. That's not why. Nigerians are great people all over the world. As a matter of fact, you can look at every aspect of your country, of this country that we're in, this fantastic country. You can't throw UK under the bus too, right? And every aspect of these institutions, you can see Nigerian people at every in C-suites, in executive levels, all over the place. That's just a testament to how great of a people we are. And in terms of what's going on down there, there's a lot of improvement over the past few years, and when you are in the presence of the enemy, is knowing how to talk. That's what we're talking about. Okay, it's about knowing how to talk. That if he's bored by him, but he was saying that wait, these people are going viral on, like this viral is going viral. Was trending heavy. That if he's a hell of a content creator. Get it twisted. Yeah, let's continue because we have a lot to cover.
What part I post my videos whole, so whoever's gonna watch this video is going to watch it whole. That is why I want you to.
That means don't worry about people snipping. Talk. Learn how to talk. Okay, you can learn how to talk. He's trying to defend himself.
Explain to them, and now, how are you? Listen, let me tell you something. There are some parts that I agree with, and I was saying this before you joined. Nigeria, the Nigerian population was
Yoruba Nation. If that thing.
5 million. Sorry, 45 million.
Another topic entirely. You're right.
While the UK population was 55 million. Today, the UK population is 65 million. Nigeria is 200 million. We also messed up, but this is for us to consume, not to give to the BBC. I will tell you, I used to have an organ in BCOS when I worked in BCOS, Ibadan. Her name is Auntie Shade. There is nothing you want to do in this life. Auntie Shade will never cast you publicly.
Thank you.
Auntie Shade go close door.
Thank you, Daddy Freeze.
Insult you, go begin cry.
Publicly.
To the organs, when the organs call her and say what happened, she go cover them up.
Yes. Because at the end of the day, the team, you protect the team. The team are literally the ones that make your job easier. Okay. All right. Unfortunately, we do have a culture in our societies where people are very quick to throw each other under the bus because they want to get one up on everybody else. All right. That's something. Pay attention to that. Right? Protect the team. What happens if what if they fire me with the team? And do you not understand the power in the people, in taking care of the people? Again, part of our culture, one of the reasons why the leadership is part of our culture, we created our leadership. Our leadership did not fall out of the skies. No, Tinubu did not fall out of the skies out of some country somewhere. I know it was easy to say Buhari came from Niger or some foreign neighboring country. You can't say that about Tinubu. If you don't say Tinubu from Lagos, at least you know it's from Osun somewhere, or it's from Ibadan somewhere. It's somewhere Ekiti. I don't know. It's from there. We can't lie about that one now. Our leadership is a product of the type of people we are. Okay, so if you're going to understand how this works, if you want to be some of the few people, it's going to be few people that will help us change the course, the direction of the nation. Learn how to edify. It doesn't mean they're perfect. That's not what it means. It's just understanding that what you focus on expands. If you focus on negative, it expands. If you focus on positive, it expands. And there's no such thing in this life that is just a positive all the time. It just doesn't exist. It doesn't. This country where they film this thing from right now, the United States of America, somebody said, oh, but Tinubu, that means the blood on his neck, on his head, the bloodshed. I'm like, the person was celebrating green card. I said, that green card you're holding, do you know, like, are you kidding me? Do you know how much bloodshed that green card that you are celebrating? I'm not saying you shouldn't celebrate it. I think, congratulations, you jackpot successfully, you have a green card. But because it's not harding up. The world you live in is a vicious world. It's about the people with the power. You need to understand that, and you need to understand there is game. You need to learn how the game is being played at your individual level, but also at the society level. We need enough people that will understand that. And part of it is that don't be so quick to throw your own people under the bus. That's weak. It's the easiest thing to do. It's what the masses tend to do.
Like now, I know say if I think cost our brothers and sisters here, I know say things I know say BBC no go come my life, come carry with I talk. But
they will lift clips of it. Let me tell you something, Daddy Freeze. If I lift Daddy Freeze stuff at any point, I would lift the part that will agenda with what I'm trying to make. Yes, I might even misquote him sometimes. That's just how things, that's the expectations you should have of human beings. When you tell them a story, even when they try to do the right thing and tell that story to go and tell the other person, tell them accurately, they will add to it naturally. They will add to it naturally. That's just the way human beings operate. They will have their own filter to it. They will shake it up a little bit. They will have their own, like their own animation, like what I'm doing right now. They will have their own little thing to it, right? And a person might be like, wait, you are misquoting me. That's not what I said. Well, yeah, duh, of course you are being misquoted. That's why that should be your expectation. You will be misquoted to a large extent if you are talking a lot. If you are yarning dust, you're just all over this. You will be misquoted. Listen, I said this. Any content creator who's been doing this for a while knows that somebody's gonna misquote you at some point. It's just what it is. Drink water, take a cold shower. They'll be all right. Last. Okay, but that's what makes us human beings. For you to expect that people will not misquote you after yarning dust for 1 hour, BBC, they make millions of dollars from literally misquoting people. For you to expect otherwise, you'll be mumu.
You are a mumu man.
All right. I've been here almost 30 years. D-Love says, I've been here almost 30 years. And regardless of who I marry, I'm still a proud Nigerian. If you change your accent and bite your tongue off, you will always be a foreigner. They will remind yourself, if you don't remember quickly. They say, what? I hear an accent. Where's that from? Wait, I thought my accent has changed. What do you mean where I'm from? I'm from here. No, you're from here? No. They will remind you, they will remind you that you're a mumu man.
You are a mumu man.
All right, let's continue, Jerry. He claims the whole interview gives context. However, I do not believe any context can justify that statement. It would still sound right to say. Gaman goofed big time. Once they hear your name, they would ask where you are originally from. Exactly. Beg. That's the good, the bad, the ugly in all nations and all ethnicities. Exactly. This TIAMIYU guy hasn't fully comprehended every aspect of what's going on in the UK and every part of the world. I've been here. Good to see you, Marriott. Good to see you, good Marriott. I just noticed you're here too. As an executive, I watch out for my African people. I am in a position to be an ally, not a detriment to my people. I had someone who told a Ghanaian man he couldn't understand him. I check him quick. He couldn't understand him. And listen, it's your dean. Ola, what does Erama Fagbo means? That is stop smoking. It's like smoke Indian hemp, small. Don't just puff everything into your brain. Easy, dear, small. That's what it means. That's the direct loose translation. Okay. I think it means take it easy on on Indian hemp, particularly. Igbo is Indian hemp. Weed. More like, yeah. Take it easy on the smoking weed. What's incorrect? Wahala. Anyway, let's get back to it. We have a lot to cover.
Religion that I know is Nigeria's biggest problem. If BBC people ask me, I will turn it on their head. I'll say you people brought the religion.
Yes.
So when you brought it to us,
instead of him to go there, that religion is killing us in Nigeria. Like on BBC particularly, you can have a conversation on how you truly feel amongst yourself. Okay. Well, even on Nigerian media. It's okay. It's about reading the room. That's what we're talking about. It's social intelligence. Okay? Read the fucking room. That's what we're talking about. Okay? On BBC, you don't go there and say Nigerian people carry like that. What do you mean? No, I mean, but it looks like Nigerians. Like somebody brought me to Voice of America, BCNN, and they're like, oh, it looks like Nigerians suffer from religion, and you know, I was like, what do you mean? Like, you mean like the white Jesus? What do you mean? Like, you mean the white Jesus that the white people brought to our people? I mean, you don't want us to get started in that conversation, do you? Right? Like, do you really want to go there? Because we could talk about that. If that's what you want, right? Right? There was a famous video of Louis Farrakhan. Let me see if I can find it really quickly. Of somebody, shout out to Louis Farrakhan, the minister Louis Farrakhan. Let me see if I can find it. Farrakhan. That a white man tried to throw was it Nigerians? He tried to throw Nigerians under the bus. Yeah, I think I found it. Let me see if I can find out really quickly. Oh yeah, I found it. It's awesome. Let me show you what we're talking about really quickly.
Which is, if not the most corrupt nation in Africa, and it is.
Oh, this is the worst version of it. Let me see if I can find it really quickly. I'll be back. I'll find it. Let me see. So he was talking about Nigeria being the worst. Yeah, I found it. I think I found it. There you go. Oh, perfect. Let me play this video for you. Take it from there.
Nigeria. Farrakhan, you go to Nigeria, which is, if not the most corrupt nation in Africa, and it is, it could be the most corrupt nation in the world.
He said it could be the most corrupt nation in the world. This video looks so old. It looks like it's probably from the 80s, maybe 90s, maybe 80s.
Minister Farrakhan. Oh, and now, Mr. Wallace.
He said, oh no,
it is
Mr.
the most
Wallace.
corrupt nation that I have ever
been
there 25 years ago, and I've been there as recently as last year. Fine.
What?
So what? 35 years old. That's what that nation is.
35 years old. So
Now,
that's
here's
1985.
America, 226 years old. You love democracy, but it's there in Africa. You're trying to force these people into a system of government that you just have accepted. 30 years ago, black folk got the right to vote. You're not in any moral position.
Shut your ass up.
How corrupt they are. You should be quiet and let those of us who know our people go there and help them get out of that condition. But America should keep her mouth shut.
Shut up.
Whenever there's a corrupt regime, as much hell as America has raised on the earth. No, I will not allow America, or you, Mr. Wallace, to condemn them as the most corrupt nation on earth when you have spilled the blood of human beings has not.
Oh no, but he's telling the truth. Let him tell the truth now. Shebi is not lying. He's after all the most corrupt nation in the earth, right? Lenwe, white man.
Nigeria dropped an atomic bomb and killed people in Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Have they killed off millions of Native Americans?
This is the reality of the countries you are jackpotting to that I'm enjoying too. Thank God my father jackpot.
Dare you put yourself in that position as a moral?
Get off the pedestal. I keep telling you. You can't be on that pedestal. You're not holier. You're not. I promise you. I guarantee you. You might think you are. You don't know what you don't know. You can't see that far. You're short-sighted. You're a mumu man.
Judge, I think you should keep quiet. Because with that much blood on America's hands, you have no right to speak. I will speak because I don't have that blood on my hands. Yes, there's corruption there. Yes, there's mismanagement of resources. Yes, there is abuse. There's abuse in every nation on earth.
In every nation on earth. Literally. That one is a fact. That's a fact. Okay. Now, some people's levels, with any level, right? You can have an argument about that, but please don't be arguing with the wrong type of people. Don't go to an atheist and say there is God. You sound stupid. They made up their mind. They're not going to give you the power. Power is taken.
Including them.
Check them. If you can't check them, say, hey, with all due respect, that's not your place. Don't worry about that part of the conversation. I don't think you're qualified to have that conversation.
This one. So let's not play holy. Tomorrow.
No, but I'm speaking the truth. I am qualified, so I can't speak the truth. No, I think you're 21. You can't speak on marriage. You've never been married. You never left your father's house. You can't speak on marriage. You're not qualified. Oh, so I can't have an opinion. No, you're not. I be you're a Momo person. You can't have a conversation about marriage if you've never been through it. Oh boy, that's we're always shaming people that are like, no, you're slow. The issue is deeper than that. Read the damn room.
Lies on them. Let's help them.
I'm not moralizing. I'm asking a question, and I got an answer.
Why would you put it as the most corrupt regime in the world?
He was disgusted.
Think of one more corrupt.
Yeah, I'm living in one.
He was disgusted.
I'm living in one. Yes, you've done a hell of a thing on this earth, so you should not be the one.
A hell.
You should be quiet when it comes to moral condemnation.
Yeah. I want you to tell us. He's just telling the truth. Yeah. No, you're a liar. At best. You're not telling the truth. You just can only see the word true one less. And there's only so much you can see. Okay? Let's continue with TIAMIYU.
Intention to destroy us. I go flip out for them. As they come back on, they cause our pastor. So that is where I personally believe that if you were doing it in your own YouTube space and complaining about, look, let me tell you.
Even that one, gone self.
We have 200 million people. The UK right now is 65 million. If you add another 20 million, you are adding a third of the UK's population. The UK will crumble.
The Big Money Movement is a movement that is dedicated to empowering women to land 5- and 6-figure goals.
Thank you, Senator Obama.
Let's push it forward a little bit.
10 pounds. UK people don't do respect.
What we know is that he never admitted.
Now, so me too, they make money from my life. Now, so BBC where invites you, they are making money. Now, you need to understand that.
That's I wish I was making money from YouTube. I wish.
How are you not? How many for?
I mean, before the.
I think maybe 2% foreigners that are Weibos. Maybe another 5% foreigners that are not Nigerian. Because yesterday on TikTok, I had a lady who was from Zambia or something. You understand? Now, John is one of the gentlemen that joined.
Let's bring John to the stage. John is notorious truth teller. Let's bring John to the stage.
For 1 or 2 minutes. Don't worry, John is not going to bash you. John seems to be supporting some of the things you have to say. And John is also used to being under the boss. So let's hear what he has to say.
Let's bring John to the stage. Let's go ahead and bring John to the stage. John had a lot to say. And let's go ahead and bring him to the stage. This is John right here. We've reviewed some comments by John here before. John is a brother with a lot of lame talk. I can't say I shouldn't call them lame, but the talking points are lame. I don't know if that helps. Then I'm happy to help. Okay, a lot of the talking points are lame. Okay, it is what it is. It's okay. It's okay. That's John right there. If you're wondering, all right. Gracious greatness. Before we continue with John and Daddy Freeze and them, if any Oyibo from US, UK, even ever want to undermine any African nation, I will ask them where are the things that they promised to various African and Caribbean nations since World War II. Exactly. Poor brother Bernard. Wahala. Hey, Nene, good to see you. Let's see here. Also, why did the UK deport various Caribbeans who built this nation back up since the 1950s? Yeah, we know that anything you call anything you call a developed nation around the world were built by black people. The last thing you want to be doing is shaming anybody for Japa, okay? Please don't participate in that, okay? If you want to encourage people to stay in Africa and build nations in Africa, that's literally a completely different conversation, okay? It's not. I know it's easy for us to bring it in and say, hey, it's our leaders that make it our fault. No, it's not relevant. It's not relevant. It's not. People will do whatever they need to do to survive, literally, okay? Even if it's wrong. Okay, we talk about that emotional level here all the time. People will do all the wrong things if it feels right. That's the reality of things, okay? So don't participate in like, oh, people like, no, if people want Japa, let them Japa. Energy, just like masculine energy, feminine energy, people will flow where they need to flow for survival. It is what it is. If you think the game is unfair, you're right. It's unfair to everyone. Play the game. Learn how to play the game. And may the best player win. That's how it works. Okay? That's just how it works. Either you're talking about relationship. Hold on. Excuse me. Sorry about that. Either you're talking about relationships or you're talking about whatever you're talking about. Okay? Your moral standard is a function of what I just said. Your moral standard does not exist without what I just said. The fact that people flow where they need to survive. If somebody said, hey, let's put the society together and let's enjoy it together, let's not be selfish, that is still a function of a need for survival. One comes before the other, not the other way around. Okay? So, but anyway, let's get into some more of the conversations with John. We're now at the top of the hour. I thought it was going to be long. We probably will come back on, what's today? Thursday? Yeah, we'll try to come back within the next 24 to 48 hours for let's yarn together. Let's discuss together. Oh, not this one. Let's go on to the next one. This one. This one. Aha.
Those several members of the family will be under the UK health insurance scheme.
So John is here to support TIAMIYU. Okay? He's here to support TIAMIYU. Thank you so much for the likes. Thank you, D-Love. Alright? He's here to support him. So a lot of talking points you're going to hear is going to be, hey, I'm speaking the truth. Why can't I speak the truth? It's like, tell your face you're speaking the truth, because the truth does not need that much help. Are you sure you're speaking the truth? The truth is undefeated. Oh, if you have to struggle so hard to speak the truth, there is a chance, just a chance. Sometimes you have to speak the truth, right? But there's a chance that you are telling lies and you are trying to force this into truth. But let's continue.
Costs. These are costs to the UK government, and it needs to stop. It needs to stop. Your conversation with BBC was not what made them take that decision. Don't even let anyone.
That's irrelevant to the conversation.
This is how people are making it feel. This is a decision that has been taken since weeks.
All excuses are usually irrelevant to the conversation. Okay, all excuses associated with Shalaye are usually irrelevant to the conversation. Oh, they've made a decision for irrelevant. The conversation is that you have diarrhea of the mouth. That's the conversation, okay? The conversation is not that, hey, did you cause? Of course you did not cause you Janjala. I beg. What we're saying is that you run your mouth and people like you are one too many. One too many. The more people we have like you, the less powerful we become, because there's no power in being loud. Okay? If there's any power in being loud at all, it's very minimal. Very rarely, okay, would you have to use word of mouth type of agitation. What did the powers that be tell you? They said go and protest. Go and protest. There's nothing wrong with protesting. Don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. Don't take me out of context. But they will say go and protest. They said go to court. Go to court. That's what the powers that be will say. Okay. Let's continue.
UK is not Zimbabwe, where someone can just go and say we will stop this. No, it must have gone through some level of deliberations. It's just a conversation that came at the back time when the decision was about to be rolled out.
Yeah, and guess what? It's supposed to actually air tomorrow. So the actual schedule is for it to be aired tomorrow, Wednesday. I think we don't even enter Wednesday already. I don't know.
This guy really thought it was running an infomercial on BBC. You know what an infomercial is? Where you pay people to run a program. It could be a documentary. You pay the TV station. Like there are people like that. You pay them good amount of money. You say, hey, run this for 1 hour. I'm locking in 1 hour. I'm buying 1 hour of airtime. He actually thought he thought he purchased an infomercial. They came to me as an authority. You last that you have 17,000 subscribers on YouTube.
Oh, bro, what you said is the truth. What you said is the gospel truth. I will never be apologetic for speaking the truth. No matter how people decide to swallow that truth, it's their business. I don't care. But the fact is that you spoke the truth.
What did he say? No matter what, you know, like, don't slap yourself, oh. Easy, right? Take it easy. I don't care how they receive it.
Business, I don't care. No matter how people decide to swallow that truth, it's their business.
Why are you talking if it's their business how they decide to swallow the truth? Where is your self-respect if you can't say, hey, how I say what I say matters more than the content of what I'm saying? Yes, it does. You're dealing with human beings. If you don't understand that, you have gross level of disrespect for your own time. It's very hard for me to take you seriously.
Okay.
Who cares?
Is that you spoke the truth.
The fact is that you spoke the truth. Never mind if I am speaking to, if it seems like I'm talking to the wall. This fact is that you spoke the truth. Can say, Ola, you can call them lame. Thank you for the permission. I appreciate that. Speaking the truth. Truth teller, monopolizer.
A lot of Nigerians who travel to the UK to study are actually.
Yes, I pay with my credit card, and then Emilio's.
Oh Lord! Wahala.
Going there to my parents who travel to the UK to study are actually going there to study. They are going.
They ain't going there to study. They're going there to jai away to a green card. They're going there to hustle, to bring their family over to Japa. And it's wrong. It's wrong for people to swim into our white people nation.
And they pack all members of their families there. And it's having an impact to the economy. Have you realized how high houses, the prices of houses have doubled in the United Kingdom? And this is because there is a massive influx of people into the United Kingdom.
Kilo de Aurora. Wow. Slow down. Maybe you will find out that what you are saying is dust. Empty. Cause sink or come nothing there. Maybe Yoruba people say, "Ti ojuba farabale arimu." When you calm down your eyes, maybe you can see the nose. No. You're not supposed to see your nose. You're not supposed to be looking for your nose. But just in case you're wondering if you actually have a nose, maybe you don't believe the mirror, right? Just calm down your eyes small. Relax. You see at least a blurry version of it, right? Right? Easy. Easy. Take it easy now. They just want to japa. They ain't going there to study. Emma Aurora, don't tear your own neck muscle.
United Kingdom. They want to stop it because the average Brit cannot even afford to buy a house in the UK.
What country are you speaking from, John?
So let's stop them from coming in because they are making house prices go up. Never mind that we live in a global village. Never mind that we're all exposed to each other. The naira is exposed to dollars, dollar is exposed to pound sterling. It's all exposed. Everything. And it's going to get worse. If you're crying about it right now, it's going to get worse.
So people will come with the argument that Indians also in the past 2 years, Nigerians constitute at least 50% of those migrating into the United Kingdom to study. And all of them come with family of 6 and a house help.
He's about to collect. He's about to collect.
I want to make an offer. I want to make an offer. I know I'm not supposed to be apologizing. I know better.
What? Did you hear what he just said? I know I'm not supposed to be apologizing. I know better. You have one person behind you. You can't even wait. You don't understand the power of the people. You can't even wait small. Ola, are you saying you should always pander to people? No, I say, people are not your mates. If you're going to push against them, what I'm saying is that make sure you know what you are doing. Oftentimes you don't. You're only seeing things from one lens. That's what I'm saying. Make sure you think it through properly. Make sure you seek wise counsel before you start yarning dust. There's still going to be dust in whatever you yarn anyway. Okay, but maybe you'll be thrown under the bus less often, right? Maybe you will have an opportunity to, maybe you actually have some wisdom that we all need to learn from. But we're not going to hear you if you're actively throwing us out, if you feel like you're throwing us under the bus in that process. If you feel understood, then maybe we might be able to learn something from you. Whose responsibility is that? I don't know. Wherever you think you're right. I'm just saying, wherever that message you have you want to land, it's not going to land. If we feel like you're here to attack us. People, the power is still in the hands of the people in the long term. In the short term, it might feel like you're getting away with stuff. Yeah, I understand. In the long term, you better be paying attention. Because that castle you're building around yourself on that poor street will collapse on you. They will push it on you. Eventually. Let's continue. He's about to collect. Woto.
Not supposed to be apologizing. But honestly, if they are posted, Daddy Freeze, you are the media guru.
MC, Daddy Freeze, thank you for letting me come in here. I've been trying to jump in here. MC, to be honest, you keep changing your points of view. You've apologized.
He can't make up his mind.
So many times. You apologized on your WhatsApp status. You apologized on Twitter. You apologized right here on this live. But for some reason, I'm watching your body language since you got in. You've been fidgeting.
Why would he
fidgetive?
Of someone. Hang on, John. Let me finish. Hang on, John. Let me finish.
Now, John is jumping in there, booty clapping for TIAMIYU, right? Why would you apologize? That's the point. That's the point she's making. She didn't say why you should apologize. She said you're confused. Like you're not making up your mind. You want to apologize? So I keep telling you, apologies for the most part, they're useless. Because oftentimes people don't know how to apologize. Or they're apologizing for something that they're having a hard time admitting to be wrong at. If you're having a hard time admitting to be wrong, have some self-pay. Be patient with yourself. Know what you did wrong first. Okay? Know what. Be clear about that. And if you're going to say, hey, I was wrong, own it with your full chest. Make sure it makes 100% sense to you. Oftentimes you're apologizing because you're trying to be dismissive. You're trying to push the issue under the rug, which is what he's been doing all day. just being dismissive, right? You just try just sorry, so we can move on. You will collect. Okay? It's not going to work. At best, they will say, okay, Motigbo, but it's resentment. A little resentment inside.
You've been fidgeting as soon as you got on, which are signs of nervousness and anxiety. You've been displaying all of those. However, I noticed, being observant here to this live video, as soon as John started supporting your motion, you gained your confidence.
Is that confidence?
Speaking with less fidgeting. I'm being very honest with you. And now all of a sudden, someone who has apologized several times is saying that you don't have any reason to apologize. Now I'm going to ask you. I'm going to hang on, MC. I listened to that. Hang on. Let me finish.
What did he say?
You are going to mention my name.
What did he say? He said, I didn't say I didn't have any reason to apologize. We're talking about what you sound like. We don't care the exact words you use. Let me even repeat that properly. Okay, human beings do not care about the exact words that you use. They only give a shit about how you make them feel. So if you end up in an argument where you're arguing about I didn't say that, you could just collect. People don't care. Everybody, we don't care about the exact words you use. They only care about how you make them feel. Yeah, I didn't say anything. No, you literally, you've been speaking from both sides of your mouth. You want to apologize, you don't want to apologize. You want to apologize, you don't want to apologize. That is a weak position to be in. And yes, people will come from all angles to call you out on it because you lack self-respect. Okay, but he's found a woman. Let me shut her down before she start to misquote me. Misquote is not the topic. Okay, obviously there are millions upon millions of people talking about this, and they all feel like you threw them under the bus. You might want to pay, even if you don't admit that you were wrong, you might want to pay attention.
Hang on, MC, please. Let me finish speaking.
She called him MC. MC TIAMIYU. You are going to call my name right, woman? Really? You're going to call my name right, woman? What do you learn how to call my name first? This guy.
Your daddy.
It's not gonna work. Could it work? It's not gonna work.
Your name. You did not introduce yourself. What is your name? My name is Granny. What's your name?
You know my name. You have seen my WhatsApp status.
He said, you know my name, gentlemen. Okay, gentlemen. If I promise you, I guarantee you, this works all the time. Okay, it's to get you to your destination faster. If you know that somebody knows you, some people do that, and they pretend like they don't really know you like that, but somehow you just know. It's not like you're guessing, or you know they know you, but they kind of come to the table and say, hey, yeah, I don't really know you like that. So, oh, my name is Ola. Just trust me. That destination you're looking to get to, that needs to be right. You will instantly be right. You will gain an instant respect just like that. Why? Because you're not obsessed with being right. Why? Because you have self-respect. You have something for other people to mimic. Right? You don't need them to validate you. Just say, oh, my bad, my apologies. Pardon my bad manners. My name is Ola. Somebody mispronounce your name because they are Oyibo people. They just mispronounce it and they call you Ola Kunkunkunwaka and they pronounce all of your Ola Tokumba out in the wrong way. Ola Kumbumbo or Ola Kukumba. Just say, oh, my bad. The name is Ola Tokumba, but just call me Tokes. That's all you have to do. And smile and watch them crumble at their knees to where they belong. But if you are engaged and say, you know my name, You know exactly what my name is. But you know they collect like that, just like that. It gets worse. It's only going to get worse, right? You move further and further away from your destination. Why? Because you lack self-respect. And people have no choice but to mimic the level of self-respect that you have for yourself. That's the way it works. This behavior, they align. You can see them. They're consistent everywhere. Let's continue.
I have absolutely. As a matter of fact, that
Rani, clean your camera lens. You're not. I can't.
Pronounce the name right and calm down.
Bro. I'm sorry. I have absolutely no
Booty
idea
clapping for TIAMIYU.
However, the reason I decided to join in on you speaking on this live is because you made a statement when Daddy Priest asked you why you said all what you said. It took you forever to get to the point. And like I said, all of these boil down to the signs of anxiety and nervousness. You couldn't answer the question.
Dialpad's AI sales has completely transformed how we sell.
Oh my sure, it really could not answer the question. They even said, what were you trying to say? Daddy Free said, what were you trying to say?
Of going and nervousness. You couldn't answer the question. It took you 7 minutes of going on and on before you answered the question.
Madam,
hang on, John, please let me finish. Eventually, when you answered the question, I haven't made my point yet. Eventually, when you answered the question, your response was that Nigerians cannot afford 15,000 pounds in tuition. Please, what part of Nigeria were you living in?
He didn't say that. It's true. He did not say that. But that's again not relevant. You know. Let's continue.
Nigerians that you knew, that you say Nigerians don't have
John to be no. Look at John's face. Look at John's face. Hello day. John, kilo day. Why, John? Why you like this? Oh, that neck. Hey, take it easy, John. Madam. Jesus.
That's the Nigerians that you knew, that you say Nigerians don't have 15,000 pounds. Who are the Nigerians? Like, what part of the trenches are you coming from?
All right, Madam, you're not the only one that knows how to shout. At that point in time, you lost. Okay, you will win the short-term game. Maybe you will yell over her and she will shut up. But short-term, yes. But respect, they happen from short-term. Respect is earned over time. Okay, the respect you earn in short term, meaning somebody just met you, they see you as a man. Just because you have prick, they give you respect. That one no be respect. That one to be say like mutual respect, the one you collect from the streets. Regular respect that you get off of the street, you just pick up just because you're a human being. That's all that is. Okay, but the actual respect that you're craving for is a function of time, patience, self-respect, right? Consistency. Right, that's where respect comes. The one you're craving for, that's where it comes from. Right, you're not going to shut anyone down. The only thing you're going to gain is worse. Right, if they don't want to do yelling match with you, they might just shut up, but they can't respect you. Okay, because you have a need to yell before you can make a point. Let's continue.
What part of the trenches are you coming from? I want to understand.
Madam, relax.
I want to ask
so,
relax, Madam, relax.
So, what did he say? Did he or did he not say that Nigerians cannot pay the 15,000
Madam is
pounds?
upset.
That's the mindset he has.
Madam is upset.
Let me help you. He said Nigerians do not need English.
People don't listen, they just hear, unfortunately.
People don't listen, they just hear. Unfortunately, he's successfully booty clapping for him. He loves it.
Are you done?
He did not
say
that's not what he felt. Madam, let me ask you a question. What he said, is it true?
Be free. Please bring another person that has something factual to say.
Bro, let me put it up for you. You don't need all that. After all, you've made a mess of how we got here. Relax, okay?
Bro, relax. I got your back.
First of all,
look at Daddy Freeze. Look at the smile on Daddy Freeze's face. This guy love content. Die. Look at the smile on his face. But I don't blame him. I love content too. Jesus. What holler. Let's continue.
Well, first of all, let me say this to you. Even Judas, Daddy Freeze, you have to agree with me on this. Even Judas had disciples. Even Judas had disciples.
All right. You know what she's trying to say there? I think this is what she's trying to say. I think. I think that's what she's trying to say. She's straight. Your booty clapping for him. Even Judas has disciple. Shame, insult, guilt, and needs to be right. Yes, women will pull that in at the appropriate time. All the time, 100% of the time, they will bring in shaming if you try to match them in energy. That's just the way it works. Okay. Who should we blame for that? If you have to blame anybody, yourself. Okay. If we have to blame anybody, it's yourself. Okay. I don't think we have to blame anybody. We can just see it for what it is. But if you insist that we have to blame somebody, we have to blame you for it. Okay.
What? Do you understand what I'm trying to say? Like Daddy Fizz has rightly pointed out several times. Okay. Now the question is, I'm going to be very truthful right here, and I'm going to say this. Did the UK government already know about certain things and reasons that Nigerians are choosing to migrate? Absolutely, yes, they do. Of course they do. Absolutely, yes,
they agreed to something.
However, did they need one of us to confirm this information? Yes, they did. Now, listen
they
to
need
this.
you. She's
John,
right. As a matter of fact, the first knee-jerk reaction to the answer for me would have been like, no. But when I think about it, this is where power comes in, okay? Until you use your own mouth to run yourself into a hole, people really don't have power on you like that. They don't, okay? For the most part, people don't have power on you like that. This is why, again, Shalaye is a bastard. Resist the urge to mansplain, to ever explain yourself. It doesn't work. They need you to run your own mouth into the hole before they can have power over you, okay? Without you and what you say, people, institutions, the most powerful institutions in the world, they don't really have that kind of power over you. They don't. They need you to admit it. They need to divide you as a people before they can conquer you. That's what she's trying to say. But I think it's going way over their head. Let's continue.
Nigerians, aside from this person right here,
shout out to Daddy Freeze for the content.
The exact questions that he was asked. Why are Nigerians migrating in large numbers? Mm-hmm. Some of the responses have been, oh, Nigerians are family oriented. We have large families and we all want to come in together. We need support.
They're lying.
It doesn't matter if
it says they're lying.
There is a sense of patriotism.
No.
There is a sense of patriotism.
No.
You do not go out on national television and admit to our slave masters that we are coming to their country to do what?
Freeze, can you moderate? Daddy Freeze, can you moderate?
Do you understand that? Oh my goodness.
Daddy Freeze, can you moderate, please?
Hold on.
Daddy Freeze, now your life, I join you.
No, just calm down.
Please. I didn't come for this unnecessary back and forth, honestly.
But in fairness to her, what she said is also what I said.
And of course.
And that is the place where you said it. Because like I said, we say this to ourselves. To be honest, there's a lot of truth in what you said. But don't take it to our colonial masters who are part of the reason why we are like this and go and tell them. I gave the example. You can't
to what end?
Your neighbor's house.
To what end?
You will
What were you hoping to achieve by saying what you said? What was the game plan? What was your game plan when you said what you said? Like, I don't understand. Was there any scenario in your head that played out that if I say this to them, they would respect Nigerians more? Did you have that scenario in your head for a second, or would it have a terrible effect on Nigerians generally?
Please moderate. Daddy Freeze, please moderate.
Let me tell you something. You are very long. I tried to get on your Twitter live. You didn't let us in. You mentioned that BBC people were listening in on the live, that you had invited them. I needed to speak. I wanted to speak. I wanted to speak. You said people. I wanted them to hear me. You said people should hide because you think we don't have passports. You think we don't have British passports, so we are hiding. You're not even a British citizen. You don't even have papers because you cannot boldly tell us how you are dead.
Hey, Roro, good to see you.
So that the BBC people would hear me talk and talk to you the way you deserve to be spoken to.
Now,
I am pained because Nigeria, that is
wow.
We all know that this Jackpot process is not even a cheap process. This Jackpot process is for middle class only.
Can you moderate?
People are spending their hard-earned money to try and migrate.
Madam, I'm sorry I had to remove her. I don't disagree with
she got removed.
But it's just that nobody else is getting a word.
She was loud.
Granny, calm down.
But I told you.
Calm down.
That's what happens.
We need to have a conversation. Emotions are high.
Let me see if I can move it forward a little bit.
Emotions are high, but I need us to be able to talk. My number 1, 2, and 3 get me. Where are my super stickers? Make them happen right now, right now, right now.
She was absolutely right.
Again, go buy my stars on
absolutely,
Facebook,
she was right.
Now that there's a bit of calm in the house, can I continue? So, John, you were trying to say something.
Oh, can you turn on your camera? I want to say something to you.
Yeah. Come on the camera. Let me booty clap small a little bit.
I need to
respectfully. Let me booty clap small for you, TIAMIYU.
While I'm at it,
respectfully,
bro. This is a perfect opportunity for you. A lot of people have threatened you. A lot of people have insulted you. Seek asylum.
Seek asylum. Seek asylum. Let me pretend like I have green,
Asylum about the thing.
They don't know they're helping you. They're helping you. Of course, they're helping you. Seek asylum. The truth is,
I mean, they could be helping you, but it depends on what you do with what just happened.
But did you say the truth? You said the gospel truth. A lot of Nigerians don't need that masters for it.
Yes.
They can get those masters in other university institutions in Nigeria. But the only reason why they are leaving is because they want to migrate.
And what's wrong with that?
We can't be fighting for a country. When we want to elect leaders, we want our own person to be the leader. And yet we want to run away. No, we will stay in that Nigeria.
Is John in Nigeria?
Bro, you said the right.
He's in. Does anybody know if he's in Nigeria?
In the UAE, am I against it? No, I'm 100% in support of it.
Wait.
Prison. Nigerians come with visas and refuse to go back. And that's so.
Does that not spell privileged person speaking? We spoke about this on Antibe's platform the other day. If you didn't have to go through some method of choices to japa out of Survivor, please don't run your mouth. If you are a citizen, you were born here, you came here with visa lottery, everything seemed like it was handed to you on a silver platter, please don't run your mouth, okay? Now here's the issue. I know you will never have to deal with this issue at immigration levels, but because this is your mindset, at other aspects of life, you will run your mouth into a hole. You will hurt yourself because it's just the way you think, right? It's just the way you think, and you will basically transplant that mindset to every other areas of life, and you will hurt yourself in that process. And the sad thing is that you won't be able to link that mindset together with the way you were talking when it was immigration matter, because after all, immigration, you never had to deal with it, right?
They said enough is enough. We're going to ban every Nigerian for getting business in the UAE. Am I against it? No. I'm 100% in support of it. 100% in support of it. The UK is not the first country.
He's doubling down.
Done that in the past.
That the freeze.
Okay.
That the freeze.
Anything else? John, can you please leave so I can bring somebody else? No problem.
Bro, thank you very much, John. Please send me a DM. I'll go follow you.
Please, John. Thank you for booty clapping for me so hard. I saw it. Follow me. I will follow you back. Believe me.
Because I can't do much.
You can't help TIAMIYU. Not like this. We can only create content and learn from it. Oh. We can't help him. Oh. He no go here. Coconut head no they hear. Oh. They won't hear until they hit rock bottom. And oftentimes when they hit rock bottom, they won't be able to connect it to this event. It will just look like a separate event, but it's the same mindset that got them there. Okay? They have an inherent disability. They can't see beyond right and wrong. That's all they can see.
Asylum would now. This is not about me, to be honest.
It's like, no, that booty clapping is too much. I don't need asylum.
And calmly.
And before you bring another person, I have responses because the lady will come. Somebody said
maybe we'll say something that makes sense now.
No, bring her back, please. I don't feel comfortable. I don't feel comfortable with somebody who
me too her
argument. I don't. I joined your life because it is you. Do you understand? At least you go allow me talk, you go talk. Yeah. We go. This is a dialogue, right? And I have some responses.
He just me too her. I don't feel comfortable.
If
Jesus.
There, I wouldn't have responded.
We are having.
He said I'm nervous. The answer is yes. Because Mr. Blog Niger has captioned this thing wrongly, right? I know what happened.
At least he admitted to being nervous.
I know how.
Notion has been the centerpiece.
Oh Lord, Wahala.
How it's affect. Normally, I don't sleep, Baba. I have
you want
important.
And it's mini.
So if I am losing sleep, I'm having to drink water because I'm talking, right?
The laugh is nervousness. I think the laugh is nervousness. Is it? There's some people that have a permanent smirk on their face like that.
And I am being watched by 5-7. There's a lot of people in your life tonight. This is a very hot topic, right? If now they sit down, you are definitely going to be nervous. So the fact that I am nervous or that I don't feel 100% comfortable, it's nothing at all. It just shows that I am human. Because if 2,000 people are calling you Olori Buruku, a part of you would think maybe you are. Right? So for the lady who came and was ranting, sorry, say paying you. I'm sorry. The apology that I offered is not because I feel like I said what was.
He said sorry. You say he paying you. Anyway, go da. His mouth is just bad. Oh, he said sorry. Say he paying you. But let me apologize. Let me give you a type of apology. Let's just.
It was not correct. The apology is because I know genuinely people feel uncomfortable because of what they watched. And what you watched is a snippet of the whole interview. If the BBC is going to do right by me, they'll post the whole conversation. About sharing now, they'll post the whole conversation. And this is the problem with negative energy as well.
It's still doing shalaye.
This is the problem with negative energy. If you watch the full video,
he just called it. The negative energy is not coming from him, it's coming from everybody else. Okay, listen, he's not going to admit that he's wrong. That's fine. It's not fine for him, I'll tell you that much. But for us, it's fine. We can get some lessons out of this. But if you think this guy will admit to being wrong, almost impossible. Not when he's feeling attacked. Okay. Almost impossible. Yeah.
1 minute thing that people are sharing. It started with, this is a guy who helps people come to Britain. What did that mean?
He wants he's repeating again. Somebody please give him some candy.
You can pick like 10 people who are
I mean,
willing
sweet.
to
Nigerian people call it
relocate.
sweet. What do you call it, UK?
Normally, I would
Sweet. Give me some
charge
sweets.
for my time, in speaking with people like this. I know they talk free. My time is not cheap. My time is not free and it's not cheap. I try to make it affordable for people who wants to reach me. But if you're able to pick, just for you to know that I'm not here to stop you, you can still come. And the problem is we're not even seeing the roots that have now gotten bigger attention, because as they close one, they open another. But because people just want to rant and vex, all right? This lady, I don't know her. We haven't spoken. So why am I going to get a personal?
Is he acting like a victim? Is that what's going on here? Is it a victim now? BBC does not care about you. They will cut and chop the interview so it is juicy. Exactly. Is it feeling like a victim? Is that what's going on here? Like this woman, I don't know how they attacked me, they yell, blah, 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 blah. They're attacking me, even though all I did was say the truth. I didn't do anything wrong. The only thing I did is I said the truth. This young man was a policeman. Is this a policeman? They said he's a policeman. I mean, this is just a security somewhere. Where was this? Is this the uniform of Nigerian police? I don't see gun, no. He was a policeman. He just jackpot, right? Wahala. Jesus. It's not gonna admit that he's wrong. That's just the honest truth.
Issue with her. The question now is, we have new opportunity. If you still want to move, there's still opportunity. They just close one door, right? So this is why I didn't even feel anything wrong, in actually sharing the context of why people stress so much to get 15K, 18K, 22K for a master's degree that they do not need. The word here is need.
How are you going to tell people if they need a master's degree or not? I mean, help me. Am I wrong? Are we, what's going on here? Like, you get to tell people if they need a master's degree or not? Unsolicited advice? I mean, is that how this works these days? What am I missing here? I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. Can people advise random willy-nilly? I tell you, can we just say that at a general scale? People just don't need this master's degree. Is that how that works? Is that how that works? Really? Let me show you this really quickly. Yes.
Like what I have been through.
Wait, what did he say? I don't.
Thank God I don't look like what I have been through. Thank God I don't look like what I have been through. I've been through a lot. If I need to get a tattoo, I'll tell them to write this country now. Wow, from my head. This country now what? Now wow.
Wow, it was so excited. Was he jackpotting or something? This caption says, this is EMDEE TIAMIYU on his way to UK in September 2022. He entered the UK with same dependent route on September 2022. Less than 9 months after he entered UK, he closed the border against his kinsmen and lineage with his mouth. Ha! It's not good to talk too much. It's not good. Let me see here. Another one here. Let me see. Okay, let's dive into this one here. Let's see. I have a few. Okay, I've taken the necessary steps. I have asked for help. I know all the names of all the people who have sent me threats and called me names. Explain the victim. Called me names. I have screenshot. Maybe thoughts in Yankee. You've probably heard like in Yankee, you can just call authority on people. They'll just come and pick you up. Don't be afraid. They can't do you nothing. Just call the police. They will come and pick them up. So all of you, just be ready for the consequences that will come from it. Nobody they touch you, but they will drag you. I'll collect online first, no? Nigerian blogger EMDEE TIAMIYU exposed to the BBC the latest student visa method most Nigerians now use to jackpot to the UK. Once people sending him unpleasant messages about the impending calamity that will soon befall all of them. Hey, wow. I've seen comments about Nigerians don't like the truth. Okay, what? Okay, there's a lame comment here. I think this is a lame comment. Let's read it. I've seen comments about Nigerians don't like the truth. What are you guys saying? I schooled in the UK for 9 years from my high school, A levels, BSc to both master's degree. We're not the only country who does this. Okay, so it's not a lame comment. It's saying, what are you talking about? Let me jump. If anyone is even thinking about relocating to other countries, newsflash, the entire world is watching and also going to start implementing things to stop people from migrating, and it's not going to affect Nigerians alone. I don't know what she's talking about. I don't know what she's talking about. Look at this video. Wake up, Jimasu. Wake up, Jimasu. I have no idea. He has the same. Does he have the same outfit all the time? I have no idea. Let me see. Okay, this is the original clip, 25 seconds, that became the brouhaha that we're talking about. Okay.
They need the degree as an accessory route to.
Wait. Let's go back again.
Like they need the degrees. They need the degree as an accessory route to come into the country. So a lot of these people get their priorities shifted real fast.
So it's really about getting into the UK.
Exactly.
And then
it's not about the
education.
education. It's not really about the education. Like they need the degrees.
It's not really about the education. It says.
Into the country.
It says it's not really about. What did Ellen Paul, comedian, says? Ellen Paul says, "Oh Lord, who is this? Speak for yourself. Our vision is not the same." Huh. These people.
There is God, oh, there is God, oh, there is God, oh. There is God, oh. There is God.
Speaking of not throwing our people under the bus, that was so bad of me. That was so bad of me. But there is God, though. There's God. Diarrhea of the mouth, exactly. He was playing victim. Should I not call him names? I don't know. Enough people have been calling him names. I'm not sure how much that's going to help. It's not going to change his mind. They said he apologized on Twitter. There's an apology here. I'm going to play in a second. Just because he doesn't need it for mean others no need it. Exactly. Obviously, he didn't learn jack from whatever you've been through or from his 9 months in the abroad. He's doing accent for us from Mutala. Was he about to fly? Yo, Walha. This guy na bat since the interview date. He's wearing the same. He no bat since that day. Walha. It's too funny running his mouth. Who lose if them stop immigration? The country. Literally. The country that stop immigration will lose. Right? And the lames won't understand that, you know. It might be tough to get people to understand that. But, yeah, the country loses. Life Onatu says he ordered those people. Okay, you're replying her. This one too, they talk. Adebusla, well done, no. Welcome. This John is always backwards in his thinking. Oh, John is in Nigeria. We die here. Bye here. No wonder. I support them. Excuse me. Make I no joke. Let me play this last clip before I go back to Daddy Freeze, right? Let's see here.
About the education.
This is his apology.
Good morning, everybody. This is not a standard video or the regular kind of video that I'll do. I am doing this without any script or anybody telling me what to say and how to say it.
Okay.
I'm doing this from the reflections and the truthfulness of my heart. That if you have seen the interview/news feature, please, I am sorry for any inconvenience that this may have cost you.
Okay.
I am sorry for any inconvenience this may have cost you. If what you have seen, been circulated, what you watched, what we watched, has made you uncomfortable in any way at all,
thank you.
I want to say that I am deeply, 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 and sincerely sorry.
Okay.
And why do I say sorry? Because for whatever
what are you
pain
sorry for?
that you feel, I feel even more. Because if I meet you in person, if we're able to sit in the same space, touch you, probably, engage, there is nothing in my heart for you than love, progress, and positive support.
Wait. Are we apologizing?
People
What's going on?
who know me, who have met me once, wherever it is in the world, know that this is only what I've brought. There is no other motivation for me granting an interview,
okay,
than to highlight some of the challenges that we genuinely face as a Black community back at home and also in the UK, and actually to give an opportunity to me, who haven't been heard, to share our frustration with the people. Good morning, everybody.
Wait, where's the rest of it? Where's the rest?
Standard video or the regular.
I can't find the rest of it
that I'll do.
Anyway, the little we just heard. Okay, the little we just heard. Do you accept the apology? Right. Let me ask you, do you accept the little apology we just heard? As a fellow Nigerian, do you accept it? Well, I can't find the rest of the video. I'm not going to be looking for it. Do you accept? To be well, we're 4 hours 50 minutes in. Okay. Church Bibawo Olodo, it was laughter a minute earlier. I think it's a permanent smirk on his face. I thought it was until this apology. He wasn't laughing much, right? But he said he's not being influenced now, right? Right. Hey, Latu, good to see you. Right. Do we accept the apology? I'm asking though. Let me ask. Do we accept this apology? Oh, touch deeply. Compare his nasty ass attitude on that free show to his apology. Think about it. Do we accept this apology? Nigerians around the world. Mongo Park that was rescued from the back end of Kano as a field skit maker. Oh, he was. Listen, there might be more to this guy's story that I don't know yet, right? He put on his clown makeup for his apology, Mr. One Hoodie for life. Ankara hoodie. Oh Lord, let's see here. Do you? Hell no. It wasn't. I was trying to look for. I didn't want to nitpick it, right? Maybe the apology is, up to that point where it got cut off, right? Hell no, it was fake as hell. It was not sincere. He said deeply though. The deep didn't count. He said from the bottom of his heart. Nope. Jesus. You can't offend Nigeria. If you offend Nigerians, hey, I've been in and out. Someone should tell him to go change his shirt. Wahala. Deeply and truly fake ass apology. So we're not gonna accept it. Voila. Let's get to this.
Right. Me. But
hello.
Daddy Freak, you are moderating.
Yeah, no, continue. I'm trying to bring in the people, so I'm allowing you to.
They say continue to the Messiah and free content.
Yeah. So somebody said somebody said on Twitter.
Tizzy, I've sent you a request because you guys have been asking since.
He really should apologize for himself for allowing himself to be used as a pawn.
Bongoli is
Agenda must agenda.
Somebody said,
Tizzy, I've sent
he's
you
not sorry.
Request. Mary, I've sent you a request. Mary Oon.
Wait, Ibolati Jasi yo.
I sent you a request.
Ibolati Jasi yo. Freeze is still trying to collect his money. Ibolati Jasi Simba yo. Gist Lover said his mother made him the Ankara when he was coming. He has another color. I have the pictures. Hey, voila. So he's just changing them. Okay. Interesting. Let's see.
Somebody said there's no explanation that will be enough. I'm reading that.
Of course, or there. Some people are trying to tell you, but you won't hear it. You won't hear it. The only thing you can learn from is learn. The only thing you can do with this is learn from it. There's no shalaye that's going to. You're not going to get worse and worse and worse.
6,000 viewers now. Somebody said there's no explanation that will be enough.
Nope.
I'm reading directly from a Twitter comment.
He's been reading comments. There's no shalaye that will get you out of this. The only thing that can get you out of this is time. And there's no complete getting out of this. The internet will remember what you did for the rest of the life of the internet. Okay. But let's get to this. Shout out to Bongoli. Bongoli shared some really, really cool stuff. I thought we should address.
Unnecessary bullying, you know?
Unnecessary bullying. He was apologizing, but he's still playing the victim.
And for people who are able to listen, not just hear.
Another shaming tactic. Una know they listen. Una know they listen. You just don't want to hear nothing. Gracious greatness is Niger, Black Americans, our Caribbeans are the best people at roasting. Please don't offend all these ethnicities or you go collect woto. That's a fact. Anti-Biga receipts. He was excited to grant the interview. He doesn't understand that image matters a lot. He has two. He needs to wear the spare and put this one in the washer. Wahala. Show mama. Okay, I think it's show mama. It makes sense now. Show mama. Ola, this small boy called TIAMIYU. Tabi Kilotinkwe. It's sadly the best definition of a foolish man. Oh my shield. He's too proud over nothing. Ola, you talk and finish. Nothing can help this. What's obsession with viewer counts? That's why he did the interview in the first place. He thought it was going to uplift his brand. I will tell you that much. That's what he thought it was doing, and there's nothing wrong with that. If somebody invites me to CNN or ABC News or something like that to come and speak, first of all, they better be inviting me on something that I'm a subject matter expert on. Okay. Number two, I better prepare myself beyond just book stuff, right? I better know what I'm talking about, because when you get exposed to that level, that if you have millions of people watching, you better know what you're talking about, right? And it better be much more than just book smart, book right and wrong.
You are getting some part of the context to this, and I'm still happy to help as many people as I'm able to help, because now they help where they help people, make them even say me will talk to this guy, not because
can somebody come out and say he has helped him?
Invited to speak because I was bashing Nigeria.
I'm sure he's helping someone.
So my goal is to elevate the country if I can. All right,
all right, bro. Before I bring Bongoli on, my cap, buy direct from USA.com. Buy direct from USA.com. Anything you need in America: clothes, shoes, cars, watches, and above. Yeah, follow me.
When I knew I wanted to form an LLC, I did a bunch of online research, and me being a technology.
All right, let's get back to it. Okay, so Bongoli has something to say.
Good morning, good evening, good night, everyone, and good day, my brother. I hope you're doing very well. Everybody has.
Because I'm supposed to be sleeping. I'm supposed to be sleeping.
Yes.
You can't sleep now.
Firstly, my brother, when I watched that video clip, I spoke with a friend and I told the friend that this guy actually must have done a 25 to 30 minute video, and they only took about 30 seconds of that video.
This is how
to
it
push
works.
a certain narrative. Now, one thing you have to understand very well is I'm a man of data, and these people look at data, and now they're about to push, or they have this policy that they're about to put in place, or they put in place already. And what do we go for? We go for somebody that is
somebody who is a mumu,
and then let that person be the person that the country where that person is coming from, they transfer the aggression towards you. So now nobody's transferring the aggression towards the government that put that policy, that's putting that policy in place. Everybody's channeling their grievance.
No sleep for the wicked, exactly.
My brother,
That's
this
English.
is not an insult anyway, but I think there's some naivety on your part. And that is why I always say that we as Nigerians,
that's an understatement. Naivety.
Just have a little information as regards state of affairs. State of affairs will let you know, understand, and or realize that there is always a narrative. You see, these people have enslaved, and colonized us for about 500 years. We think we are smart. We are not as smart as they are.
No. And this is and before he continues,
we are not as smart as they are.
We're not as smart as they are. We think because you know books, you don't cram all of the policies on Home Office. Is it Home Office or Homeland website? You're not as smart as they are. Okay, that's a nice way to say you be mumu. Okay, that's a nice way to say shut up.
Will you keep quiet?
Okay. If you read book finish, congratulations to you. You need this one more step, maybe two more steps. More likely like two more steps. There's application. That's the next best step. The next best step after that, another two steps. Like I said, two more steps. Application is experience. You don't know what you don't know. You know. You're not smart because you know books. There's more to it. There's more to it. I promise you. There's more to it. Let's continue.
Yeah, I will say that again. My brother, you see, I am a big proponent of stop demarketing Nigeria. A lot of us demarket Nigeria consciously and unconsciously.
Don't be so quick in front of strangers.
BBC has contacted me before. I shouldn't be saying this, but I'll say this here. During the election period, BBC contacted me at the back. They wanted me to say some certain things, but I said,
that clout on
I want to be visualized. I want to be seen. I want to be visualized and all of that. And then they pulled back. They pulled back during the election period to say some certain things as regards my candidate at the time. So we need to go back to our Nigeria's history. We need to look at what they did to Jaja Afokpobo. You know what Jaja Afokpobo's story? You know his story? Jaja Afokpobo was the man that was the middleman between the British trading with the hinterlands. Into the hinterlands. He was the middleman. And after a while, when they saw they were not making profits, they took him out. They put him on a ship and sent him away to the West Indies. And on his way back, something else happened. They got him. This is history. We should never forget history. History has taught us a lot. And however, history is having a lot of students because history keeps repeating itself. Now, the other person I would like to bring up is the history of Lagos State also. Lagos, not Lagos, Lagos. Oba Kosoko and Oba Akintoye, when they were fighting, they went with Akintoye to fight against Kosoko, right? And
New to now. What is wrong with these people? Someone is talking.
And let them come in. You need to know. When they got Dosumu, Dosumu went to sign and let them come in. You need to realize that they are saying that you are doing something great, and they played on your naivety, respectfully. See,
They paid for your naivety. He said respectfully.
You need to realize that they are saying that you are doing something great, and they played on your naivety.
They preyed on your naivety. That's what he said. They preyed on your naivety. It's real though. Hey Vanessa, thank you so much for the support. I appreciate you. Thank you so much for the £20 support. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. She says, well done, bro. Allah, for the consistencies you're putting on here and on ATB show. May God continue to bless both of you. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Wow, thank you so much, Vanessa. I appreciate that. Lady says thank you so much. Emotional intelligence, social intelligence, man says God will bless your home family because you're a gift to this upside down world where we did now. Thank you, I appreciate that. Gracious Greatness says the guy no understand the small print or all aspect of litigation, legalized, and everything to do with the law regarding foreigners, naturalization, citizenship, and the laws surrounding. Those things are like there are books upon books, text, characters upon text upon text, like for a reason. It's much more complex than right and wrong. Definitely, absolutely. Let's get back to the juice here, right?
Respectfully.
Respectfully.
It is not every time, and this is not to you, but to everyone else that's watching us here. It is not every time you carry your phone and be saying you are creating content. Your content may be detrimental to the success of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. We need to understand there's always an agenda. Look at what the Vice President-elect said.
There's always an agenda.
Said, and I quote, that was 2 days ago, as regards the refinery. He said, Africa is not all about poverty. Africa is not all about wars. We are actually commissioning a refinery, one of the largest refineries in the world, maybe number 7 or number 8 in the world, 650,000 barrels a day capacity.
It's number 1 in the world. That's the last time I checked. But also beyond that, what's the population of people, the population of Africa? We know that Nigeria has about 200 million by itself. You really think that we're the way you think is you really think we are a burden to the rest of the world? That's how you think? That's really what you think this is? Thank you so much for the £5. Thank you so much for your support. Gracious Greatness. Thank you. You know what time it is? I have to. I'm sorry. For now, I have to. Okay? I have to. So, like I was saying, do you really think we're a burden to the rest of the world? Is that how you think this works? Why? Because Africa is so poor, they're such a burden, they come there to drop food for them. Yeah, they're just a burden to the rest of it. Is that how you think? Yeah, if that's how you think, you have a lot to learn. Let's continue listening to Bongoli, DJ Bongoli.
A complex refinery, one of the most complex refineries in the world, but they didn't put it up. There is a narrative.
There's a narrative.
There is a picture they want to paint, and they looked for you.
If you don't have your own agenda, don't go there. Okay? If you don't have an agenda that will build your own people, don't go on another other people's media platform to tear down your own people. Don't do it. The best you can get out of his attention, maybe some super chats, okay? But eventually, it's going to catch up, okay? You're going to need people. You're going to need your relationships. Don't be so quick to throw your wife, your husband under the bus, the opposite, because you want to speak the truth. After all, it's the truth. Let me just speak the truth. Don't do that to yourself. Don't do that to yourself. They're easy. There's more to it. There's more to it. There's always more to it. There's always an agenda. If you don't have an agenda, if you don't understand the agenda and you don't have your own agenda, maybe you should calm down. If all you have is the books you read, maybe you should calm down first.
And they got you, and you played right into their hands. You would understand that they were only looking for sound bites, and they carved it to fit their narrative. So it is you, the Nigerians, will come for. And lastly, let me butter your ego a little bit, so that we are not all hypocritical here. You sounded like somebody that is living, not sounded like somebody that's fighting for survival. Most of the people that are facing you, that are coming at you, are people that are fighting for survival.
Thank you.
This guy has blocked my way of going a certain way. But remember, you were just debates. You were just debates, respectfully, sir, because they have this data. I am a data-driven guy. I love data. Data never lies. Data never lies. So they looked at the data, they looked at your videos, they looked at all of the things that you were doing, all of the great, because I'm seeing people that I respect a lot that are coming on this.
They look at your video, they say you only look in one direction. Let's use this one to push our narrative. BBC say you be mumu man.
You are a mumu man.
Let's use him. That's what happened right there. They looked at some of your content. They could hit this one. Let's use this one. Thank you, Jarenini. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. You know I have to. I have to. I have to. Thank you so much for the $20 Natu. Thank you. I appreciate you. Chinye says, when a Nigerian tells you respectfully, you're about to collect with the Yep, exactly. Thank you so much for the support, Natu. Natu has a business. Please support Natu. Natu has a business called Qualisa.ing. Just go support her. Go find her on Instagram. She sells I'm gonna put it here. I think I remember. Tell me if I'm correct, okay? Qualisa.ing. Go support her on Instagram. She's selling fragrance and things like that. So check her out up there. Thank you so much, Natu. I appreciate you. Let's get back to some of this. Let's see.
Platform and say you have been doing great things for them in giving them good advice as regards relocating abroad. I have a problem with that anyway because of brain drain. You are giving them advice to take the best brains out of Nigeria. And therefore, I want to come back to Nigeria anyway, but that's another conversation. You are
for now, you go stay where you did. For your own reasons.
Their quota. Remember, there was what did they call it? Brexit. A lot of what's it called? Labor left the UK. Now, let us fill that quota. Nigeria spends about almost $2 billion, about $2 billion annually on education tourism. On healthcare tourism, annually, we're spending about $1.2 billion US. They have gotten that quota. They have gotten the amount.
Everything is all a quota.
So now to go back to status quo. And who is the best person to use?
It's all a quota. That's it.
This could be a blessing, and this could be a curse.
Yes, it could be. It could be a blessing. It could be a curse. Right? That's how life works. It's never what you're seeing. Yes, so my people, thank you so much. I appreciate all of the support too. We're making it rain today. Thank you so much. Wait till we have Gracious Greatness say John said earlier now house price cost I don't know what that means, but I know what time it is. While I don't deal like this, Shinya says, I truly enjoyed your show today. Well done, all. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. All right, let's get back to some business here. Eventually, I will have to put all the super chats together and do them all at once. But let's get back to it. Thank you for the support. It means a lot. Thank you. I appreciate you. Let's continue.
But however it is, you have learned a lesson. You are very popular.
Popularity. Cheap fame. Yeah, they will never forget you, but this popularity, this fame will disappear in a few days. We'll move on to something else.
Record. You are more popular than her. I've said it because yours is survival. A lot of people are seeing this as a survival, and I want people to remember that this man is.
That's a good point. There's a difference between when you're speaking, yawning, dusty stuff from privilege, and when a lot of people, this is a survival for them. Okay, the only thing you can do is policies around the quotas to, obviously you got to maintain certain quota for the nation, whatever nation we're talking about. But speaking from a standpoint of truth, right and wrong, yeah, there's so much more about life that you need to learn, and that's what I think he's telling him. He put it probably nicer than I would.
It's not the problem here. This man here is not the problem. They use what they've been using for us since the 15th century on him. They have this data already.
Divide and conquer. They know what they know, but they need you to run your mouth to make it, to solidify it.
1,000 Nigerians went in. 61,000 Nigerians were what do they call them? The dependents. They have all this data. They are done with all the money. Now it's like, okay, let's close shop. Because remember, the UK is on double-digit inflation. We are adding population to their population. We want to
listen. Bongoli did well. He did well.
Use people like you.
He's yawning. You need to see this. Oh Lord, let's see. Oh Lord, bó ṣe gbà apá òsì wọlé ló gbà títọ̀ tún jáde. Bó ṣe gbà tọ̀tún wọlé ló gbà tòsì jáde. Watch this. This guy is yawning. He's not listening. It's too. This range, no feet. He does not have the range for that conversation.
Coming back again because of this renewable energy, they will use people like you and I. Me, I will not let them. Me, I know the game they are playing. They will use us again because
they will use us against ourselves. This is how it works. Okay, understand how it works. Blessed says, thanks for all you do, Allah. I've learned so much from listening to you. Don't stop creating content for us, so you're changing lives. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Thank you. A round of applause for all of you today for the support. I really appreciate it. It means a lot. Thank you so much. Thank you. Yeah, it is yawning. It can't.
They'll stop doing oil.
It's sleepy.
And renewable energy.
Baba, you didn't English. You know one here.
Signing deals, lithium, cobalt, and coal.
The guy's like, that wasn't my intention. What is all this English now? Bongoli, why are you doing like this to
That's
me?
the next stage now.
Okay, Bongoli.
Yes, sir.
I want to bring in Shizzy so she can quickly say what she wants to say.
Let's go to say.
Oh, you're welcome to be careful what you want. Policy.
That was a bit of a history lesson from DJ Bongoli. Over to you, Shizzy. Are you?
Me, DF, you know that me, I'm on this. I don't know. Hello, what's his name again? TIAMIYU or what? Sorry. Sorry, and everybody has been like
TIAMIYU. But that's TIAMIYU. Let's just call him TIAMIYU. I think the I is silent.
I insulted you because you don't know what it's like to bring people all the way from Nigeria.
He has no idea.
Okay, you don't know what it's like.
He has no idea.
Like now, you only
all he can focus on is that is wrong.
Every other Nigerian.
Because they don't need the degrees.
Because you don't wear the shoe. Each and everybody comes there, they wear the shoe.
One ear, the other one. Yawning.
Coming down from the UK, living in Nigeria to the UK. I have a sister that just came in. My blood sister just came in here last year, December.
Well, we have to give it up to him. It's listening now. It's listening.
That's a lot of money to come here. After the end of her master degree program, she's going to get a good job to start working here.
Yes.
That's a lot of money. She did not come here. Okay, fine. She came here to get a good life for herself and also get a good job for herself. Yes.
Came here to have a bad life.
She's going to end up using that certificate. You cannot just speak for one person.
To pay taxes to that nation. One brain. Right? At the end of the day, she's going to use that certificate to feed the system. She's going to spend a certain amount of thousands of dollars every 5 years in the cafeteria, at the vending machines. All those vending machines will pay taxes. She will pay toll gates. She will pay to register her car. Right? All of that. She might never go back. She might never go back. Okay, the prayer for every nation is that it's so good you're attracting people inside, that to a point you now start to do quota. How many people do we bring in? How many people should we bring in? How many,
So you cannot just speak for the whole Nigerians saying that they come here because they want to better their life. Something is going on with my phone. I don't know, my phone is hanging.
She's not hearing herself. IT is preaching. He already heard this. But let me go shout out D-Love real quickly. D-Love is our number one. Nothing will take your position in Jesus' name. She's our number one member on this platform. She said, "This is mine. I must not carry last in the make it rain day money." On MOP, salute, bro. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. You know they carry last now. Of course not. Of course we won't carry last. Let's do it. Walawa. Today, not today, but thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. So again, this guy, there's another bass boss that's coming, and I want to make sure that we catch that. Okay, there's another bass boss coming, so please pay attention real quickly. Let's keep going.
Check the picture. You discover that this person they are calling slave queen. They are only trying to drag her out. She's not the slave queen because they
Wait, let me hear this.
News.
It's not. I didn't. I just
what you watch
on Instagram. I didn't know what it was. That looked like an interview.
Wait.
He's about to call out that there are. You know what? You watch only 25 seconds. Did you watch the whole thing? But have you watched all of the live stream we've done on your head? I doubt it.
On the TV, so it looked like an interview. They were interviewing you.
They were interviewing me, but what you watch?
Yeah, they were asking questions. They were asking
you use your mouth to talk.
The news feature.
Okay. He wants to educate us.
Is a news feature. I don't know how to differentiate it, but anything for the news, right? The same way Instablog will just say slave queen, blah blah blah, went to fight, and then when you check the picture, you discover that this person they are calling slave queen, they are only trying to drag her out. She's not a slave queen because
that's such a terrible analogy.
News. Now,
such a terrible analogy.
In the best and the most honest manner I could. If it came out as an interview, we would not be having this conversation, and I will not be having all these people following me.
Tomorrow we'll chat tomorrow. Let's do panel tomorrow. Come through tomorrow.
The reporter asked
tomorrow
and
is
what I said.
Yeah, tomorrow.
Right? Because in my own head, I was even already editing it. You know, but that difference. You know,
tomorrow we're gonna do pull up day. So pull up tomorrow.
I do professional film edits, right? I edit all. I did.
This guy is full of it. He's using it. Does professional film edits to say nonsense. Nonsense.
Like that is whoever is thinking like that. That's a small mind.
Whoever
is thinking like
because everybody's after you because
I don't block anybody's pathway. Whoever is thinking like that is whoever is thinking like that. That's a small mind.
I told you, it's here. Earlier it was Yoni. Now he's pushing against this young lady.
Whether it's an interview or a news or whatever.
Maybe the lady should leave it to the man. Bongoli did a good job. He was able to listen to Bongoli, right?
Just the same way you went there, just go there the same way and ask for Nigeria. Apologize to Nigeria. Do that in BBC. As just the same way you went there. Because that's the way you
would not like to interrupt you, but here is it. Wait. A decision as I'm not the UK government. I'm not even close. This power that you people think I have, I am not the UK government.
Okay, you don't have the power. Then why did you say such thing on
the point is that he doesn't have any power. That's the point we've been trying to make.
I said for a 30-minute interview. The problem now is the news feature took what he wanted to take. All right, it took what he wanted to take to suit an agenda. I have picked the message that the media is the media. You know, I have picked the lesson that the media is the media.
That's the lesson he got from all of this. The media is the media.
Hey! I hear me, but me.
That's all he got out of this. It's basically saying all of them now. Bala blue, blue, blah.
Different from bala blue. Blue, bulaba.
When I just collect just like that, just like you just if you have been commenting on this gentleman that he's wrong, blah 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 for hours upon hours. We're what 5 hours? All of us we just collected.
Sorry.
They said, I get the lesson. Media is the media. Don't be juju with that. Hey, juju. Hey, Grace, I salute Una. Make it rain. Ha, easy. Thank you, my guy. Thank you. Let's dance a little bit. Because I need to. Walawa. You know, learn shigbai. Nothing. Right? He wasn't going to learn anything anyway. Because again, when people feel attacked, it's very hard to learn in that space, you know. Would think this boy has power. Come on, Rama Fagbo. Let me play this for all my members. I know Shio Mama is a member with us here. For all our members, which we have quite a few members now, starting with our first. I'm going to play this for you. Thank you so much for being a member here. I appreciate you. Yeah, I want professional film editor here. Well done. Oh God, you now their method be that courteously destroying, divide and rule, using us against each other, especially if we have senseless people like TIAMIYU. Please, let's not fall for this. Exactly. Wait, yeah. You guys are on something today, I see. Laugh my ass out, that man's dancing skills. Who is he? You don't know who that is. Really? You don't know? You don't know who that is? Alright, let's do it. Now the play. Do you want us to continue the session or not? Abby, I'm not complaining, no, but I'm saying you want us to continue or not? Alright, the person you're looking at, his name is Portable. Portable is class act.
All right.
And
yeah,
welcome.
What are your thoughts?
All right, because I want to sleep as well.
You want to sleep?
Do you need sleep? You don't need sleep. I don't need you can sleep.
Why can you not sleep?
I wonder how you can sleep. Yeah, because it's so painful.
Okay, sorry.
This whole thing is painful. It's just like you sold Nigeria out. Period. You sold us out. Yes, you sold Nigeria out. You sold us out. Whether you like it or not. So just go back there and
Bass loading.
Because I don't want to come here to work. Not just to come here and fight for them. They come here to also for survival. Yes, we all know that.
Hold on.
They don't want to be just a ticket for nothing.
Let me tell you something. I don't lie, you.
Hey guys, what if you could own vacation homes all across the world in areas that you love to visit with your friends and family, yet you could...
That's so...
I'm so disappointed.
The guy no lie.
Look at that freeze.
Yes, like
how is that relevant?
So what happens after their education? Hold on. I'm not here for sponsor. I'm not here for the. I'm not here for.
This decision was taken weeks ago. One. Number two, our problems are beginning to overwhelm other nations. The UK is only the beginning.
That's not how that works, Daddy Freeze. Daddy Freeze is talking out of his ass right now.
What about the Indians? They're not the only ones. The Indians too as well.
Wait. You see, we are 200 million people. No country can contain 20 million people and not collapse. If you take 20 million people to Canada today, Canada will shut down.
That's not how that works, Daddy Freeze. That's completely not relevant to the topic at hand. Yeah, it's not relevant. Okay, if there's not enough room, they will come over and take over your continent. and will continue to rule you. That's the part of this conversation we need to be paying attention. If there's not enough land to contain them, they will come and invade and take over, because at the end of the day, it's not about, you think these people really think this is about food. Oh my God. I'm looking for a comment from Natu earlier. I need to read it out. It's very important that we read this out. Laugh with Natu say, I had a session with my therapist today and I had to give credit to Man of Prestige and his platform, because the growth made the woman to keep asking me what changed. I said emotional intelligence. So shout out to you, Natu. That's a big deal. That's a big testimonial. That's a very, very big deal. Thank you so much for sharing that. I appreciate you. All right, let's continue.
20 million people to the US. The US, do you know the US is at the brink of almost famine? They don't even know what they are inside. 20 million Nigerians is 10% of our population.
This guy has no idea.
Enter the UK like they are planning to.
He has no idea.
10% of our know what they are inside. 20 at the brink of shutdown. Million people are not collapsed. If you take 20 million people to Canada today, Canada will shut down.
That's so not true.
The US, do you know the US is
He has no idea.
Almost famine. They don't even know what they are inside. 20.
He has no idea how many decades of years of reserve that these great nations have. He has no idea. Common sense is such a terrible guide. I know on paper, if you bring 20 million to a place, suddenly, dude, that's not how life works. Oh my God. Where do I start from? I be make I start the young too. Where do I start from? You really think that the Canada depends on the food they have right now in stock? That's how this works, right? That the
million Nigerians is 10% of our population. If they enter the UK like they are planning to,
obviously there will be an active crisis, but obviously whatever examples you are giving right now is unrealistic. It's not going to happen anyway. Why come up with unrealistic extreme examples if it's not? Why bring that into a conversation? I don't understand. Why bring that into a conversation? Right? I make fun of it all the time. So like, see the way Mexico is right now, right? If Nigeria day there, we'll go adjust accordingly. The reality is that Nigeria no day there.
Let me tell you, at least half of Nigeria is planning to migrate. It is going to be a catastrophe to the nations abroad, whether we like to tell ourselves the truth or not. I don't agree.
That is so not only is that not the truth, that is such a lame talking point. That is not the truth. Okay, that's just your limited outlook on how powers work in this life that we live in. That's all it is at best. It's too far from the truth.
Addressing these things,
it's common sense. I agree.
Amongst ourselves, so it doesn't get.
We Nigerians, I'm saying we Nigerians in this United Kingdom. I don't know. I'm just saying my own mind. We don't love ourselves. You see, the Indians, they will never do this thing. They will never ever do this thing. Things I've experienced in this UK. We Nigerians, we don't love ourselves. We are our own killers.
That's what this conversation is about. Stop throwing yourself under the bus.
Later, I'll be like the government. We do not love ourselves. And then later, we'll be like the government is the government. It's we ourselves that we are going to kill our own self.
Fixing our country. It's an embarrassment to.
It's a stupid talking point when you're talking about the whitey. It's a stupid talking point. It's not relevant. And Louis Farrakhan should not be beating you to that part of the conversation. Stop it. Blessed say, I just saw your comment live with Natu, and oh my God, same here. I graduate tomorrow, and I swear Allah has taught me so much about life than I have learned in the last 4 to 5 years I spent in college. Wow, blessed. That is awesome to know. That is so awesome to know. Thank you for sharing. Thank you.
That a nation that started off in 1960 in wealth. We had oil, we had groundnuts, we had cocoa, we had rubber, we had cola nuts, we had crude oil.
Guess what? Oyinbo people know that you have them too. Oyinbo people know that you don't value them too, that you're probably going to throw yourself under the bus in any opportunity you get in the talking points. They know it too, and they will perpetuate it. They will go and find TIAMIYU to help them perpetuate it because they kind of need you to kind of agree. See, that's part of you also saying it too. You know, that's also one of you saying it. Can't you? Why can't you be like him?
And then all of a sudden, we are the gutter of the world, running to everywhere to get out of the mess we created.
The moment you stop throwing yourself under the bus, that's the moment you stop becoming the gutter of the world. Because guess what everybody else do? They edify themselves, right? Every other group of people in the world. Listen, if you can search online, there's echo chamber are not that quiet. They are loud enough. If you search, let's go and find where black Chinese men are throwing themselves under the bus. They do their own fair share, but it's probably not at the level. It's not the way we do it. Okay, listen. Every group of people in the world, they have a way of throwing themselves under the bus. They have that sector that tend to, but the idea is to suppress them. And we need more people that will highlight all the greatness that we are as black people, right? That's what we need to be doing. The first viral video that I had on this platform, we talk about Tariq Nasheed and the whole FBA, Foundational Black American ADOS conversation. I said, hey, we need to come together. Did you know that there are black people that came in these comments trying to throw me under the bus? Because they just can't wait. Nah, let's just speak the truth. As long as it's the truth, it doesn't matter. It's their business how they swallow it.
Yet we have 5 churches on every street praying to God from morning till night.
Let's move on.
Talk to me. Hi everyone watching. Okay, in all honesty, what he said, yes, agreed. It's the truth. But then again, in life, you don't burn the bridge because you know how to swim. How did you get to that country?
Don't burn the bridge until you know how to swim, eh?
Right?
Hey, mama.
You got there.
Wawa's new ciabatta sandwiches.
Don't burn the bridge until you know how to swim. Relax. I know you think you have the truth. Relax.
You got there, and now you feel like.
For every Olori that entered this country, that entered UK, they paved the way for you. Shut your ass up. Every time you feel like, hey, I read everything, I know everything, and you have no experience, shut up. Shut up. Okay? Listen. It's not going to listen. I'm just talking to us here, right? Okay? It's okay to say I know something. That's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying you shouldn't say it. I'm just saying make sure you know something first. Make sure you have some experience. Okay?
Now you feel like you can grant every interview.
Advice.
Even that the freeze that is
Interview.
that the freeze, as big as it is, there are some things
And
that
that freeze is big.
here, but there are interviews that, as small as I am, he sends them to me, and then he tells me, Ada, do you think I should? Honestly, I don't feel.
Who is Ada? Is it an assistant to that freeze or something?
Like, with my young brain, I tell him no, DF, and he says, okay, I'll get back to you. Even this place you went to, they've contacted him for a certain interview that he turned down. Is it that he doesn't know how to speak English?
Mm-hmm.
But for the fact that
it's not as into
Nigeria out there, because there are some places you get to, there is no how you would avoid answering those questions, because in the main reason, in the main sense, that was why they invited you there. And you know definitely the state of the country. Yes, I agree with that. It's high time we fixed our country. But in all honesty, that we cannot achieve that this year. It's gonna take Nigeria maybe 30 years, maybe 50.
It's gonna take generations. It's gonna take generations, and it starts with shifting our mindset. Okay, I'm not saying that we shouldn't have moral standards and stuff like that. There's a place and time for everything. Your identity is attached to the people you come from. Okay, it speaks volume when all you want to do is just throw people under the bus. It speaks volume. Okay, it's a you issue, usually, because it's a function of your outlook on life. It's basically how you see things at the end of the day. Because for everything that you have something negative to say about your own source, right? There's somebody that sees the best in it. Maybe it's just the rubber, maybe it's just the cocoa, the cash crops that they see in you, maybe it's just the petroleum that they see on you, but they can see something that you can see. They can see the things you refuse to edify, right? But they also need you to feel subjugated, to continue to be a victim. They need you to feel that way so you can take your, so they can distract you from edifying it, right? The point is that if you have to call us out or you want to correct something, say dodo, right? A rat that has belly button, you cook that in your house. If you cook that in public, people are like, that's weird. Why are you cooking a rat that has belly button? That's so weird. Right? But if you cook in your house, nobody will see it. If you have to check your people, you have to check your women and stuff like that, there's a way to do it. If you have to check your men, there's a way to do it.
A near comfortable state. How much debt are we currently owing? Even the incoming president would not clear our debt. Let's start facing the
That's
reality.
a useless effort anyway.
And then you expect young people with bright future, like the people in the medical field, to now end their career here after spending 7 years plus strike, to now be working and be earning 150,000 naira. No, these people want a better life for themselves and for
Precisely,
the country.
Uncle
When they're out there, they get to now set up businesses here that will employ other people that are here. You cannot open your own business earning 150,000 naira monthly.
Oh, that's well.
First.
This is interesting. Let me see. Let's assess this. Okay. No, she said don't burn the bridge because you know how to swim. Yeah, so she's even better. So even you know how to swim, don't burn the bridge. Even better. Right? Even better.
Outrightly wrong. And right now, I don't think there's any form of damage control that will work, because these people, they are watching. They definitely see this video, and when you go back tomorrow to say you're doing damage control, they will say you're saying this under influence. They saw the live, they saw people bashing you. They are not like us. These people work. They carry out researches. They watch this.
They take their time.
The data. They have facts.
They take their time. We're not saying that you can't use paper and all this pragmatic knowledge and research. We're not. But make sure you're doing the research. Make sure you're not discounting a major variable like emotions, like people's emotions, right? Make sure that Gracious Grace said also, let's be honest here, the Western nations' birth rate is decreasing. So if Nigeria, one of the nations with a younger average age, what will it do to replenish the population of this of those nations? Because it's a number of people thing. Yeah. Previous comment is what I would direct back at what Daddy Freeze just yeah. They need dude, stop talking from your. All right, let me be respectful to my elder. Daddy Freeze is my elder in content creation. I get answered too. However, if they ask me certain questions, they're gonna get a no comment or a plead defeat from me. BBC, yes, and we're gonna play an example of that before we end the session. I'm gonna play the gentleman, Dr. Okorocha, before we leave, because I thought that was a good example. That's a good place to start from.
It's not like Nigeria that conducts census after 20 or 30 years. Since I was born, I've never been counted. I don't think Nigeria actually know that I exist. Maybe BVN. And I have my mates that have kids. So we have plus 10 million people that we don't know of. We don't work with data, but these people do. So with the amount of Nigerians that are there, they'll carry out this research, and then they shut down the door, shut down the window of people coming in and then hindering destinies just because of an interview that you granted that would have been.
It's going to be like, I didn't do anything.
Avoided. So I don't know what level of damage control you're going to do that will work. You just have to do it.
It's better that you just shut up. That's the only solution.
So sad.
Just shut up. That's
it's
it.
Not everything you grant. DF declines a whole lot of interview.
Just ask questions. That's what I said. Who did you find out from? Who did you ask questions? Who did you get advice from before granting this interview?
And we should all go.
Go and reflect. Huh?
Say something. Ada, thank you for sharing.
But I just want to.
Sometimes you just be like, I'll let you have the last word. Just shut up. I am speaking from experience. Just shut up. Okay? There is no shalaye that's going to save this guy. First of all, it's not going to listen. That's number one. We know that, right? Okay, it's not even going to listen to that. Let's continue.
Hey,
yeah.
Guys, if you're watching on TikTok, remember to buy my market. If you're watching on Facebook, there are 6,800 of you watching on Facebook.
All right, guys, I get it. Right,
can I say
look like another
can I say something? No, shut up.
For Daddy Freeze, scroll down to today's video.
Sorry, and then you go on most. You're not feeling
The people that
don't give yourself
now some credit. Honestly,
watch this. Bass Boost is loading. This is gonna be funny. I think I saw this earlier.
Yeah, let me give. We should honestly.
He doesn't want to round up. He has a urge to shalaye. He doesn't want to round up. I know it was yawning, but it wasn't yawning because Bongoli was preaching to him. You know, like, right? No, he has a urge. He needs to explain himself.
I think part of what I did on my own part, I need to give myself some, how do you call it now?
She was
some
good.
Credit.
Don't give yourself a call.
You want to give yourself credit.
Calm down.
You say you want to give yourself credit. You don't trigger the auntie. Let's go.
The people that
don't give yourself
damage the country know themselves now.
He's managed to trigger the auntie. Hey, Jesus. Me too, I want to go and sleep. Oh, Jesus.
Sorry.
Listen. It's triggered the auntie. Let's hear it.
Calm down. I didn't interrupt you when you were talking.
Remorse. That's my annoying part. You should be feeling remorse. You're not feeling remorse at all for what you do.
You can't force people to feel remorse though.
Why did you even do this? Why did you even do it? You don't give yourself credit for what? Why do you give yourself credit for what? Just say your story and then you go to the BBC and debunk what you said. That same way they got the interview, just go back there and tell them that it's not true.
No, shut up. That's a terrible advice. Don't go back there. Don't do it. Okay, resist the urge. Don't do it. It only get worse. Those ones won't even pay attention to you anyway. BBC now your mate. I beg. Like they are running multi-million-dollar operation and they will let me help you correct your. Can't say that song unless you say let me curse Nigerians out more. They're full of maybe they will want to put you on the news if you because we don't work or if you act mad or something like that and they see they can put the camera in your face so you can act more mad to help them push their narrative, sure. But if you go and there and be center forwarding yourself because you want to shalaye, they will just like go sit down somewhere. It's a terrible idea. And speaking of gracious greatness, exactly, there are certain conversations that should be kept in house. Have those intimate conversations where you correct your family, friends, where you care about in privacy. Listen, there's some things that I'm taking to my grave that I will say to my wife. I will never come and share with you here. I promise. Allah. Okay. There's nothing you're going to make me. There's no how you're going to. There's no amount of super chat. Okay. Cause now go throw me under the bus. Not you, the other one. Not you, okay? The other one. Okay. But you get the gist, right? There's some things you just don't like. There's some things that belong in beer parlor and no cameras. Stop being so quick to pull out the camera and start filming because somebody says something interesting. It's the same people that follow you that say, oh, we see the people you're hanging out with. Let me give you an example. We talk about the red pill a few times here. Did you know that people are saying, oh, we see the people you're hanging out with? And I just, guess what I did? Shut up. You're not going to convince that person otherwise. It's not going to help. It doesn't help. I promise you. Let them be right today. Okay? For a moment, give it to them. Sometimes you should say, like, I'll give you the last word. Go ahead and thank you. I appreciate your comments. Learn how to do that, especially you gentlemen. Learn how to say, I'll give you the last word. You can have the last word. I promise you, if you give people the last word, everyone is not going to fall out of the skies. I promise. Okay, now here we go there tomorrow.
Why is damage control? I don't know. You just go back there and say what you said.
She's not listening. She said earlier her phone is not functioning well. Yeah. Yeah, that the first assistant was. I like what she said.
£18,000 to bring my sister here and coming to tell me trash.
Now market too.
You speak for yourself. Next time, don't speak on behalf of Nigeria. You speak for your own self. What's
you want to go and debunk?
Don't say that. Don't
calm down. I know it's painful.
He triggered the auntie now, and auntie's phone no they work properly. Remember when she came on?
I don't want to use that. Don't even
Oh my auntie, oh my auntie, she's triggered.
Don't give yourself no.
Yes, don't stop it.
Just go back there and debunk what you said. That's on period.
She's on periods. On periods?
Hey, go sit down, Jerry.
I can see that this vex.
How did that happen?
I never see Tizzy vex like Tizzy. We know the vex.
Oh, so she's a regular, huh?
Oh, it's someone you know personally.
Yes, now in audience be that now. Otunbere is stupid question. That's his audience. That's his regulars. It's somebody you know personally. Go get it. Huh? Oh my sure.
In all honesty, I mean, I have had opportunity to speak at platforms. You know.
No, you haven't. You've been doing shalaye.
Small, big things. in my own
really?
rights.
I should start comedy.
And,
Yeah, right. Thank you.
Regarding scope, because I knew that this is the BBC, and it's.
He wants to give himself a little credit.
So
I should pat myself on the back.
Really clear, you know, about what was going to be discussed, and I did ask for a brief. I asked twice, and they promised they were going to send it until everything was scheduled, and we had to have the interview. Normally, I would, even if you invite me to speak at your event, which I grant event a lot, there's a form that you fill, you tell me how many people are coming, who is in the audience, women, men. I actually do all of these things, but whatever would happen, I also explained that if the BBC has airtime,
even if you come to speak at an event, wait.
I would ask for it, and they post my interview. Because
this guy said even if you come to speak at an event, right? We ask for what is it, brief?
Why the fuck you lying? Why you always lying?
He can't help himself. If you come and speak at an event.
I came for an interview, not a news picture. If I know that you are going to just do news picture, it's either I decline, you know, or I try.
Let me warn you right now. If you come onto this video, if you come, you see the waiver on the screen. Do you see the waiver on the screen? You see like the first line on the thing that's scrolling. It says waiver. If you join, man, cut into pieces. Once I cut these clips into pieces, oh Lord, you're straight. There's no stopping it, right? My waiver is the smallest. Okay, what they give them, if you ever been to a TV station, before you get in front of their camera, before they put you on live, you sign. Why? Because again, they're running multi-million-dollar operations. There's no, they can't deal. You coming back, you want to come and correct something. You don't even understand that. You want to go back. I sent them an email, and somebody's inviting you because you have brief or big something. I beg.
Try as much as possible to think through.
He can't help himself. Coconut head.
Whatever agenda. So I didn't see any agenda on the play.
He said he didn't see agenda. This guy, he didn't see. He's waiting to see agenda. This guy is waiting to see agenda on paper.
You are a mumu man.
I can't. I'm done. I didn't see agenda.
But I am sorry again, for particularly for the lady. Feel formed to invite you. Yeah, what I mean is, if you invite me for an event, because I do professional public speaking.
Please, it's like, just let him run mad. Just let him run mad. Leave him alone.
Tell me the topic. I also want to know the audience. What is the setup? I ask for everything. I even asked you if you have done that event before. What are you trying to gain? What is the benefit for the audience? So that, I mean, I've done these things, right? But whatever is going to happen, hopefully everything ends well. But please, let me just reiterate my assurance again.
This is Shalaye. If you're ever looking, if somebody say, what do you mean by Shalaye? You're looking at it in real time. Okay? You're looking at, when you're caught up in your emotions, you feel attacked, and you just can't stop. You just find that you can't stop. It could be an argument with your husband. You know that this is toxic, right? You know that, so like, this is feeling like toxin, but you just can't stop, right? It's happened to the best of us. Let's be honest. Okay, this is what it looks like. Let's keep going. This is Shalaye in real time.
Right, I can confirm that, and I'm considering the fact that we're already on, today's Wednesday. So tomorrow, Thursday, there's a big announcement coming from the UK government. I'm not their mouthpiece, and I don't work for them. I am sorry that the interview and my presence on the interview
is not sorry.
Annoys, distorts,
he's sorry, but he's not apologizing.
And,
okay. It's a sorry
makes
case.
People uncomfortable. I am sorry. Right, but like that diffuser said, and like we all know, like I know, these decisions have been taken a long time ago, and I am not the UK government. I would not support anything that puts you in danger or harm, and this is why I'm making an offer. Daddy Freeze, I know you're a very busy person, but let's put something to test, right? I'll be helping people come to the UK. And please, before you give somebody mic, let me just finish. I'll be helping people coming to the UK. There's probably nobody on this life that has helped as much people as I have.
How many times has he repeated that?
I'll do it tomorrow, right? So I am offering when everything
watch
comes
this.
down.
Watch
May,
this.
right?
Watch this. Watch
Maybe
this.
in June.
Watch this. This one is the funniest part.
People.
Wait. Watch.
You are going to do the picking because I want to leave now. I will let the conversation just go on. I want to leave. I need to. There's no explanation you can give to people.
Oh, he's catching it. He's catching the cue.
I think 10 is a lot.
Is he?
We are going to pick 5. Let me do what my power can carry. I'm going to pick
5
people
pick
who
5.
are serious
Pick
about
5.
relocation. I know you don't like them to relocate, but they are ready to move. You will nominate them, and I'll be happy to work with them because people think I am blocking their way.
Are you going to work with them for free?
Of course, I'm waiving my time fees for these 5 people that you are going to pick, because as una they vex, they rant, right? You're only there's a word I'm looking for. You're only denying yourself an opportunity to see what can work.
You're denying yourself.
But not.
Okay.
There are more. So. Do I need to avoid? Wait 1 second, sir.
Shut up! Shut up!
With what I knew before we shot the interview, I didn't need to decline it.
All you can say.
No, I just want to add this because people are going to crop it and share it. With everything that was clear to me, as at the point we wanted to film the interview, there's nothing that warrants me declining it. All right? Nothing informing me. Yeah, and I've said.
I'm going to say, gentleman. Brother, let me hear from you. Have 30
hi. Freeze, Daddy Freeze. Good evening. Thank you for bringing me in.
Oh my God!
It's a pity that a lot of people don't know the value of Nigeria. To be honest,
I
sent you a copy of my baby passport. Check your message. You will see how much naira is dollar as at that time. Although it's not me that came, it was my parents, but it was written on it. All right. Living in the UK, a lot of people think it's enjoyment. I don't think it's anything better than Nigeria. I swear down.
I agree with you. I agree with you 100%.
Oh, he agrees. He doesn't see. He says he agrees. He agrees. But first, let me just go ahead and celebrate this super chat really quickly. Gracious Green says, "Shut that your stupid mouth, TIAMIYU. Too much Shalaye. If you don't see agenda, don't do interview." Literally, thank you so much. if you don't see and understand that we all have an agenda. The way I say it at relationship level is that everyone has something that they care about. If you can't detect what is it that they care about, shut your ass up, keep it moving, because they are not a normal human being. Everybody has something they care about. You need to know what it is before you proceed. Wala. Jesus Christ. We're almost there. Let's keep going.
Not anything better than Nigeria. The only thing is that
he said I agree
structure in place that
because he heard one line.
And it just
wait for the context. You heard one line. Wait for the agenda before you start to agree. Let them finish.
Keep life going. That when you work a bit, you get value for money. I get me. The only thing we lack in Nigeria is that we don't have value for money. Even though in Nigeria we like wasting a lot of money. I've been to Nigeria a couple of times over the years, and I could really realize that, to be honest, that country is just a wasteful place. That you just like wasting money just like that for no just reasons, just for boasts. I tell a lot of my friends, I said, the only reason why a lot of people are struggling to have money in Nigeria is not because they want to be comfortable, it's because they want to oppress another poor person. It's because they want to oppress another poor person. That's the reason why a multi-millionaire will be on the street. You have times 10 of the money, or let me say times 100 of the money that can use to tie the street, that everybody will enjoy. We never tie it. Instead, we're going to buy a Hummer Jeep and we'll be going on that stuff. Everybody will be looking at him.
I mean, what are your expectations?
What my brother have done, yeah. He might have done a wrong thing. People might say it's a wrong thing, yeah. But the fact is this, yeah. Jackpa, yeah, it's a sad story, but it has to stop.
Unrealistic expectations. Who are you, bros? Who are you, brother? to tell anybody that Jackpa has to stop, right? How's that gonna happen? Jackpa has to stop. Can you imagine? Excuse me. Jackpa has to stop.
How, Sway?
You have the answer? You ain't got the answer, Sway. Do you have the answer? How? Maybe he's going to tell us. Let me wait. Let me be patient.
Yeah. If you know UK, 20 years ago, and
Jackpa has to stop. How? If Jackpa has to stop, how about we start with bros? Go back.
See UK now. You will know that this country is suffering. You will.
All it takes is just get up and leave right now. If it's as simple as black and white on paper, all it takes is just get up and leave. Sell a couple of furniture in your house. You will find tickets. You'll be in Nigeria like that.
Are suffering.
The point is that this is completely irrelevant to the conversation. This is just irrelevant.
People that have sold houses. It is true that they are here at the end of the
Let me
day,
fast it forward.
That, okay, maybe after 10 years, anybody that comes to the UK with this Jackpa team, you are embarking on a fresh life 15 years. If you are early, it's 10 years. All right. Imagine you coming to UK at okay, your 40 something years.
30 seconds. I think we're ending now.
Even Free said, I beg, this is not relevant.
This is how far we can go. So I'm going to take you up on that there. 5 people in the comment section. You see my comment go full. I'll see like 500 people.
5 people in the comments. Wait. 5 people that want to relocate. This is the funniest part about the whole thing.
Cheesy said that makes inside all her rant. Cheesy, whether you like it or not, you rant.
She did. She was triggered.
That rant no good. I swear to God, no matter how beautiful a woman is, if she's talking like that, you cannot stop her. I will run from that relationship or long. That's that we could not stop. You are running. Ada was able to chip in her 2 cents and step back.
Yeah, now everybody is capable of doing that. But it must stop. He's in the abroad and it must stop.
So As in, you could not stop.
In this touchlight.
But there was a point that Cheesy made.
Yeah.
That was very valid.
Cheesy made a lot of sense. Oh, not Cheesy. This lady right here. Ada.
And the other point she made is, how do you rectify this?
Let's see how they will rectify it, right? They want to that the freeze is going to help us rectify. Let's see. I haven't heard this part. Maybe he's gonna say something. Let's see. Let's see. Yeah, let's see if maybe to make sense. How do you rectify this?
So in 15 seconds, how do you rectify?
15 seconds. Yeah, right.
First and foremost is this: bad news trends better than any explanation or good news. How do I rectify it? I have 268 videos that are legitimately just helping you. Because see, I believe that a lot of people are feel trapped, particularly with everything that's happened in the last 8 years. Particularly with what we're about to start from next week. You know, everybody knows what.
He has 268 videos. Okay, we have about 750 here now. Let me see. Let's continue.
Where the country is, some people feel like they need an alternative, and it's not just about the UK, right? There's Canada, there's Australia, there's the US. I don't do much of the US.
This guy wasn't trying to throw Nigerians under the bus. He just diarrhea of the mouth. That's what it is. Okay. I don't think he sat down and said, let me just destroy all of Nigerians' fate right now today. I don't think that's what he did. I think it's diarrhea of the mouth. And he's proving that over and over here.
Visa help and support. How do I rectify it?
Yeah.
So if you add all of the time, all of the length of all of the work that I've done, if you combine it, the impact that it has, positive impact, is way bigger than this 25 seconds. If you think I have blocked your chance of jackpot, one of the first thing you have to do, watch my work and tell that the freeze to nominate you. Let's see how I have blocked you. I have not blocked you. If you're willing to move abroad, I am happy to support in any way.
He can't help himself.
People.
No,
because it looks like
it's lying. It's lying.
Schedule, I won't be able to do that.
It's
Number
lying.
two is this.
How would he rectify? The question they asked him, how would he rectify? Did he say go watch his video? Is that what he has? Is that what he's saying right now? He's going to give us number 2. Oh yeah, continue.
Yoruba people will say that yesterday morning I was nothing that informed me that I should decline the interview. There's nothing at all that's looking like this. So I have reached back and I told them that Nigerians are not taking this in the right light. Not that they are not taking it, the part that you use, I mentioned it, the part I said it in my text message to their team, the part that you used is not, it doesn't go down well with majority of the people, right? And there's going to be a meeting today. Whatever the decision, whatever they have decided,
there's going to be a meeting.
I would recommend they do.
He said wait. BBC, not BT. BBC will stop everything for him. Okay, they will stop.
Different from blue.
They will stop everything for him, right? To have a meeting. Oh boy, you go.
Sorry.
They will stop everything for him, right? They will stop everything for him. Have a meeting, right? What's been? Did they have the meeting? Did he come back on TV yet since yesterday? It's been more than 24 hours.
Or because somebody will not think I want to go and lie, and no. If you share my interview for what it,
your problem is not that you're lying. Your problem is that you're lame. He doesn't get it. He doesn't get it. He doesn't get it. If you are texting, did he say he's texting BBC? If you are texting BBC, right, there's a good chance that you are texting a talent scout, what they call them, the people that scout for talent. That person is so far from any kind of decision maker at BBC. He doesn't get it. But let's continue.
It was. All right, because I was sharing details the other time before people.
We don't continue going round and round in a circle.
This is part of what I'm doing.
even Freeze, like you're going round and round in circle. Simple explanation. How are you going to rectify this issue? Oh God, I don't know. How are you going to rectify this? Even Freeze is like, we're going round and round. How are you going to rectify? How are you going to rectify the situation?
Well, Baba, Freeze.
Oh, this so
How
Freeze.
do you deal with all of this hate? Because I genuinely.
Hey, wait. He's asking, how do you deal with the hate? Wait.
You know, beyond reporting to the authorities, I genuinely need help.
Should I tell you that
please tell him.
My battery is on 4%.
Tell him, please.
You cannot deal with this hate by being all braggadocious and proud.
Hey.
With the way you
If you want certainty, you want CertaPro painters. Start your project at CertaPro.com.
They're making me listen through 2 ads.
your manner all braggadocious and proud. With the way you carry yourself, the way you sound, your mannerism, it doesn't show that you were sorry. It doesn't show that you regret the things you said. Yeah, it shows that you're so proud and you're even bragging about it. I want to help.
He's surprised. Look at his eyes.
People are upset. You call yourself a public speaker. I expect you now to actually.
You're a public speaker. Hey.
A video showing that you're serious. It's just like me hurting my dad. And then I go.
She's vicious with
Daddy,
it.
I'm sorry.
She's nasty with it.
Nobody's gonna take that. You did not just wrong one person. You hurt Nigerians, prospective people that want to travel out, and you cannot be sounding this way. I'm just.
He's
saying,
surprised.
You have to put your words the right way, and then your body
Baba,
language should
just
tell
rest.
that you're actually sorry. My 2 cents.
Zukwa rest.
The video is in the works. But I need to get my headspace together to be able to do that properly. But this is the thing, sir, and man.
Salaye is a bastard. Hey,
it's because
he can't help it.
Rubbished their efforts. All right.
This
is the mindset that is bringing the negative energy. People think that I have now blocked their way, and I don't need to start saying I swear to God because.
Shut up. Just shut up. just shut up already, okay? Oh my God. Jesus Christ. My husband said he does not hang around with smart people, which is why he's granting interviews, right? Oh my God. I never see smart idiot before. TIAMIYU takes the cake. They are very smart idiots in this world. I guarantee you. I promise you. Oribo, what is it? Did one pass mouth diarrhea support who? Last time where I see high skilled foolishness like this, go be never. My people, thank God, say this kind. Boy, no be your family. Huh? This guy feels he's got more clout than what he's actually got in reality. I mean, he's gonna be famous. I promise you that. It's for the wrong reasons. He's gonna be famous though. TIAMIYU, you go collect with I want that lady in blue to be my friend. She is very wise. She's very wise. I would not use the word smart with her. She's very wise. Because even TIAMIYU gonna go say he's smart. Yeah. Let's continue.
That is what we used to lie to ourselves.
Today, not today.
To God and call you. Do you understand? I did not block your way, even if it seemed like
I did not block your way.
Wait a second.
Zukwa Nuike, that's what I was trying to say, Jare.
Okay, come again.
May God help me. He won't rest.
I have watched it a number of times. I watched it live at 6 p.m. I watched it live at 10 p.m.
It's
I wanted to see
listen, you see the question she just asked?
I have and call you do you understand? I did not block your way, even if it seemed like that. Wait a second.
As a third person, as a third party, not as you.
Okay, come again.
She's trying to help. He said, come again. He said, have you watched the video as a third party, not as yourself? At that point, it should be like, I'll let you have the last word. Thank you so much for the advice. That was a good point. Even if you didn't get it, okay? If you don't get it, forget about it. What did he say? I have watched. Yes, I have watched.
I have watched it a number of times. I watched it live at 6 p.m. I watched it live at 10 p.m. And I wanted to see whether the 10 p.m. one would be different from the one from the 6 p.m. And after watching the two was when I messaged back. All right.
He messaged the talent scout.
If I feel blah blah blah. I know in my heart of hearts, right, that I have not put anybody under the bus, but it feels like that, and this is why I'm sorry. You know, I know that I did not go there to sell out because I wasn't paid anything. I'm not standing anything to gain here. I'm not looking for followers either. All right, and I've tried to.
No, I believe at this point it's not looking for followers. I don't think it's looking for followers at this point. I think it's an active effort to shalaye. That's what this is.
Do what I humbly could do over the years, and that's what I am committed to continue doing.
We ain't doing shit. It's outside of creating content. You read a few books, you read a few policies on the homeland security, home house, home office website, and you are regurgitating it. You know the step by step. You used it to jump by yourself, and now you think you can create content around it. There's nothing wrong with that, but that interview was the wrong move. Because honestly, if he was just creating content on how to help people japa, if that's all he was doing, he would somebody would gain something from it. You know, somebody will gain something. It doesn't mean exactly step by step, but they will try to engage and they might use it to japa after reaching third step of 6, and that will be a blessing to that person. But
so much.
Thank you, Ada.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Grace.
Calm down and see how we can all rectify this.
There's no rectifying.
Gist Lover, shout out to Gist Lover. Gist Lover has been here with us all the while.
They've been abusing me actually.
He said they've been abusing. This is a roast to worry.
But I don't follow them.
You can't offend the media. They know they offend media.
Of course.
Even me, I know they cause Gist Lover.
Above collect we worry. You all cause Gist Lover. Abi sorry Bale Abi. What will you say is your problem? Like, yeah, media in general, you gotta be, you know, a lot of wisdom is involved, you know.
This love is our Oba.
Not so.
The media is always right because they will bend it in such.
The market is always right. The market is always right. By extension, the media is always right. If you try to do shalaye to media, I know that the point is that it's difficult. It's easier said than done. That's the point. Okay, and you're going to have a urge to speak your truth. Just say, hey, why is somebody lying on me and I can't defend myself? You're not gonna get it until you finish collecting. You won't get it until you finish collecting. You just won't get it, right?
Okay, you can't go. You want to go against this lover? Hey. Whoa, forget BBC. You go for that.
Except forget BBC. At least BBC will be diplomatic. They just won't answer your stupid text. Maybe just now I take a screenshot of what you said and curse you out even more. Right?
Even in Instablog, Tunde not. If they decide that you the one face. You don't see waiting the video talk. Say go one club, they no allow enter. By the time he finished with them overnight, the next morning, the club invited him to bring his friends and come and eat free food.
Free food too.
Guys, be very careful, and that's just it. Right now, the media is your friend, especially to say
the media is your friend.
Fight media, which I still don't advise. But this one, you don't enter Pankpeaye.
You don't enter.
I didn't tell you.
One chance for real. One chance. This was fun. This was a lot of fun.
For people who,
advise
think like that, what do you advise? Because this is the opportunity to help to not just bash and drag. What do you advise?
Did you hear what he just said?
Do I deserve to be waylaid, quote and unquote?
Yes.
To be honest.
How these people think. What you are going to do?
Do I deserve to be waylaid?
Yes, you deserve.
Jesus.
Let me acknowledge this. Thank you so much for the $10 super chat, lad. To appreciate you. Thank you so much. Let me just acknowledge that real quick before I move forward. Pardon my manners. This guy. Voila day. He wants Daddy Free to advise the media after they told the media it's your friend.
And do you think I should report this? Because I mean, I'm thinking in my head first and foremost.
You want to report all 20 million monitoring spirits?
As you can imagine, of hate messages and all of that.
Now have 35. You go and report it. So what? Offer, get your body language.
No, bad advice. No more apologies. Stop it.
Wait, right? Because you go and apologize. You are doing like this. You are doing like that.
He doesn't know how to apologize. He's a sorry guy. That's where it ends. That the apology like that won't work. He will just collect more. Any more apology he does, will just collect more. That's what's gonna happen.
Offer your apology. Don't say anything much. Make it 30 seconds. The more you talk, the more you can put.
This will talk for 30 seconds.
And then promise them that one thing.
I be your whiny Jesus.
BBC misrepresented what you said. Put them under the bus. Why are you afraid of them?
Yeah, put BBC.
I've said it on Twitter Space. I've said it here again.
Put BBC under the bus.
That's exactly what happened. This is the message I sent to them as well. All right.
Look at his face. Huh? He does not know what he doesn't know. We don't know what we don't know, right?
This is the exact message that I didn't bargain.
That he sent to the talent scout, the one that came to film, the cameraman that came to film in his living room. That's the message he sent to them. There's a producer, there's an executive producer, there's associate producer, there's cameraman, associate light and camera action. There's about 50 people on that set, right? He sent message to them.
I didn't bargain for this.
Next time, bros, there was a day I cracked a joke at an event. I was MC. Ali Baba was in the audience.
It's a good one. Let's finish with this one.
The former first lady there. Ali Baba now called me aside. He said, for next time, so that you don't get into trouble. This kind of jokes, when you are drinking at the bar with your friends, you are drinking beer and eating cereal, you can drop this kind of jokes. Not in a public forum where it is recorded. So now, you also need to know that it's not just what you say, it's how you say it.
It's where you say it. Read the damn room. Read the damn room. Learn how to read a room. Don't discount the power of reading a room. Don't do it. Don't do it. The apology he gave us was what we watched earlier. Yes, that was the apology. That was a terrible apology, right? Who else noticed he's in a hotel? He's been in the hotel room all the while. But let's finish with this. This is it's better we leave with a good example. All right, let's leave with a good example, and then I think we can do this conversation a proper justice. Shout out to Dr. Okorocha, that's his name, something like that. Dr. What's his name again? Anyway, let's just play this.
Haven't I, about illegal immigration across the channel? Another 539 that crossed yesterday, hundreds more again today, and it will go on and on. But tonight I want to talk a little bit about legal immigration, because it turns out that
let's get to the conversation.
Given runs at about 1 for 1. 34,000 Nigerians given students
let's go back a little
who've then been able to bring a dependent relative in this country runs at about 1 for 1. 34,000 Nigerians given student visas and 32,000 dependents coming in their wake. Now, I'm not suggesting for a moment there's anything illegal about this, but when you think that a total of 1.1 million visas of various kinds were given out last year, you begin to understand why the British population has risen by 10 million since the year 2000.
And it's not reason by mistake they didn't fall out of the skies. It's because you let them in. Oh, some of them are sneaking in illegally. Okay, whatever. You know exactly what those numbers are. You know exactly what's going on. As a matter of fact, you have drones and all type of technology monitoring how many people are coming into that country, even those that are swimming in. Stop the cap.
85% of that is due to immigration. Now, no one's suggesting that there aren't some great people coming into this country, because there are some great people coming into this country, but
that's something we have to tell TIAMIYU.
A rise of 10 million, it's completely out of control. Well, joining me is somebody of Nigerian descent. He's a regular on GB News. Hi. And Dr. Emeka, you appear on all of our programs. You are absolutely proud of your Nigerian heritage and your British present, and you're there in the health service, and you're doing great stuff, and that's great, and we love that. But when you look at these numbers, frankly, if every single person that comes to Nigeria as a student is then allowed to bring a dependent relative, it's a bit of a joke, isn't it?
It's a bit of a joke, isn't it? That's a leading question. Did you pay attention to that? Would TIAMIYU would he have known that was a leading question? That was a question that's basically sowing seeds of opinion already in your mind. Let me sow a little bit. These guys, they go to school to master this stuff. Okay? They end their question with, it's a bit of a joke, isn't it? They end it for a reason, not just because it's just the way we talk, not just because it's accent. It's because it's a way of talking. It's designed to, let's sow a little bit. Let's lead him into the direction we want to lead him there. Right? And let's see how Dr. Okorocha, that's his name, right? I keep forgetting.
Student is then allowed to bring a dependent relative. It's a bit of a joke, isn't it?
This is a bit of a joke, isn't it? That bit gets me all the time.
I wouldn't say that. I think you have to...
He didn't say no. There's a reason why he didn't say no. He didn't say no. He said, I wouldn't say that.
Understand where these people are coming from. Imagine leaving your country, your home country, your whole family. You're coming to a new country in, a search of better education, better jobs, a better lifestyle. You can't just leave everyone there. You also want to bring people in there so they can also develop in that country as well. And being somebody who was
shame me for that,
because when I came many years ago, my dad came as a doctor, as a
well, you could bring other people also to improve themselves, not to take advantage of your perfect system that has never enslaved anybody, that doesn't harm anyone, right? To improve themselves. Like, this guy did not fall out of the sky to learn how to talk like this, okay? There's something we call media coaches, okay? There's something we call PR, publicity relations, right? There's a way you talk. Why? Because literally there are 20 million monitoring spirits looking for the wrong thing. That next wrong thing you're going to say, they're looking for it.
Surgeon to come work here in the NHS. At that point, as a doctor, as a surgeon, to come work here in the NHS. At that point, myself and my siblings, we were dependents. We were young. We couldn't work. We were just living at the time. We didn't have citizenship. We had to wait and get our British passports. And then we were able to go through the system. And I was able to school here, go to medical school here. My sister was able to school here.
What is he doing right now? He's telling a story. Okay, he's telling a story. It's very important to tell a story. Yes and no answers are for the lames. Listen to me carefully. Somebody's going to try to tempt you. Say yes or no. Say no, it's not yes or no. That's lame. I have an answer for you if you let me answer. Okay? Maybe don't add the lame part, because they will feel attacked and they will attack you back. Okay? Don't add the lame part. Just say, what do you mean yes or no? There's an explanation. I'll give you my answer, but let me answer. Let me answer the question. Right? Tell a story. Turn them to the suckers. Tell a story. Tell them a story. It's a skill set. Learn how to tell a story. People don't fall out of the skies or read a book unless they're reading storytelling books to learn that. Okay? It's stuff that you have to learn, master, exercise, practice before it becomes a part of who you are. You can't jump out of nowhere onto BBC and expect not to miss ya. You will ya dust. I promise you. There's a reason why they targeted you, by the way. Okay? They don't just come to people randomly. They've watched you like, that's why. Oh, that's true. Come and tell us something. Right.
And I was able to school here, go to medical school here. My sister was able to school here.
No, you've done very well. You've done incredibly well.
Why is he doing? You've done incredibly well. You've done incredibly well. Actually, he's putting you on a toilet roll. He's going to put water. If you don't know what you're doing, when you do drop. Oh, good.
And that's terrific, and that's an example.
We've been exactly in that
how
position.
this can work. What I'm saying
when
to
it
you,
works.
What I'm saying to you is, there you are working for the NHS. One of the reasons we've got a 6.7 million waiting list is that our population has exploded totally out of control. We don't actually have the health service, the schools, the roads to cope with a population rising like this.
It's true, but then when you think of
it's like United Airlines over booking people, right? Overbooking people on a flight, and they say, oh yeah, we're overbooked. What do you mean you're overbooked? What were you looking at? They do it intentionally because they know some of you will cancel. They know you will cancel your flight. They know this, and sometimes they overbooked beyond what the average in the last 20 days look. It's called moving average, right? And then they will adjust accordingly. Oh, okay, we've been doing it too much. We're having too many people hanging around. We have to, change their flights. We've been having to give too many credits, vouchers for people being overbooked and not having their seats. But it was intentional.
What these students are studying and what they're contributing to in society,
it's not going to fall
then
points.
It makes it seem a little bit more logical. Because if you think about the NHS, around 15% of the NHS are people who don't identify as British. And that's not to count people like myself who have British citizenship, a British passport, but I'm also dual nationality because I'm Nigerian. So then you think about this, in London, 27% of people working in the NHS aren't British, and Nigerians are the third most populated country from outside the EU that come and actually drive the NHS
we're saying the poor
workforce.
countries will strip out your talent, will take away your nurses and doctors. They're probably more needed there, aren't they?
He did the aren't they again? They're probably more needed over there, aren't they? Let's go to
talent. We'll take.
Working in the NHS aren't British, and Nigerians are the third most populated country from outside the EU that come and actually drive the NHS
we're saying the poor
workforce.
countries will.
He said the poor. Did you catch the poor countries part? The poor countries. Which one? Which one? Your papa. Your papa has a poor country. What do you mean the poor country? What do you mean by poor country?
Your daddy.
Your daddy.
Right? Poor country. The poor country. The strip. Wow. Vicious. Dangerous. Wicked.
Strip out your talent. We'll take away your nurses and doctors. They're probably more needed there, aren't they?
Well, I wouldn't call them poor countries.
What did he say again? I want to call, because I want to come back on this show and be able to give my opinions, right? Baba, easy. I know you be boss man, right? I want to call them poor country, okay?
Them developing economies, and secondly, these people
they are developing economies. It's not yes or no. It's languaging, learning how to sell. Learn how to sell. You have to sell anyway. Don't you get it? You have to sell. You're selling. You're actively selling me that you're lame. So you have to sell anyway. You might as well learn how to sell properly.
Come here and study here also have their opportunities to go home and give their talents back. So my plan obviously is to do a lot back in my country. I was trained here in the UK. I was fortunate enough to be given the resources to study here and work in the NHS, which is great. And then I've seen how healthcare systems can work, and then I'm trying my best to go back and implement that too.
You see absolutely no problem with this. Nigerian citizens accounted for 40% overall of all dependents who accompanied foreign students in the 12 months of the year. Does it strike you as a bit odd that one country should be 40%?
You know, you people know exactly what you're doing to let them in to do what they do, and there's the chances are you think you're going to take advantage of them to build your own nation, right?
Of all dependents that
agenda
come
must
from
agenda.
Students.
No, I think it's because of our culture and how we see it. I think what
did he do? He went back to culture.
We really value it when
we value it.
It's very difficult for a Nigerian who's studying Nigeria to be able to.
40% of dependents are Nigerians. Shout out to all those Nigerians. Una do well. Make I not speak pidgin English / Britico. Una do well. Okay, you did well.
Get a student visa or get a working visa here, and when we do, we want to obviously make the best of it, and that's providing a better life for yourself and your family, and thinking that your family can go through.
Because he knows they can't shame the idea of family values, and he's using it. Keep using it. You keep repeating it until they let you go, right? You can tell that this young man has no need for shalaye. Like, you ask the same question, we tell you in a different way. We just tell you the story again in a different way. Our culture, our value, family values, it's just the way we're raised. People, also obviously, like he said, aren't they? Obviously, they will want to, help their loved ones. You can't shame loved ones. You can't shame family. You can't shame value, right? But education that they don't really need. Learn where TIAMIYU.
A system with the kids who have grown up here and develop and possibly give back to our country if we can.
Give back to our country. You can't argue with give back. You can't shame give back.
Never let it be said.
Even if you're a wicked devil, you can't shame those things.
Yeah, we don't allow both sides of the argument on this program, and you've done a great job, and we love people like you coming here. But I'm just suggesting.
I understand.
There has to be an upper limit somewhere.
Yeah.
This was the fixing the narrative that TIAMIYU was asking for. This is it right here in front of you. You just seen it. But hey, shout out to all of you that have been here all day long. Shout out to all the super chats. Okay. Shout out to all the super chat. Media training unlocked. The type of men I like. Nigel Farage, that's his name, right? That man, right? Is only in the privileged position to refer to the nations as poor countries just because of an industrial revolution and the agreement with the other developed nation. It is what it is. Power is taken. We need to shut up a little bit more and exercise our powers, just like the powerful people, the most powerful people in the world. That's what they do. If there's any poor countries, is theirs. Exactly. They feed fat on our resources. Thank you. Whoa, he said they probably needed there, really. By the way, Mr. Farage, lots of qualified members, staff, senior, junior doctors and nurses have jackpot out of the NHS because of the pressures being experienced in these professions. Yep. Yep. It's a global village. Okay, I can argue that there's no such thing as a shithole country. I can actually argue that. Okay, there's no such thing as a shithole country that is not that is behind the powers that be. They know exactly what they did. Be calming down. If you want to help your people, help your society, stay focused. Be focused. Okay, but let me do some quick shout outs really quickly. First of all, shout out to that first $43 Cashapp from Gracious Greatness. In addition to that, he gave it £20 here. Thank you so much. D gave it £5. Shout out to that. Thank you so much. Vanessa UD gave £20. Thank you so much for that. UK people. Thank you. Gracious Greatness, another £5. Nani gave £10. Thank you so much for that. And then Life with Natu gave a margarita $20. Thank you for that. I'm gonna take you up on that margarita. Absolutely. Gracious Greatness, another £2. Thank you. Chiye gave $5. Thank you so much, Chiye. Blessed gave $20. Thank you so much for that. D Love, of course, $25. Thank you so much. $5 from Gracious Greatness again. And then we have Nani gave $10. I think that's a gain, actually. Thank you so much for that. She said for Lola. Life with Natty gave $5. Thunder. Gracious Greatness, another £5. Thank you so much. $5 from Natu again. Thank you so much. Zobo. Zobo is I like Zobo better than I like Zobo better than Margarita Sha. You know, I feel like I love Zobo better. And Latu gave $10. I want to say thank you, ladies. On your way out, do me a favor. Hit that like button, share, subscribe, share. We have some big deals come. We're working on a big project. That's why you're seeing that way. But I had to make it up today because Natu was disturbing me and they're like, MOP. When like I gotta come. I will catch up. But hey, almost 7 hours today, right? That's a big deal. I didn't know I could do it. But shout out to Daddy Freeze for the content. Shout out to Dear Future Wife for the content and all the other content we reacted to. Thank you to those people. Hopefully you've been enlightened, educated. I'll see you on the next one. Peace.
Your love that I've been missing. I miss all your hugs, your touching and kissing. Make love on the floor, the couch in the kitchen. One love enough, we done enough.